All right. Morning. I hope you're having a good day.
For a show all about writers and writing as we take up our quills.
Pick up those
Let's
quills.
meet our scribblers in fine feathers. It's Lou Sanders. Ruffling a few feathers. It's Tom Allen. Knock me down with a feather. It's Jimmy Carr. And always tickling our fancy. Alan Davis. Let's get writing. Lou goes.
That's nice.
Tom goes. Jimmy goes. And Alan goes.
You just kept going.
If you want to take notes, your own quill pens are on your desk, but why don't we tend to use them anymore?
Does anyone use a pen anymore? I don't even use a pen.
Do you not?
When did you last write something down? You type it.
Also, my mum is allergic to feathers. And
Is she? She
yeah.
couldn't have written anything.
There used to be a name for that. That was called being illiterate.
Ah,
No.
that's my dad. My mum can actually write and read.
They were the writing instrument of choice for almost 1,500 years.
Damn.
Required a lot of upkeep. So basically, not very efficient. You could write maybe 3 or 4 letters at a time, and then you'd run out of ink, and they regularly needed sharpening. So the pen part of a penknife. Anybody know where the word pen in penknife comes from?
Oh, from sharpening pens.
Yes, and it comes from penna, which is Latin for feather. So that is why we call it a penknife.
Oh, did you hear that? That was a lovely.
Oh.
Tell that to someone in a pub.
So in order to make a quill pen, what you're going to have to do first of all?
You're going to have to catch a bird.
Yes. It has to be a feather from a live bird, is the first thing. And then there's a hierarchy of quills. So, Jimmy, you've got the goose.
Is that like an everyday
It is, I'm afraid. It's
working pen?
common a garden, that one.
When you say a live bird, it's not. Is it live for long? I mean, do you
Yeah. I mean, once you've plucked a bird's feather, it will grow back. It'll take about a year, probably, for it to grow back again.
So ye olde W.H. Smiths would have been just a bunch of birds, and you're plucking feathers one at a time.
Well,
and you're going,
and-
well, I'll be back in a year for a refill.
It was a real problem in the 19th century. They began to experience a real shortage of quills. Why might that be?
Oh, avian flu or something. Was it? Is
No, just more people could read and write, darling.
More people could read and write.
Very dark mind, Tom. Very dark.
You said earlier that you could write 3 letters and then you'd have to dip again.
You'd have to dip again.
Is that why Shakespeare was so good? Because he really had to think about stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas now, you know, Da Vinci Code, they can just crack it out.
I think that's why some books are just overlong, because people think, oh, it's fine, I can just write a million words, and it wasn't so well
Isn't there
thought out.
is that a Dickens quote? I would have written you a shorter letter, but I didn't have the
I
time.
didn't have time, yeah, absolutely, because it means you have to think.
That was the noise again. I made them do the noise.
They were just startled, Jimmy, that you knew something. So,
I didn't have the time, so I wrote you a.
Clive
I didn't
James
write you a
wrote
shorter
about
film.
typewriters.
That's crazy.
About the noise that writing used to make. So when he wrote his first memoir, he wrote it on a typewriter. It was terrific racket all day long.
it was a phenomenal noise.
Ping
yeah.
every line.
And I still, that's a sign of my age, because I still do that when I'm
Really?
typing.
On an iPad, you'll do that.
Yeah, I know, it's very annoying.
I would like to have that effect when I press return, that it goes ting.
Do you
Just
think-
so other people on the train in the quiet carriage could be
You know when you hear people on their phone and they haven't turned the keypad tones on?
Yes. Oh, it's so endearing, isn't
Oh,
it?
that was a good noise as well.
I just say to them, you know you can turn that off, don't you?
Do you? Are you
Yeah.
bold
Do you?
like that?
Yeah, I just say, do you want me to do it for you?
Throw the phone at
Yeah.
Now, you've got a crow feather.
Oh, thanks.
These were for autistic people. They were specifically for drawing thin lines. So you might be doing an architectural drawing or some such thing.
You might be drawing my body. It's thin, you get it?
you've got a swan quill.
Oh,
And
lovely.
that's only the best. So
Thank
Elizabeth
you.
the First, she preferred swan. But the everyday one, Thomas Jefferson kept his own geese.
I was so pleased when I got given this, and now I feel like,
Jimmy?
No, you're right-handed.
Yeah, I'm right-handed, yeah.
You would need a quill from a left wing if you are right-handed, because you don't want the feather to be hitting you in
oh,
the
that
face.
must have been awful then if they weren't killing the birds and they were just bald on one side. Just flying in circles going, well, this one still works.
If bald eagles lose a feather on one wing, they will shed it on the same one on the other side.
Wow.
Why might they do that?
Fashion.
Aerodynamic balance. That's so that they don't have a
So you pull out
displacement.
one, they pull out the other. That's fascinating.
Yeah, but what's that, though? What's that?
It's a seagull going to the library.
They're coming back from the library.
Oh, sorry.
Sandy, I have a question.
Darling.
I mean, it's all very well talking about feathers. Why didn't they just sharpen a stick?
It has like a little reservoir inside it.
That's where the ink goes.
The ink can go inside, whereas the stick less successful. And in fact, one of the sort of forerunners of the fountain pen, they worked out that they could have a little steel holder, and you could actually cut one of these into 5 or 6 little nibs, and then we eventually get to the fountain pen. But there are some advantages to the quill because it can hold certain inks which would clog a fountain pen. Like
Really?
India ink, for example. Now, goose feathers are still used. For what purpose might you still use a goose feather?
Forgot, I've got that as well.
Pillows and duvet.
Pillows and duvets.
Pillows and
Thank
duvets.
you. What is this game? There are no rules.
It's lawless.
Absolute Wild West hit.
What else?
A goose himself or herself are using the feathers.
No, it's not one of the answers we had thought of, but yes, goose feathers still weirdly in use by the geese.
That's pretty funny.
Fashion.
Fashion, no, so sport,
Oh. Archery.
Shuttlecocks.
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 That was absolutely enormous. Look out! Look out! The Giants are playing on the next court!
Has to be made, a shuttlecock, from the left wing of a goose in order that it spins clockwise when it is struck. What?
This is a great show. I'm learning.
The name Federer, like in, as in Roger Federer.
Greatest ever tennis player.
Yeah. Okay, his name means one who trades in quills. So really, he should have been a badminton player. Would have been much better.
Well, does he know?
I bet he'd pick it up, wouldn't he, badminton?
Do you think?
We'll probably find ourselves. Oh, I was about to. Oh shit! Am I the leader? God damn it! I didn't mean to do that.
Now, pens poised for the next question. What do you think these Q words mean?
Depends on what we're doing, to be honest, because I don't know
Who
everything.
can't pronounce their R's properly, asking Roger to hurry up.
Fuck, I'm not very familiar with this place.
Waka Roger.
Jonathan Ross asking Roger Federer to hurry up.
Waka Roger. They'll be here in a minute. Yeah.
Sounds like a thing you do.
Yes, it is sort of a thing you do. You know those wooden puppets that you get, the ones with the strings?
Oh, yes.
So it's the person pulling the strings. But it became a name for politicians who one presumed were having their strings pulled by somebody else.
God, there are so many of them,
Yeah.
aren't there?
But that's a great word, isn't it?
Shit.
You quacker
I don't think it would gain you any points, though, would it, in the House of Commons if you stood up and went, you are a...
Right, next one. Let's have a look. Who's got a pick? Blue.
Quick sticks.
Quick sticks.
I think that's early onset erections. It happens all the time when I walk into a...
Early onset.
6:30 in the evening. Oh my God, already.
It means hurry up, doesn't it? Quick
It
sticks.
just means right away.
Chop, chop.
Doesn't Mary Poppins say
I
it?
see, Mary Poppins, I remember
She says
saying
quick
it.
sticks, I think.
Yeah, that's what she's talking about.
I love that film. I think it's
Yeah.
the original. I'm talking about the original.
I haven't seen the new one.
Have you not? It's not Julie Andrews. So what can I say?
No, and I quite fancy Emily Blunt, and you're not supposed to fancy Mary
No.
Poppins.
No, that's very bad.
Quite wrong.
You get a quick sticks around Mary Poppins.
Quick sticks around Emily Blunt.
I
No
know.
mistake.
In the 1940s, it was criminal slang for, you know, escaping from the police.
That sounds so innocent, doesn't it? What a wonderful time that must have been like. Come on, lads, quick sticks.
The old Bill.
The old Bill's coming.
You and I would be marvellous in one of those films.
Oh, a lovely Ealing comedy.
Jimmy, what's going to pick here?
Quake buttock is the old English term for twerking.
Is it something to do with being nervous or?
Yeah, it is coward. It's literally shaking in your ass. It's
It's a coward.
It's a coward.
A quacker-watcher and a quake butter.
Yes, exactly. Poltroon is also a coward. A dastard.
Poltroon.
A poltroon,
Oh,
yeah.
it's a great word, isn't
It's
it?
a great word.
Poltroon.
Comes from an Italian word for sluggard, lazy person. And dastard, I love. Somebody who's cowardly, acts in an underhand manner.
It's more than cowardly, though, isn't it? It's sneaky.
Underhand. It's really an underhand thing, yeah. What else have we got?
Quaff tide. Something to do with finishing your drink, I imagine.
It is, well, time for a drink.
Oh,
So,
I thought it was the dirty stuff that's left in the bath after a festival.
Quaff tide.
so half of it is Danish. Which half?
Tide?
Quaff?
Tide. Tide. So Danish word for time is tid. So when we say time and tide waits for no man, it's really redundant because tide means time.
Do we get an awful lot of the nautical terms from you Viking people?
Yes, we've been busy. But we also bring you philosophical things like the concept of dreaming is a Scandinavian idea.
Really?
Yeah.
What did we do before we knew you?
Just slept.
And now we wake up screaming.
So the quaff part comes from Irish Gaelic and probably means cup. So time for your cup or time for your drink. It's a lovely word which I think we should bring back. I think we've got one left up there. Quench coal.
So putting out a fire.
Yeah, so it's an obsolete word for something that puts out a fire, but it was used sort of figuratively. So somebody would put out any wonderful thoughts you might be having.
Rag,
Like a fun sponge.
It is. When you're passionate about something, nobody should try and quench coal it. Nobody should try and put out the passion that you have.
Oh, I mean, if somebody said that to me, it would really quench cold my whole quick sticks.
Okay, that's a few of our favourite Q words, but where might you be well advised to skip the queue?
Well, they don't like to queue in France.
Or Italy.
Or Italy.
They're really,
So-
very pushy, especially the elderly in Italy.
Yeah.
Right.
They burrow in, the little Italian women, they burrow right into the heart of the queue and then you can't get them out. They're in the front.
I like that. A tiny Italian woman just pushing by everyone to the front. I go,
Yeah,
good.
scusi, 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 scusi. And then she's in the front and no one knows how to stop her.
She's not got long left. I think they should be allowed to go.
Yeah, she's gonna die.
People with kids should be right at the back. They've got ages.
Yeah.
Maybe they should just do queuing by longevity. How long do you think you've got?
You shouldn't queue in hospital. Well, my friend skipped the queue, but she'd cut her finger off, so they were like, yeah, come to the front.
Yes, that's quite a serious thing.
Well, as well, because when they come out and go, who's next? She was not in a position
can-
to go like.
So it's not actually about queuing in terms of a physical queue. It's about the letter Q.
The letter Q.
Yes, you're right. Yes.
The surname Smith. You don't need a queue in that. Skip it. I just give myself 10 points there.
Are there some languages where there isn't a queue?
Well, the letter Q was actually banned in Turkey until 2013, along with two other letters, the X and the W.
It's language things.
Where is my fucking Starfall part? Like, which one? Dude, this is what pisses me off, man. I don't know which rotation I'm on my Starfall, and so I hit Wrath, I'll crit. Okay, my crit didn't proc off Starfall. My Starfall didn't crit. Okay, I'll go Starfall, and then Starfall won't proc at all. So then I don't.
For the 15 to 20 million Kurds, you're talking about 20% of the population, to use any Kurdish at all in public. And it was only since 2013 that you are actually allowed to use the letter Q once more in Turkey.
In Turkey, would they not have quavers then?
Well, that's why there's been an outcry.
Yeah.
People are a little bit annoyed about the sort of repression of the Kurdish people, but mainly
Quavers.
those lovely cheesy snacks.
The earliest version of a Q is Phoenician. It was known as the quaff. It dates from about 10,000 BC. Quaff is thought to have meant monkey. I think the idea is that the top bit is the sort of face and then that's the tail of the monkey. Although this is how unsure we are. Another theory is that it's a sewing needle. And actually we have kind of similar things now. You know the at sign. In Dutch, that's known as the monkey's tail. It is called Eppensjater. And then the Klammeraf in German, which is the spider or the hanging monkey.
What's the name for the at sign? There must be a fancy word.
I think people just call it the at sign. In Danish, it's called snabel, which means elephant's trunk.
Oh,
I thought
okay.
it meant snail, which would make perfect sense.
No, but it kind of looks like an elephant's trunk, do you not think?
Have you ever seen an elephant bend its trunk behind itself? That's...
By lots and lots of accounts, Q is the least common letter in the English language, and actually, we don't really need it at all.
Are you saying this whole series is a waste of time? So this series could just be called I.
Well, it could be called KW. Would make the same sound, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes.
Could
Yeah, like
sound.
Quick Fit. They must be Turkish.
Yeah. The Romans themselves seem to be aware that the Q wasn't really necessary. So in 90 AD, a Roman emperor stated that the letter Q was redundant except for the purpose of attaching vowels to itself, and his name was
Quinton.
Quintilian.
But then you'd have to have the K too.
You'd have to have KW.
The Queen would be KWW, and I don't think people would go with it.
No, I think it's going to go.
Try and stop the English using the Q, you'll have a fight on your hands.
There's lots of languages without it. Estonian, Icelandic, Latvian, Polish, Slovenian. Denmark abolished the Q from native words, 1872.
Oh, why?
It just didn't need it. The Danes are very kind of organised. We have a word enkelt, which doesn't really translate into English, and it means beautiful through simplicity. And I think we just thought, that's not enkelt enough, we'll just get rid of it. We're just not
Well, that's a
Is that
lovely...
why they do so many killings there?
And then everyone's
You do
silent.
killings, and you know you do.
Now, I'm going to play the sound of someone typing. What do you think they are trying to say?
We don't know any Shakespeare. We're only monkeys.
So why might we know, just from the sound, what it's actually trying to say?
Do they have a slightly different pitch, all of the buttons?
Yeah, so it's the QWERTY keyboard, and it can be translated, if you like, to work out what we are typing. If you had just a microphone, hackers would be able to discover your logins, your password, any other confidential information that you might be typing, because each key hits a different part of the keyboard's underplate, and there is a slightly different sound for every single one, and there's an algorithm which can be used to work out which sound corresponds with which letter.
Jimmy looks worried.
I'm going to have to learn to write again. Presumably, for each keyboard, it would be different.
Well, you just need 10 minutes with one keyboard with a microphone.
Is this for a typewriter or for a keyboard?
For a computer keyboard? Computer scientists at the University of California in Berkeley estimate hackers would need 10 minutes and they could crack anybody's computer code.
What about an iPad?
No, I don't think it would work on that, but it would work on a
Do
computer.
your dirty work on an iPad, Jimmy.
My dirty work.
And now I imagine that dirty work is Jimmy's password.
But what is it about boys? Because you don't type with two hands like that. Every time I'm on a train, there's some boy typing and he's doing this.
Yeah.
Mavis Deacon did me proud, that little typing thing.
Oh, fuck me.
When I was at school, we were all taught to type, and they used to tie an apron to the top of the typewriter and then round your neck, and then so you had to type underneath the apron, so you couldn't.
At the boys' school, Sandy, you're taught to dictate.
I think the key part of that word is dick.
That was very good. Could you just take that down for us?
We can actually reveal, Alan, what was being typed. Alan.
Say blue.
Yes, too late now. There was an astonishing statistician in the early 1900s called Roger Babson.
Nice.
And he came up with a rather odd typing innovation. He suffered from TB, and he believed that fresh air was going to be the answer to him and his condition. So his entire office was so flooded with fresh air. He always had the windows open, and all his staff, female, obviously, they wore hooded onesies. It looks like The Handmaid's Tale, doesn't it? And then he got them to type. But if you look, can you see the woman? She was so cold that she had to use little hammers in order to type. See the little hooked hammers there? And apparently she got up to a very good speed
Was
with
he a
them.
member of KKK or not?
Only comparatively recently, the men have typed at all. Do we know why?
sometimes men have bigger fingers. I actually don't. I was blessed with a narrow wrist. But men sometimes have wider fingers, or especially if you see like a man who works in the garden who has very big fingers.
Tell me more about this guy in the garden.
Mellors.
No, it's nothing to do with that. The very first mass-produced typewriters, they advertised them showing women using them. The idea was this machine is so simple that a woman can use it. And men did not want to be emasculated by being seen to do typing. And then it generally was agreed in offices. Women would spell and type better. They would raise the tone of the office, and then they would marry and leave and not require a pension.
Well, if you watch those things like Mad Men, if you watch kind of anything set back then, it's just extraordinary.
Yeah, when I very first started at the BBC, so we're talking about the early 1980s, no man typed. All the men were producers. There was a big pool of secretaries, and the men would speak into a dictaphone and the women would type it up, so there was no typing done by men at all.
I'm using a dictaphone. Use your finger like everybody else.
Those buzzers that we played at the very beginning, it's from the Typewriter Symphony. It was actually the theme tune on the news quiz on Radio 4. It still is. A guy called Leroy Anderson, American composer, who wrote it, where the typewriter is used as a percussion instrument. It's one of my favorites. Have a quick look at this video.
Like, loot and all, sure, but...
Isn't that wonderful?
Sitting there mining.
That's a guy that forgot his instrument and refused to back down.
It's a trained percussionist who does it. They slightly cheat. They modify the typewriter so only 2 keys are working. So otherwise you'd get it jammed, wouldn't you, if you played like that? I absolutely love it. Now, on to a question about spy novels. What was the name of James Bond's gadget expert?
Q.
Q. No, in the films, but not in the novels. Q does not appear in
But you know there are James Bond films.
Yes.
And he's called Q in them,
yes,
so
but
it's
in
sort
the,
of right, isn't it?
But in the original novels, only the Q branch is mentioned. And in the
He said he was in combat, but that's not true because he read the other guy first.
Oh, that's the problem. I don't listen.
No, because you're a man and you're too busy dictating.
So Q, the character Q, is thought to be based on a real inventor called Charles Fraser Smith, and he worked for the clothing department of the Ministry of Supply. Of course, his real job was coming up with gadgets for the Secret Service. They were called Q gadgets after the World War I Q ships. So these were warships which were disguised as freighters, and they got their name from their home port, Queenstown, in Ireland. And they looked like a perfectly ordinary freighter, and they had cargo and all that kind of thing. In fact, it was to
These areas are very tough for me to play.
to the surface. And as soon as the U-boat came up, they would reveal their unbelievable armaments. I mean, unbelievably brave work. 44 Q ships were destroyed, but they also managed to destroy 15 U-boats. So that is where the Q thing comes from. It comes from these Q ships. This is Desmond Llewellyn. He was the very first Q in the films, showing some of the devices. But Fraser Smith's own devices include a map, saw, and compass hidden inside a hairbrush. Who doesn't want one of those?
Oh, yeah, that would stick out with me, I think.
The best one was the man with the golden gun. He gives him a fake nipple.
And what was the...
Well, because Scaramanga, who's like the super baddie in the movie, has 3 nipples, but no one knows it's him, so James Bond has to pretend to be him. So they give him, here's your gadget for the film, it's a fake nipple.
This is a genuine one. He designed a pipe which could be smoked without ruining the map, which was hidden inside the bowl. But he did this by lining the pipe with asbestos. And he created a map of invisible ink which was able to be seen.
Yeah, when I get left alone, man, I can pump it.
Liquid you'd always have to hand.
So they're able to pump it while getting fucked with.
And he
So what's
also
this
came
say
up with the
about me?
idea of developing garlic-infused chocolate
I
bars for
just,
British
like,
agents.
moving around is very
When they took
unfortunate
to
for me.
France, They would smell convincingly.
See, like, this doesn't work. I can't
What's the least
purify
impossible
myself.
gadget from a James Bond film?
So dumb.
Wasn't there an invisible car at one point?
Yeah. My favourite is a submarine in the shape of an alligator. In Octopussy. There was Dentonite, which was explosive toothpaste. A ski
See,
pole
you just
rocket launcher.
gotta tank it. Like, I don't get why
Pipes flamethrower. That is very good.
it doesn't remove sometimes.
Fleming had
It's
his
so
own
weird.
Bond-like gadget.
It's like it
When he
has
finished
to
the
be
scene,
mine,
he was so pleased he
my
had a
glacial
gold-plated typewriter
thing,
made
for it to be
himself.
purged off of me.
And his nephew, Fergus Fleming, said that his literary acquaintances considered it the height of vulgarity.
Not least because he was the only man who could type. Doing Ian.
I love, love, love the music to James Bond. Let's have a quick listen to the original James Bond theme. The composer is a man called Monty Norman, and it actually comes from a song about a man with an unlucky sneeze, which he reworked into the James Bond theme. It was originally called Bad Sign, Good Sign, and it didn't sound at all like the original song. Have a listen to this.
Can I have some onion barges, please?
With this unlucky sneeze, and what is worse, I came into the world the wrong way round.
Okay.
Oh, this is surely bullshit.
This is true. Here's the Falls Knock, A House for Mr. Biswas. It's a wonderful novel, and Mr. Biswas has a terrible sneeze, and it's unlucky for him. And Monty Norman wrote a musical version of this, which was not a huge success. He was later hired to write the music for the first Bond film, which was Dr. No. He reworked the theme tune into the James Bond theme tune. So we thought we'd do a bit of, I'm going to call it karaoke, because it starts with a Q. We're going to try and see if we can sing the original James Bond theme tune. So the words are going to come up on the screen for you. Let's do it. I was born with this unlucky sneeze, and what is worse, I came.
I don't know why they're doing this, so I'm confused because I wasn't paying attention.
No. You know what, I now don't believe you when you say it wasn't a huge hit.
Yeah.
Now I can't understand.
I'd
Never
rather
mind.
watch that than James Bond.
He fell into the village pond and drowned.
It's a very sad story.
Is it true story?
No.
No.
Expecting you, Mr. Bond. We heard you sneezing all the way down the corridor.
And the pond needs to clear out.
My name is Pond.
James
Bond.
Bond.
Anyway, here is my next question. What would you find in Mrs. Q's memoirs?
I like the image you've used, by the way, that you think a key might be needed to undo a piece of string.
Well, it is possibly the key to her heart, my darling.
You don't know about love, do you?
I've never experienced it. So
I've never experienced it.
joke. I've had a lot of love on very short-term bases.
My dressing room door is always open.
And mine has a key. So, early 19th century, Mrs. Q.
Mrs. Q's memoirs. Was it a fake name for someone with a salacious memoir?
It was a woman called Harriet Wilson. She was a courtesan.
I love that. We say sex worker now.
So she started her career at age 15 as a mistress of Lord Craven, and she took lots of lovers. Some people say the Prince Regent. We have no evidence for that. When she announced that she was going to write her memoirs, she said any concerned gentleman could pay £200 to avoid being written about. Among those that she wrote to and said, do you want me to leave you out, was Arthur Wellesley, Duke of Wellington, who rather famously said, publish and be damned. She was 10th out of 15 children, and 3 of her sisters also became courtesans. Fanny was the first to take up the trade. Wow. Just saying. I love this. She took up the trade with a man called Mr. Trench, and when her sisters asked why, she replied, I refused him the whole of the first day. Had I done so the second, he would have been in a fever. So published in 1825, it was 4 volumes, and it was, unbelievably popular. So popular, a barrier had to be set up outside the publishers' offices, and the publishers and Wilson went on to make £10,000, which at the time was an enormous amount of money. It has the great opening line, these memoirs. I shall not say how and why I became, at the age of 15, the mistress of the Earl of Craven. It's a fantastic opening. Anybody think of a book that kind of mirrors this situation recently?
Well, I suppose Stormy Daniels.
Stormy Daniels, absolutely. She said that, of course, that Donald Trump had paid to keep their affair secret.
I've not read the book. I've watched a lot of her films, but there's similar areas.
The chapter concerning Trump begins...
Stop casting.
OK, so did you just skip to this chapter? What she says is, my life is a lot more interesting than an encounter with Donald Trump, but I get it. Still, of all the people who I had sex with, why couldn't the world obsess over one of the hot ones? And then she went on tour, Make America Horny Again.
Stop casting.
She's working as a stand-up comedian now.
Really?
Yeah.
She's funny. She's funny.
Most controversial book in history of, what should we call it, adult literature?
Would it be Lady Chatterley's Lover?
It would, absolutely. In 1960, was prosecuted under the 1959 Obscene Publications Act.
Presumably those memoirs had very salacious bits within them.
I think it was really more socially shocking, Lady Chatterley's Lover, because you have an upper-class woman having an affair with a working-class man. That was just seen as completely...
Disgusting.
I've always thought the class thing in those kind of books is interesting. Like, if you look at 50 Shades of Grey, if that was a working-class guy driving a van that was doing all that, it'd be a very different book.
Yeah.
Stop casting.
A billionaire being awful to her, you go, oh, he's very rich though, he's got a
If he was
helicopter.
doing it all whilst he was driving the van,
That would be interesting. In Lady Chatterley's Lover, in the case, the defence prosecutor, Mervyn Griffiths-Jones, pleaded with jurors, is it a book that you would wish your wife or your servants to read?
He really had his finger on the pulse, didn't he?
Yeah. The jury returned not guilty and sales absolutely soared.
Ooh, the best bit of publicity they could have asked for,
Oh, darling.
surely.
3 million books in 3 months. It's
Stop
absolutely
casting.
fantastic. In fact, in America, they used to have a phrase, banned in Boston. So Boston was seen as a rather puritanical city. And if you wrote banned in Boston across the book, it helped sell it enormously. Seen as an immoral work.
Wow.
Now, from one form of artistic expression to another, what is the most disgusting animal you can think of?
Goodness, I've forgotten about that picture. It does look like I'm sort of merging into Alan.
I'd like to take a moment, Sandy, to thank you for the nasal trimmers you got me for Christmas.
It does look like you're saying, like, look, I've got nothing up my nose, OK?
So it's the letter Q we are looking for. What else might you have in a...
I'm absolutely stumped, actually, Sam.
OK, so the answer is quilts.
Quilts?
Quilts, yeah.
Oh, well, we were never going to get quilts.
But I think that is the point of the programme.
Well, then we did really well.
Yes, you did very well. There's a woman called Anna Demetriou. She was the 2018 president of the Science and Arts section of the British Science Association. And she made a quilt where every panel was impregnated with MRSA bacteria. Now, of course, she'd heavily treated it, so it wasn't going to kill you to actually hold the quilt up. It is Staphylococcus aureus bacteria, so MRSA is the deadly strain of this. And what she was trying to do was to highlight the problem of antibiotic resistance.
Ooh.
Unpleasantly, I think. She got the bacteria out of her own nose and grew it on the quilt.
We did that to the Native Americans, didn't we? We gave them quilts with smallpox.
You're right, they did give out blankets infected with smallpox in order to subdue, they called it, the Native American
So what
population.
point was she making with this?
She's just trying to show us the real issue that we're having at the moment with antibiotic resistance.
Someone told me, the problem isn't us taking antibiotics when we feel poorly. The problem is, if you eat a piece of meat, they've been pumped so full of antibiotics so as not to get ill that it's in all of us anyway.
Yeah.
And
that's
in
the
milk,
real issue.
it's in milk, it's in
Yeah, it
everything.
is. I mean, we have far too much exposure to antibiotics. Don't take them, as it were, willy-nilly.
Don't take them willy-nilly. It's very painful.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
nil by Willie.
In fact, the whole thing about making quilts and so on goes much further. So during various wars in the 19th century, it was very common for soldiers to make rather intricate quilts, often made from scraps of uniform. They were known as convalescence quilts. And some of the most complex examples have up to 25,000 pieces of fabric in them. When I was a child, duvets were called continental quilts. Does anybody remember that? Continental
I
quilts?
remember them starting. I just remember going to a hotel and it didn't have sheets and blankets. And we really didn't know what to do with that stuff. You couldn't tuck it in, it's going to fall. And some of them did fall off. They'd slide straight off you.
They first came to Britain in about 1964, and it was Habitat who advertised them, saying that you could make a bed so quickly, just a few shakes, that even a man could do it.
And how wrong they were, because getting that cover on...
Yeah, this is what we're going to do. So, you've each got a quilt and a cover.
Right.
Oh.
So we're going to have a very quick competition.
Couldn't be easier.
To see who can be quickest.
Hang on, I haven't undone the bow yet. I haven't got my
Okay,
key.
get your quilt out. We're going to do it all at the same time.
Wait.
Okay,
Okay.
ready?
Is everybody...
I can't find the opening, Sandy.
Hang on, can we open it? Where do we start from?
Can't find my thing.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3,
No,
go.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I'm nowhere near ready. Oh, my God. No, I can't do it.
Hang on, mine's buttoned up.
Go, good got it.
Hang on. Mine's buttoned up. Yours didn't have buttons on it. Mine's buttoned up. That's not fair.
Jimmy,
Yes.
He has staff to do it for
are you
him.
all right? Mind your hair.
What happened? I think it's all right. I did, yeah. I mean,
Jimmy,
wow.
I think I'm not the only one who's amazed it stayed on.
We specially got a duvet cover for you with blue whales on. We were very pleased. Are you all right, sweetheart? So I think, no question about it, Lou was the winner there. It was absolutely fantastic. Now, put your security blankets away because it's time for the round that we call General Ignorance. Fingers on buzzers, please. What happens to Dr. Jekyll's trousers when he becomes Mr. Hyde?
They rip, don't they?
No, they don't rip. Why do they not rip?
Because he's not the Hulk?
He gets smaller. He becomes smaller and kind of hunched in like a beast.
Yeah, so they should fall down is the answer, because in the book, Edward Hyde is much smaller than Dr. Jekyll. The reason for his short stature is he represents Dr. Jekyll's evil side, so the bit that he's been trying to suppress as he lives as decently and as morally as he can. It's the films and the TV that show him as big, more like the Incredible Hulk.
And the Hulk is based on that, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. And Robert Louis Stevenson's tale was inspired by a man called Deacon Brodie. He lived in 18th century Edinburgh, and by day he was the most marvellous, respectable cabinet maker, lock maker, member of the town council. By night, he used the keys that he made to break into their homes and steal their stuff. This is him with his accomplice, George Smith.
I think you'd stick out the fact that he was a chicken.
Anyway, Robert Louis Stevenson had a wardrobe as a child at the end of his bed, which had been made by Deacon Brodie. So it's probably how he came to have the idea in the first place. And Brodie was eventually hanged, although the story is that he wore a steel band around his neck and escaped and went to Paris to live out his life.
I like the idea that you would be hung and they would go, well, don't look, we're hanging him, and just look the other way.
Yeah.
Where's the body gone? Oh, I don't know.
I don't know what happened.
He must have buried himself, I suppose.
Yeah. Anyway, who wrote this rhyme? The Queen of Hearts, she made some tarts upon a summer's day. The Knave of Hearts, he stole those tarts and took them clean away.
Beyonce.
It's Lewis Carroll.
Again?
I think I was quite relatively intelligent.
So it was popularised by Lewis Carroll, but it was not written by him. It was first published in 1782. So Lewis Carroll's work doesn't come out till 1865. There are actually some additional verses about the King of Spades, the King of Clubs, and the Diamond King. They've actually been forgotten, I think, because they're rather ruder than the verses about the germ tarts. The King of Hearts beats the knave until he gives the tarts back. The King of Spades kills the maids, while the Knave of Clubs gives winks and rubs.
It was a different time.
It was. It is an amazing book, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Never been out of print. It celebrated its 150th birthday in 2015.
Damn, it's always
Lots of
been
working titles for it.
produced
You had
every
Alice's
year. For
Adventures
150 years,
Underground,
they've produced the
Alice
book.
Among the Fairies, Alice's Hour in Elfland. They're rather nice, aren't they? Finally, what colour is the Emerald City?
I think I know a weird fact about The Wizard of Oz, which
Yes.
I didn't realise until recently, which is that it's an allegory for America. The farmers are the straw man, and they need a brain. And industry was the tin man, and industry doesn't have a heart. Wow. And the lion was the politicians, and that they didn't have any courage.
You're absolutely right. But it's not what we were looking for. We were looking for the colour.
answer green then.
Hey!
I knew something. I knew something.
Yes.
Emerald. Yes. Yellow.
Brown.
No.
Red.
Stop naming colours.
Blue.
Teal.
When she first goes to the City of Oz, she is told she must don a pair of protective glasses in order to avoid being blinded by the brightness.
Silk.
I have that when I have laser on my Jack and Danny. They make you wear glasses.
The fuck?
On your what?
What?
Jack and Danny.
Jack and Danny.
Jack and Danny, Fanny.
Sorry, it's called a Jack. What is?
A Jack and Danny.
They make you put the glasses on.
No, wait.
Ah. Also,
Jack and Danny.
my mum doesn't like me doing rude stuff, and she's really pleased I was going to be on QI.
Right.
And now she's not going to be pleased anymore. She's going to be very embarrassed in front of the gardening club, of course, again.
Speaking of the gardening club, you had all downstairs.
I did not know. It's rhyming slang, is it, Jack and Danny? Who knew?
For Fanny, yeah.
My favourite when I was growing up was always called the a fine china.
Oh.
Oh, is that your...
Because you get it out for special occasions.
Back to the Wizard of Oz. What we learn from the wizard at the end is that he makes everybody wear green spectacles so that things appear green. And when she asks if that means everything isn't really green, he replies, "No more so than any other city, but my people have worn green glasses on their eyes so long that most of them think it really is an emerald city." There's a city in America which is known as the Emerald City. It's Seattle. It's a beautiful place that's surrounded by water and evergreen forests. Have you been to Seattle?
I've been.
You must have played there, Dan.
Yeah, I played there last year. It was an amazing place to do a gig as well. It's incredible. There in Portland, just incredible. I played a place in Portland when I was last there, the Aladdin Theatre. And I said, "Oh, anything interesting about the theatre?" And they went, "Oh, yeah, it used to be a cinema." He said, "We showed one film here for 20 years.
No.
I said...
What was it?
I said, "Was it Deep Throat?" And the guy said to me, he said, "Don't put a blue light on in there."
Everything looks green when viewed through emerald-tinted glasses. And there goes the bell for the end of the school day. Before we leave for playtime, let's have a look at your report cards. In first place tonight, well, this is astonishing. With a full 5 points, it's Alan. In second place with -6, it's Lou. In third place with -13, Jimmy.
Very respectable.
Fabulous fourth with -26, it's Tom.
I like it. We're in the legend.
Thanks to our guests, Tom, Jimmy, Lou, and Alan. And I leave you with this quick quotation from the quill of American author Robert Benchley. "It took me 15 years to discover that I had no talent for writing, but I couldn't give it up because by that time I was too famous. Goodbye."
Bump. Ba-bump.
Right, let's hear their buzzers. Jason goes. Quite quirky like that. Sarah goes.
Us.
Wow.
To migraine.
Yeah. It's jazz musicians in search of a tune. Louisa goes. Does anybody else feel like they're on the wrong medication today? And Alan goes. This first question is on the QT. What's the furthest anyone's ever gone for a brew?
Was it before or after refrigerators?
Oh, definitely before. Does that really help? Does that narrow it down? No. I mean, in terms of history, darling, I think there's a lot more before fridge.
Before fridge.
Before fridge. That's how they now do it.
Okay, well,
Yeah. Never mind about fridges.
Furthest
The
for a cup of
furthest.
tea. Did they have one on the moon? Did they have one in the Apollo lander?
Not the moon, not quite as far as the moon, but high.
The tea is so... It's important, isn't it? It's all different parts of life. All, you know, somebody's having a baby, I'll put the kettle on.
Yeah.
You know, your granddad's dying, I'll make a brew. You know what I mean? Like, it's everything.
Yeah, but it isn't just important to the British, it's important in other parts of the world. Where does it...
The Chinese.
Is it on a plane?
Okay,
Is there
you
like a...
can get tea on a plane, but it
Yeah.
wasn't...
No. Is there like a Boyle High Club?
Jason said China.
China.
Someone went to China
Yes.
to get some tea.
Okay, so as far as we know, this is one of the highest tea shops in the world. There is a Buddhist and Taoist temple at the very top of Mount Hua and in the Chunglang Mountains, and the climb is treacherous to get up there.
You need a brew.
The one on the right is,
Oh, wow.
is optional, but it involves crossing a section where you have to balance on these wooden
How you
planks.
get down?
It's a 7,000-foot drop, darling, on the other side.
wow.
Yeah. You can hire a safety harness if you want for $5, but its use is not enforced. The tea is made from rainwater and mountain springs and snow melt that they gather. It's said to be absolutely
Surprised there's not a
delicious.
Costa up there. Open up across the road.
It's one of China's 5 great mountains. So it's got 5 peaks that form the shape of a lotus flower, and each peak has a temple on it. I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it?
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's astonishing.
But is it better than Rooibos?
Oh, the South African tea, isn't it? Rooibos?
I'm so glad that you said that. I didn't know how to pronounce that.
Rooibos.
I've been calling it Rooibos for years.
I was 30,
Dude,
still
it's
ordering
so
steak.
expensive. I might go back to the other trinket, because this is pricey shit.
The UK bought up the surplus tea from every country apart from Japan. Apparently, they were terrified it was going to be bad for morale if we ran out of tea. So their top purchases in terms of weight were bullets, then tea, then artillery shells, bombs, and explosives. Who drank the very first cup of tea? What do you reckon?
Very long time ago, probably in China.
Do you think before fridges?
Many years BF.
Yes.
4,000 BF.
Yes. You're absolutely right, it's China. Well, it's a Chinese legend, who knows? It was a Chinese emperor in 2737 BC called Shen Nung, and he's sitting under a tree, and his servant was boiling some water, and some leaves apparently from the tree blew into the water, and he thought, I'll have that.
I'm not reboiling the kettle now.
That's it, boiled it. They just boiled that up. Now the leaf's gone.
And I was watching it.
So I'll fish it out or leave it? I'll leave it in.
Leave
a bit
it.
stronger.
Yeah.
I think
So actually, if you go right back there, it is tea first. Milk never.
Tea first. Milk?
Putting milk in that, it's already got leaves in it.
How did they find out that you can have milk in a tea? Was he drinking tea and a cow just went past and like...
It's a milkmaid having a cup of tea. Don't want to dip the tea in though, do you? Oh, listen to them all. The empathy with the udder there. Can you imagine your own udders going in?
I think it's fair to say you probably can't.
he had tea and then he had a pedicure.
Yes, he certainly looks like he needs it. He's got very bad hammer toes.
Is that his arm? Oh, no, that's the scenery. Now I can see that. He's got 2 mountains on his head, so who is this weird?
As long as it's got a little tea shop on one of them, though.
The story that I don't understand is the Buddhist tradition of how tea was first discovered. So, apparently, according to Buddhists, it grew from Buddha's eyelids. Buddha wanted to meditate for 9 years, and he kept falling asleep, right? Because 9 years, long time. Yeah.
That's
And he
good meditation.
That's really good. And so, in frustration, he ripped off his eyelids and he threw them to the ground, and that's how the first tea plant grew.
Ripped off his eyelids.
Yeah.
That's extreme.
Just open your eyes.
Yeah.
I know.
And now there's just people whispering on YouTube, so you don't have to rip anything off. That's the new relaxation technique, isn't it?
Oh, that's
Whisper at
weird.
you.
What is that called?
It's got a fancy name, someone in here will know. There you go. they sort of whisper. Like some of them fold towels and.
Yeah, or pretend they're cutting your hair or something. Have you seen this?
No.
No, and that's because you've got better things to do, frankly.
You know, the mad thing is, it doesn't matter how many shows you've done, they'll have more views than all of us put together. It's unbelievable.
I'll start whispering myself. I can fold a towel.
Your next DVD should be whispered.
Hold on. Am I the only person who noticed that you said DVD?
I did say DVD, yeah.
Who uses DVDs?
Whoa!
What do you...
Unbelievable!
Everyone just glanced over that like that wasn't a crazy thing to say. Like,
Still use
DVD!
I'm still on VHS, though.
Yeah.
I'm still on VHS.
I played the cassette only yesterday, and you know what happened? It got stuck.
Do you remember when cassettes used to stretch if you played them for too long?
Get a little pencil inside. Oh, it's good
those
time,
are the
good
days.
time.
Well, they get stuck. You'd be driving, and you'd pop one out while you're driving, and then the tape goes, oh! This is my best tape! Don't pull it! I can't pull over, it's the M4! Get out! Get out with a pencil! Get out! Now wind it on! You know, come on, you're 4 years old, you can do this!
So not DVDs, what would you just watch it on the...
Like I'm just saying, in the last 2 years, I don't remember like inserting a DVD in anywhere. So it's like it's like a crazy thing to say.
I'm just hoping there were a limited range of options of where.
Some DVDs I can't get out. One of Sarah's.
There's no sexual innuendo here. Just to stop.
Don't know why you're bothering then. Mount Hua gives a whole new meaning to high tea. What's even quainter than a model village?
A giant boy.
We used to go and see these things, right, as a family.
Still a thing?
My father would get his cine camera out, and then he would just film the model village. He wouldn't film his children. Film the model village, in which nothing happens, nothing moves.
Was it on Super 8 as well, so it sort of went like...
Oh, yeah.
Don't
Then
make
he'd
the
set up a
Super 8 in front
projector,
of
set
him.
up a screen in the living room, put all the lights out, pull the curtains, put it on, and we'd all sit there. Here's the holiday. He's just filmed the village. He's just filmed the model village. We were in Lyme Regis for a fortnight. This is it.
Do you know about model villages, Danny? Is that a thing?
I've never been to one, but full disclosure,
Yeah.
English is one of the languages I speak. So it's not the first. I speak it well.
Yes, no, it's, you and me, both coming along. What's your first language?
Xhosa's my first language.
Okay.
So, like, when you say words like quaint, I might have my own definition of the word quaint, which
Nice.
doesn't necessarily match yours.
Okay, so...
A quaint is kind of old but cute.
Yes, like me.
I've had 5 DVDs out, so my career to you might be old and cute.
Yeah. So our suggestion for the world's quaintest thing is the model village within a model village, within a model village, which is within the actual village of Burton on the Water. So if you look at those things in the background, those are part of the model village. Then you can see there's another model village, and then right there in the corner is an even smaller model village. It's like a village wormhole. It just kind of keeps going and going.
Just doesn't want to go home. That's what it feels like. He's developed a hobby that is ridiculous because he hates his life.
I mean, it was built in the 1930s. It took forever. It's actually grade 2 listed, the entire model village. And you could buy the whole thing, real life-size pub in 2018 for under £600,000 if you want to. Yeah, I know. Who doesn't be suddenly thinking, oh, model village and a pub? But this is not the oldest model village example in the world. It's beaten by Beaconscott Model Village, which is 90 years old this year, 2019. It still has 15,000 visitors a month, and it's got the cutest miniature shops. So look at this. The greengrocer's is called Crispy Lettuce. I know, sweet shop, I'm a cavity. Current favourite, the chemist. Hey, pains.
These are things you do when you've met all your basic needs as a human being.
Yes, this is...
I don't think people in Uganda are worried about this stuff.
Yeah. Anyway, there's another model village called Babbacombe Model Village. Have a look at this. This is a part that, of the model village that they just put in last year. And so that's meant to be me, darling, on the right there.
Oh.
Cool, isn't it?
They very sweetly lent me.
Oh, wow.
Out of interest, any of you who've known me a long time, what's wrong with the model of me?
I've never seen you in a skirt.
Never seen me in a skirt, ever. No. I don't own a skirt. I appear to have ballet pumps on. This is not what a lesbian on television looks like.
That's like Britain squared. Like, that's unbelievably British.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? Anyway, my tits came out well. So... now, who has type Q blood?
The Queen? No. Is it a trick?
It is
Is
a
it an
trick.
animal?
It is an animal, yes.
Can you undo that bloody ringer then?
No. That's going to...
So an animal.
It is an animal, then. So...
Dog, rhino, giraffe.
Dog, right?
Dog, rhino.
So it's horses.
Oh.
I was close there.
Not really.
No, you
Dog, rhino, giraffe, no.
No.
If you put all them together, that's an horse.
So humans have two types of antigen. So that's the protein that can cause an allergic reaction. You can either have one or both or neither. So you could have A blood, B blood, AB, or type
I don't know anything about blood.
Horses have 7 different antigens, so they have 7 different blood groups. Type A and type Q are the most common. I don't know why they haven't done them alphabetically.
Yeah, why not A to G?
I don't know. Then there's C, D, J, P, and U. I've no idea what that's about.
Well, maybe that's the horse alphabet. Maybe that's how they do.
Oh. So where do we get horse blood from?
The inside of a horse.
No alarm for that. I was going to say that and I thought, that's a bloody alarm. I'm not going to say it. You said it, no alarm.
No alarm because he was right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Run out.
So you can't store it in a blood bank. So the Royal Veterinary College at the University of London, they keep 4 horses on site, and their entire job is just to donate
Do
blood.
they get a cup of tea and a biscuit?
They do. They're currently called Miller, Darcy, Freddie, and Sonny.
I remember when my daughter was born and we donated to...
You donated?
Yeah, we donated. 5 kids, I was like, someone else have this one. But you can donate the umbilical cord.
Yes.
Anthony Nolan, I think the charity's called, and they're like vampires. They're at the door, like, waiting. Have they had it yet? Have they had it yet? Have they had it yet? Well, like, we're busy having a baby, mate. I mean, I wasn't busy, obviously. I was playing Football Manager, but... it's worth doing.
The weirdest thing in terms of donating blood is the horseshoe crab, which is an extraordinary thing. It's massively important in the medical industry. There they are, the 4th oldest creature on Earth, the horseshoe crab. It has something really specific, a compound in the blood that's unbelievably important called Limulus ambosite lysate. And it's used by the medical and pharmaceutical industries to ensure that their products are free of bacterial contamination. Look at them, they're extracting blood there from the horseshoe crabs. And it costs upwards of $25,000 per quart because it is so important. So, horseshoe crabs have no immune system. So because they cannot develop antibodies to fight infection, they contain a number of compounds that will activate bacteria and fungi and viruses and so on.
They look like they're at Yo Sushi. It's ironic, being a crab.
Are they alive?
They are alive and then they are returned to...
Oh, are they? Okay, that's nice. That's good. Or are you saying like when my mum said the dog went to a farm? Is that... No, and then they return to the sea. Yeah, all right. Oh, good.
They just float away.
Just a little plaster, just here. What about dog and cat blood? I mean, it's really important that we have it. Apparently, the Royal Veterinary College runs donation sessions, and you can go along. And people do it apparently because maybe they didn't give blood themselves or they feel good about it. What about if you wanted to operate on a bird?
If I wanted to operate on a bird.
Well, I don't think you should do it. If one wanted to operate on a bird, where would you get bird blood?
Just like the windows of skyscrapers.
It's just horrendously expensive.
Wind farm. That's the same noise as when the cow got his udder in the tea.
All bird blood is entirely interchangeable.
They could do it in flight.
It's a tube.
Just refueling, yeah, refueling.
So a robin could donate to an ostrich. What's the problem with that, though?
Take 45 robins.
Yeah, you need a lot.
It would take 6,000.
All right, there you go.
Is robin a bird?
Okay.
No, he's a sidekick. He's a kind of a ward. So a crime-fighting billionaire.
Let's not get started on tits.
Yeah.
Hey. I don't like this. You guys are having too much fun without me. So a robin is a bird.
Yeah.
I'm not like into birds, but when you say robin, my brain just goes, there's a human being who donates blood.
Ostriches.
Yeah.
Ostriches, yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clear out the confusion.
Yeah. Oh, I'm here for you. It's okay.
Thank
It's all good. There was an Australian gentleman called James Harrison. He used to be known as the man with the golden arm. And he saved 2.4 million babies by giving blood nearly every week for 60
Your
years.
shirt. It's got your shirt.
Oh, yes. That's you in about 10 years.
10? Shock.
Did he always go to the same place to give blood, or did he travel? You know, the biscuits are different where you go. Do you know that? In Scotland, you get a tonics tea cake. Shut
Do
up.
you?
Yeah.
Is
Which
it worth?
an amazing biscuit.
Yeah.
Just to let you know.
Yeah. If you want to know anything about British biscuits, that's the woman for you.
So yeah, I was always surprised the adverts. I was like, would you like to save a life? And I'm always like, the advert should just say, do you like biscuits? Do you fancy a sit down? Do you like tea? I'm in.
I agree.
He was an amazing guy. So his blood contained disease-fighting antibodies which fight rhesus disease. That's when the blood of pregnant women attacks their unborn babies. He was awarded the Order of Australia, which is the country's highest honour, in 1999. And he made over 1,000 separate blood donations and saved 2.4 million lives.
Wow.
I know.
Legend.
That's amazing.
Makes the rest of us look, you know, like we've done nothing.
I did it once and I was like, not again. Because
Why?
it's needles. I'm just scared of needles.
I'll just wait for one of my piles to pop and then I do that. I just like the noises. I like the noises.
Horses have type Q blood, but there's no chance they can share it with you.
I like it.
Oh, yes, it is.
Let me just explain what's happening here.
What's going on?
Have you been to a pantomime?
Oh, yeah, those things are horrendous.
Yeah.
I don't want to see 70s British people do weird things.
That's pretty much it in a nutshell. Speaking of queues, what's the worst thing about being held in a queue?
Can I put something out that happened to me that's related to choose that I think I feel like I was a bad person for doing this, but I shouldn't feel.
Don't love is that you asked my permission. Alan never bloody asks.
I'm in a new country. You guys are kicking people out. I don't know. So I was in Australia.
I did watch, but I wasn't watching. Fucking got me, man.
So we get to the dim sum.
Fucking needed on the frozen orb.
and then someone who's pregnant comes, and then they all let her go.
Oh, shit, why'd I do that?
I'm like, no,
I don't know
you
what
don't
the.
go to front. It's for dim sum. You know what I mean? Am I a bad person for not letting a pregnant woman in the front of the line for dim sum?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Dim sum.
Okay, everybody votes. Let's vote. Is that a bad thing? Yes. Yes. Hands up.
For dim sum.
Do you think it's not a bad thing?
Who says it's not a bad thing?
Oh, it's about 52-48.
But look, I mean, even in this queue here, that guy at the end clearly needs a poo. He's bought the... He's bought the roll. He's bent double, and he's still queuing.
Come on, please, can I go to the front? Please, can I go to the front?
Are you equating a woman who's pregnant with a man who needs a shit?
It's the closest we've got.
Let's talk about different kind of queue. So when you are on the phone.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
What's the worst thing about that, do you reckon?
It's when the computer doesn't get your accent. I get that a lot.
I used to ring the Odeon film line.
Oh, yeah. I used to work for them. Be careful.
The Odeon film line to find out this is going back in it.
Yeah, it is. That's the job I
Find
have.
out the times of the films. and
This is
they'd
even
say-
before DVDs.
Yes, before I'd say, which Odeon cinema are you interested in?
Yeah.
And I would say, Holloway.
Yeah.
And it would say, did you say Manchester? Every time!
Is making your stomach growl. It is said that throughout his life he was never truly sated.
There's almost no letters at the same.
He wouldn't eat. You wonder to yourself if there might be a way to feeding the old king.
Bolton, did you say Baghdad?
I can't stand the music. I can't stand when they play music.
Oh,
do you,
yeah.
when
They
you're
used
on
to,
the phone?
when I was a kid, they used to play
Yo
Kenny G
Monger,
all the time.
yo
I literally
Giant.
thought Kenny G was on the other side helping me. Just
So the thing I like about playing music on the telephone is the idea of it was discovered entirely by accident. So we're talking about the early 1960s, and there was a guy called Alfred Levy, and he discovered the whole thing by accident. His factory's phone lines developed a fault, and there was a loose wire touching a metal girder on the building, and it had turned it into a giant receiver, and audio being broadcast from a radio station next door was transmitted through the wire and could be heard on the calls which had been put on hold. And he took a patent out for the telephone hold program system, and it solved the problem of dead air. That's the bit people don't really like, is the bit where they don't really hear anything. Apparently the worst hold music ever, there was a company in 2001 called Avaya, and they did a study in the UK. They found a clothing firm specialising in larger sizes was playing fat-bottomed girls. There was a mail order company playing Hanging on the Telephone by Blondie, and a hospital played Chopin's Funeral March. I know.
do they have the thing in Britain where they call you and they try to sell you stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
They call you and they say, we're ringing you about the accident that wasn't your fault. And I say to them, how did you hear about that?
Just stood in his own piss. This has literally just happened now. This is so weird.
Are you watching me? Are you watching me?
The other thing to do is, when they say it's the accident that wasn't your fault, is to start weeping and going, it was me, and I knew you'd find out. I feel terrible.
I find the weirdest ones is even from your own bank when they ring you and they go, I just need to identify you. And you go, you rang me. Who are you, Barbara?
I had an agreement with my bank to only contact me by email because it was easier when I was on the road and stuff, and they rang me once to say if I still didn't want to be contacted on the phone.
Right, what is this not?
The Kipu?
Yes, I think they've slightly spoiled my display by naming it. The people in charge of props, a tiny little detail.
P45 being filled in at the moment.
On your way out, just be careful if you see a little elf with all its stuff. P45 in his hand. I thought I was being helpful.
anybody know where Kipu comes from?
African?
It is not.
Asian?
Are you going to go all the way around the world?
Yeah.
I'll just wait.
European?
I'm going to say Machu Picchu.
Oh, Peru.
It is from the Inca people, and this is one we've made ourselves.
Or you put around your neck?
Well, here's the thing. We don't really know what it's for, but it is currently being deciphered, and it is possible that we're about to make us like a Rosetta Stone kind of breakthrough. So the Incas, they had the biggest empire in the Americas in the 15th century. Astonishing. And they had a really wide communication system, but it was long thought that they never learned to write, which seems astonishing, because when you're having something that complicated to organise, you'd think you would need to write things down.
Is that one of them? Because I've got a theory about the writing.
So there was a poet, a Spanish poet, Garcilaso de la Vega, in 1609, and he wrote about the Incas having an admirable method of counting everything in the Incas' kingdom, including all taxes and tributes, both paid and due, which they did with knots in strings of different colours. So initially thought to be just numerical information. But the new research suggests it may actually be a form of writing, and it may contain stories and songs and records, because they all have different lengths, they all have different knots in them, they have different colours, and we just don't really know. Now, the Spanish recognised the importance of these quipus because they declared them satanic messages, and unfortunately they destroyed every example that they could find. But there is a professor of anthropology at St Andrews University, Sabine Hyland, and she's been studying them. She says they come in 14 colours, allow for 95 unique patterns, which is within the range of a writing system, and some quipus have as many as 1,500 strings.
It'd be great if you could learn it. You could pull out your earphones and be like, says banana.
There's a Harvard University anthropologist, and he discovered a Spanish census document from the 1670s, and it coincided with 6 quipus that he had in his database. And he found the Spanish document referred to 132 people, and there were 132 chords in the quipu. It is possible if we can make the two things work together. Now, what is this woman queen of? She's called Frances Lockett of Hyde.
Hyde, in Manchester.
What, does that upset you?
No, I just didn't know there was any royalty from Manchester.
I've been to Manchester, there's loads of queens, darling. What do we reckon? She's a rather fine-looking woman, Frances Lockett.
It doesn't look like a very authentic crown.
Well, it's a really sweet thing, and I don't know if we shouldn't bring it back. So from the 1920s to the 1980s, there was a tradition of crowning queens of industry. So women chosen to represent British industries, and some of them had crown jewels. So Frances was Cotton Queen, and she was an actual weaver, so she had to know all about it. And the idea grew out of the May Queen traditions, so it was promoting British industry, obviously, but it was also hoping that the practice would give the workers something to celebrate. So this is an industry day.
Out to Paris for the day?
Out to Paris, yes. Great, isn't it? So the first railway queens were crowned in the 1920s, and then the idea it spread to other ones.
Brilliant.
And there weren't really beauty contests. So Frances Lockett, when she became Cotton Queen, she had to answer technical questions. She was a weaver, and she did really know about it. And then they had to go and open events and spread the word about the industry and so on. And American companies got involved as well. The Zion Meat Company, named Jean Courtney their sausage queen during National Hot Dog Week in 1955. So we've made crowns for you because I think you all deserve them. If you want to pop them on. Now, Sarah.
Yes.
You're from South Shields?
Yes.
Right, so glassware would seem
Okay.
entirely appropriate.
Well, people have been glassed there, so that's true, no?
Jason, cotton, obviously, cotton from Manchester.
Yeah, because we're just massive on growing cress in a dark room.
Yeah. Alan's got veggie sausages, which we thought was appropriate. And Louisa, do you know why you've got a centrifuge on your head?
This is what we wear at a football game in South Africa.
Oh, it's a centrifuge, which is a scientific thing, and this is terribly pleasing. 1.6% of all exports from South Africa are centrifuges. So we just thought we'd make a hat for you.
I don't even know what a centrifuge is.
But this is mine. You're going to help
Yeah, I need to come and help you.
Come and help me. So, you may or may not know this, but I'm slightly passionate about model railways. In fact, I'm currently building one in my office at home. So
You're going to build a little mini one inside it?
Yes. So, darling, I think you have to hold it very flat, see if it'll work. But I was very pleased with the hat. Okay.
Hang on, train, calm down.
And we'll just see if it... So, hold the hat flat.
Whoa.
Well, thank you very much.
In South Africa, we wear this to a football game. It's like a helmet, and then we just paint it, and we call it a makarap.
A makarap?
A makarapa.
Macarapa.
Yeah, I thought that's what it was.
These are real. Can I have one?
They're all veggie, darling, so yes, you can help yourself. Eat your hat. Are you a veggie, darling? No.
No, but you're allowed to have them.
There was a railway queen called Janet Taylor. She once gave 8 speeches over a single weekend. The most extraordinary one, a woman called Audrey Mawson. She was a railway queen. She was sent to Russia in 1936 on a controversial peace trip to meet Joseph Stalin. Anyway, she was the second celebrity to switch on the Blackpool illuminations. Oh. I know.
Right.
I would love to do that.
When I went, it was, what's his name, who sang I Am the One and Only? Chesney Hawkes.
Oh, wow.
He turned on the Blackpool lights and then he did One and Only. And then he finished it and he went, "Thank you, Blackpool." And we said, "Thank you," because we're polite. And he said, "Merry Christmas." We said, "Merry Christmas, Chesney." He says, "Do you want another song?" And 5,000 people went, "Have you got another one?"
Right, hats away, please. Thank you very much. Here's a question about quids. Why are goods more likely to be priced at 99p rather than rounded up to quid?
Because it looks less.
It is one of the reasons. It's not the main reason.
When I used to, I had a job with
How many jobs did you have?
Oh, I've had I mean, I'm still getting away with this one. When I was, yeah. Well, I used to work for a lovely, dear old man who's no longer with us, Mr. Patel, at a local
This is like Graham Norton with the red chair, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry. I used to work for a lovely old man called Mr. Patel back when I was 16, and he had a corner shop, and everything was priced £4.23, £5.67, £8.54, and I always thought it was odd. And one day I said, "Why, why is it priced like this?" And he said, "Because it means that you have to go to the till to get change." So basically, he didn't trust me. It basically meant if it's a round number, someone could just give you a tenner and you could pocket that.
That is exactly the reason, darling.
Good old Mr. Patel.
Yes.
Oh, really? Even now with credit cards and...
Well, it used to be not so much now, it's all that contactless and so on, but in the 1870s there was an American man called James Ritchie, and he ran a saloon in Dayton, Ohio, and he noticed that some of the staff were actually pocketing money rather than putting it in the till. And then in 1878 he was travelling to Europe, and he noticed that the ship had a mechanism which counted the number of rotations made by the propellers. And he came home, his brother was a mechanic, and they built a counting machine that could track the number of transactions and so be aware if there were any inconsistencies. And they called this new machine Ritchie's Incorruptible Cashier, and they sold it to what eventually became the National Cash Register Company, and they added a cash drawer and a bell, and every transaction had to be rung through, and if you were charging 0.99,
wow,
it meant you had to go and get a penny change.
Can't believe I got that right.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm the lad on Slumdog Millionaire, and I'm like...
Also, that picture, is that me in 10 years?
But you're right as well, Sarah, because the fact is £9.99 does look less than £10, and that does play a part in it.
Because you read from the left.
Yeah, you read from the left. And 99p seems like a bargain. There was a wonderful story in the Evening Standard in 2014. They reported on a 99p shop in Barking, Essex, where everything was sold at 99p. They were trying to undercut the local pound shops. But Sam's...
Genius.
I know, it gets better though. Sam's 99p was then itself undercut when 97p knockout opened next door. And worse, promoted themselves with a sale where everything was 95p or less. Which brings brings us to the stranded bag of quavers on the end of a metal spiral that we call general ignorance. Fingers on buzzers, please. It's a lightning round after all. What does the scar on Harry Potter's head look like? Jason.
Lightning.
Lightning isn't a zigzag.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a classical lightning bolt at all. It happens so quickly, in fact, lightning, that our brains can't actually take it in. Even great artists have struggled to depict it accurately. There was a 19th century photographer from Philadelphia called William Nicholson Jennings, and he realized that lightning didn't look the way we have depicted it in paintings. And he took the world's first ever photograph of lightning on the 2nd of September, 1882, and it did look nothing like the lightning in paintings. Photographs of real lightning shows as many as 51 forks. On average, paintings only show just over 2 forks, and Harry's scar has only got 1. All we can say is that his scar looks like the International Organization for Standardization, ISO, the symbol for risk of electric shock. Yeah, anybody know what ISO stands for?
Just said it, didn't you?
Yes.
National Standards Organisation. I've been for 17 years I've been playing this game.
It's not an acronym. It's a reference to the Greek word isos, equal, chosen because the acronym would be different in every language. So it would be IOS in English, but it would be OIN in French. And the whole point of the organization is to keep things standardized.
I feel like we've glazed over a couple of times when you've said that you speak how many languages?
I speak about 5.
5's like as many as we speak collectively.
No, it's 4 more than me.
4 easily. 5 more than me.
What did you grow up speaking then? What is it?
I grew up speaking Xhosa.
Does it have clicking in it?
Yeah, like if you greet me in Xhosa, like one of my responses could be
How beautiful is that?
I'm pretty sure I've seen this one before, but there's not much on YouTube that's good for background right now, at least in my thing, so I'll have to...
I know, it's odd, isn't it?
No, but it sounds
No,
good.
very good, very good.
What would happen if you drank your pint through a straw?
You get punched in the face by the rest of the people in the pub.
Sarah's tendons pass through it, and what happens is when one of these... We're tiptoeing through our quiet episode. Pray silence for the tight-lipped Jimmy Carr, the soundless Sarah Basco, the muffled Andrew Maxwell, and the unspeakable Alan Davis. And their buzzers are all appropriately quiet. Jimmy goes.
Quiet!
Sarah goes.
Quiet!
Guaranteed to take years off your life, it's Victoria Corin Mitchell.
I've seen a lot of the QIs on YouTube, so I'm not surprised if this is a circumstance where I'm running into.
Amos. And the late Alan Davis. And their buzzers don't sound well at all. Claudia goes...
Achoo!
Wow. Victoria goes...
Oh! Literally dying.
Stephen goes...
It's my dad's car.
Alan goes... Anybody else feel the need for a mop? I've given you all some quack medicines. I would like you to persuade me to buy them. So I'm going to start with Stephen. What is your quack medicine?
It's a jar of Princess Lotus Blossoms Vital Spark.
What? What do you suppose it does?
The lotus blossoms, of course, one of the most famous flowering flowers.
I love a flowering flower.
From Japan.
Yes.
Obviously, it gives you vital sparks, energy.
Right.
Basically, a modern-day superhero supplement.
Right.
Yeah, there is a wave of superhero films at the moment. We should all embrace those.
Right.
One of the biggest ones for me last year was, of course, Black Panther. The Black Panther gets his superpowers by consuming a special herb.
Okay.
You want to just go the whole hog and just call him Ganja Man.
These were actually sold at the World Fair in 1904 by somebody pretending to be Princess Lotus Blossom, and she was trying to give men a vital spark. What might be the idea behind the pill that men might want?
Like a prompt to action.
Yes, exactly that. She was actually a woman called Violet McNeil. She was from the Midwest, and she had nothing to do with being a princess, but she claimed to be Chinese. And does anybody know why she could claim to be Chinese and nobody would know? She's put on a bit of what they used to call yellow face. I know. That's what it was called. It was called yellow face. Because the Americans had banned all Chinese people in 1882, so people didn't know what a Chinese person looked like.
They just banned them?
They just banned them. The Chinese Exclusion Act. It's a pretty clear name for an act, isn't it? We just got rid of them.
On what grounds?
Well, that there were too many of them working, and what they wanted to do was to have jobs for you know, Americans who were not Chinese. And so they got rid of them. In fact, they got rid of them until 1943, when they allowed in 105.
That's extraordinary. So
Yeah.
they didn't know she was Chinese.
No, so they didn't know she wasn't Chinese. She was this woman from the Midwest.
Hell, that's Violet. She ain't Chinese. That's Violet. Violet, what are you doing?
They're basically boiled sweets, but she told everybody that this was something that had come from a pouch in the turtle brain called the qualiqua.
Violet, where'd you get them pills?
There it is, the qualiqua. And she would say, a man who takes these pills will shout out, "Pongki," which is, she claimed, Chinese for eureka.
So these from that era, if I take a couple, will the desk rise?
You might just come through it like that. Tunneling thing, you know, in Thunderbirds.
I suddenly really want them to work. Right, let's try another one. Alan, you've got some medicine. What have you got?
Oh, well, it's Dr. Brinkley's Formula 1020.
And what do you think's in it?
I think something drawn from an animal of some sort, a bodily fluid, and then you add it to your own self. Cheaply priced and almost odourless.
Oh, well,
I'm describing myself there.
it was a distillation of goat glands.
Oh, for God's sake.
What? Yeah. Well, it wasn't actually. It was just coloured water.
The temptation to fire it at the audience is almost...
I'm glad I was looking at you. I would have thought it was Stephen. He promoted this as a distillation that would cure anything from emphysema to flatulence.
What?
Which is quite a range, isn't it, of
Yes.
diseases?
So I was quite close. Cure anything, a cure-all.
Yes, but he also looked part goat, I think.
Yes, goatee.
Yes, exactly. And goats were a big thing for him because after the coloured water, he thought something more significant is needed. And he started transplanting goats' testicles into men's scrotums.
I said, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You can't put a goat's testicle into a man's scrotum.
Well, as they discovered.
And God knows I've tried. But there's
find shelter.
Goat gland doctor, and you would select your goat, and the goat would then be castrated and the testicles inserted into the patient's scrotum.
But no, that didn't happen.
No, it did happen, and lots of people did it without checking whether he was medically qualified to do this.
Were these people, were they maybe impotent and concerned whether they could or could not have kids?
Aha!
Baby goats.
Yeah. It's better when you explain it. He went to something called Eclectical Medical College in Kansas, but he didn't actually graduate. And anyway, the college was one of homeopathy. But he became unbelievably famous as the goat gland doctor. He started his own radio station in Kansas. He became so popular that he paid for the town that he lived in to have a second post office to receive all the letters that he got. He did kill hundreds of people. And in the end, in 1939, he sued the American Medical Association. Somebody had dared to say he was a fraud, and he sued them for libel. And then when he gave evidence, it was quite clear that he was a fraud, and he was stripped of his license. He died in poverty. Don't feel bad for him. Big fan of Hitler. Right. Yeah. Had a swimming pool decorated with miniature swastikas. You know, they yeah, so.
When they castrate and sheep and goats, then the testicles just drop off and shrivel up in the sack, don't they?
Actually,
It
that's
missed?
true, because I have held a pair of ram's testicles. And
Ram's testicles?
yeah, they weren't attached to the ram at the time. I was making a series about the dictionary, and we were investigating the origins of the word codswallop.
Yep.
Because nobody quite knows where it comes from, and one theory was that it's related to cods, which is slang for testicles. And you know, television being what it is, apparently I had to explain this on camera while holding a pair of ram's testicles.
So as in cod piece?
Yeah, cods, knackers, it's a sort of common slang.
No.
Yes, and we went to a butcher's shop.
This is good.
And, no, but they're enormous.
Describe like that.
I mean...
Can I just say this is not the direction I thought this was going to go? So here's the thing, lots and lots of cures for virility, and I just got to pass this on as a piece of general knowledge. If you put Viagra in a vase of flowers, the flowers will stay erect for a week longer than normal. Right, Claudia, your medicine,
Yes?
what are you going to sell to us? Let's come
Okay.
away, shall we, from virility.
Oh, this is excellent. Theodore Roosevelt's baldness salve.
Ah!
Yeah. Might not be your head, just an area of your body where you want some more hair. Forearms, legs, hot, cool. Check me out.
Yeah.
You use this.
Right.
I use this. Yeah, before this, I didn't have hair and down. Yeah.
Well, it was sold by something called the Skolder Institute, and it was sold as something that had been used by both Roosevelt and Houdini. As it happens, both of them had recently died just before this product came out, so they couldn't say whether it was true or not. You sent samples of your hair through the post for an individual diagnosis by Professor Skolder, and he got his diagnosis from a Dominican friar. It was rather a complicated process, but a guy called Arthur J. Cramp, who was a rather tenacious member of the American Medical Association, he sent in hairs from a fox fur coat, from a Japanese wolf dog, then a woman with extremely long, lustrous hair, and finally a piece of wrapping twine. And each time he got the same response, which was that the hair was severely undernourished and needed Dr. Skolder's cure. In fact, it was Vaseline.
Yeah, but good.
Good.
But I think I did. I mean, we all want some, right?
Yes, you've sold that to us.
People have asked me whether I have experienced hair loss due to the fact that I'm wearing what is called a do-rag. I thought I'd wear it tonight to bring attention to the great British public that that is what this is.
Okay.
It's not a hat, it's not a hairnet, it's a do-rag. I get confused. People at the airport, immigration, excuse me, sir, can you take off your bonnet? And I get quite defensive. I say it's actually a do-rag.
It is a hat.
Yeah.
I mean, not to get too existential, but...
Please do.
What is a hat?
And where do we draw the line? A plastic bag?
If you put it on your head, it's a hat.
Right, Victoria,
Oh.
a cure, please.
Yes, OK, I have...
Oh, Tupperware.
Do Nothing Mitchell's Rest Cure. My guess is going to be that it's just fresh air in some...
Well, it used to be known as Dr. Diet and Dr. Quiet. And actually, this guy, that's him there holding a clinic, Dr. Silas Mitchell. He's not really a quack. But sometimes good doctors come up with kind of quacky ideas.
Look at the do-rags on them three.
But I can't go up and see if I can loot the thing atop because I don't have a fucking dragon because that fucking asshole didn't heal at all. I was taking the dragon. Why was he? Who was he healing? The dragon was on me the whole time in the second phase. He wasn't healing me at all. Fucking annoying. This shit is so annoying. Who the fuck was, like, what was he doing?
Spoon-fed, maybe get up and go to the loo. They had to drink pint after pint of milk, and they were banned from reading and writing. So Virginia Woolf did The Cure. Her doctor described it when she'd had a nervous breakdown. She writes about it in Mrs. Dalloway. Charlotte Gilman wrote The Yellow Wallpaper, which is a book about a woman going mad because of this rest cure, but it was particularly given to women, and it was thought that this would cure them of, I don't know, the hysterical idea that they wanted to work. Or read a book. Or read a book.
Think of all the laundry that's mounted up after 6 weeks.
But he was also a good doctor. He coined the term phantom limb syndrome. He, in fact, was the first reported case of something called Mitchell's disease.
We've all been there.
We know where we get the word quack from.
Ducks.
Extra point for Alan there. I think that's marvellous.
Something's going to go off.
It's quack salve. It's somebody just bragging about their ointment. There's a fantastic golden age in the United States of quackery. It's pretty much post Andrew Jackson. He was the 7th president, and he generally believed that the common man knew more than experts. So he was the Michael Gove of his day, if you like. All but 3 states repealed all their laws regarding medicine, so people were free to just go and sell whatever they like in medicine shows. I mean, Europe had them as well. We had what we called mountebanks, who used to go and sell medicines, literally climbing up onto a bench. It's Italian for mounting a bench. Right, this next question makes me all of a quiver. Why might you invest in a vibratory chair? Oh! Perfect noise for it.
Because you're furnishing your vibratory?
Oh! I want a vibratory.
It's a new room in sexy Cluedo. Go there, you get beaten to death by an Art Deco vibrator.
It's a good place to go if you're mixing something in a bowl.
Well, there is an entire museum in the United States called the Museum of Questionable Medical Devices. It's in a science museum in Minnesota. It was called the Battle Creek Vibratory Chair. It's from 1900. There it is there. It shook the patient violently to help waste pass through the intestines. It also cured headaches, apparently. It was installed in John Harvey Kellogg's sanatorium in Battle Creek. Kellogg, famous for?
Cornflakes.
Cornflakes, absolutely. He was an odd fellow. He believed that all sex was bad.
All sex?
All sex, yeah. He was married for a long time, but it said it was never consummated.
He produced huge quantities of semen.
In my chair.
I died last time doing this too.
Used as medical equipment.
Yes.
I think in the 20s, to temper the hysteria of women when they go getting ideas, you calm them down with a vibrator. And you know, some doctors I think had queues around the block. But that's again the border, isn't it, between quackery and medicine? Because it's sort of a nonsense in a way, and yet.
Well worth doing the research.
I'm not sure that isn't an urban myth. You think it is true, though?
Yes, I've been to a vibrator museum.
Where is there a vibrator museum?
In Holland. I mean, genuinely, a woman would go and see the doctor, and the doctor would perform the exercise for her. And, you know, nobody ever came out feeling worse.
You feeling better yet?
There's also, in this museum of questionable medical devices, there's a 1970s foot-operated breast enlarging pump. It looks completely... There it is. Yeah.
Oh, is that so you can be discreet under the desk?
Do you mean to pump milk out?
No. The idea was it would make your breasts larger if you pumped at them. I think one of the most horrible ads I've ever seen for a dubious medical device is for Dr. Scott's electric hairbrush, sold in the 1890s. Look at this. Dr. Scott's electric hairbrush will not save an Indian's scalp from his enemies, but it will preserve yours from dandruff, baldness, falling hair.
My
What
God.
I like is at the very bottom, it just says, valuable book, free. It came with a compass. And the compass... Yes, if you passed it over the brush, it jumped, and it's supposed to show that the brush was properly working. I mean, obviously, it just showed it had magnetized iron in it. And then there was a guy who was I think he was the kind of dean of gadget quacks, Albert Abrams. He invented lots of things, but one of the things he invented was the dynamizer. And he claimed he could diagnose any known disease with a single drop of a patient's blood, or their handwriting, or do it over the phone. A blood sample was sent to him by a member of the American Medical Association and got back a diagnosis that the patient had malaria, diabetes, cancer, and syphilis. In fact, the blood had come from a rooster. Now to a different kind of quack. What am I saying here?
Oh, adorable. I mean, it's time for tea. Get all your mallard friends. I've laid out the area.
But do not bring bread.
Yes, no, bread is very bad for ducks. That's a very good point.
Wait, what?
You mentioned mallards. Most ducks don't quack. But it is predominantly female mallards who make this particular noise. And why do you think they make it?
Is it a duck rape alarm? Because isn't that a famous thing? Consent is not big in the duck world.
No, not at all. They're nasty to each other sometimes. Yeah.
Yes, and I think the mating thing is pretty horrible. Hashtag quack quack.
They mate for life, and they're in love. I believe that. I saw it on a Valentine's card.
That's swans.
Yeah.
Yes, the sex act is a forced one for ducks.
Yeah, and they chase them down, and then they keep their face out the water by holding their neck up with a bead.
Very unpleasant.
And then they impose themselves on the female in the middle of Hampstead Heath.
It's not right. So the females give
Wait,
these
what?
lots of loud, monotonous quacks, particularly during their pre-laying period. Why might they do that?
But is it because they're fertile?
It is because they're fertile, but it isn't what you might think, which is that they're looking for a mate, because they quite often will do it when the mate is right there. Weirdly, we now think it's because they're drawing the attention of any predatory mammals who might be in the area. So what they want to do is, if the predators come, they think, not going to stay here and nest, it's not safe. And so they're actually trying to attract the very thing that might have a go at them.
Gosh, that's clever, isn't
it? It's clever, isn't it?
Yes, like leaving your car doors unlocked if you go to look round a house.
Yeah, exactly that.
Oh, they have to be weakened.
Okay, I haven't thought of doing that, but that's very clever. The other possibility, of course, is that there's already a pair of ducks there, and they're sending out a message saying, we've moved in, don't any other ducks come, because this is our place, so go away. But now, let's all have a go. You've all got a duck caller. There is a human sport of duck calling, so trying to get the waterfowl to come in order to be shot, and the best duck callers take part in a World Championship duck calling contest, which is in Arkansas every Thanksgiving.
Well, why don't we all go?
I don't know.
Why aren't we there?
I know. Let's see if we're good enough.
Oh my God. That's insufferably loud.
Only one woman has ever won. Rather pleasingly, she won in 1955 and 56. The very first person who won didn't have a duck caller at all, just made the sound with their throat. Victorian children used to make their bird callers by cutting the larynx from a recently dead goose. Yeah, and blowing through it.
Oh, thank God television was invented.
I know.
What do you think they used to do if a child had no legs? They just had to muck in.
Anyway, in 1850, there was a 12-year-old who accidentally swallowed his goose's larynx that he was blowing through, and he started honking like a goose every time he breathed. And there was a German doctor who eventually performed a tracheotomy on him, and there's a medical paper entitled "On the Removal of a Larynx of a Goose from That of a Child." Mallards quack to check for predators and avoid becoming a sitting duck. But what would you have to do to find yourself imprisoned in Reading for 2 years?
No, you sort of VA in town planning or something like that.
60 minutes. All right, get that extra intelligence. I like that.
And for a laugh, I would
28%. Oh,
it's great to be here in Reading. And I heard this woman say, "Oh, he's trying to say Reading." Well, you're here for a comedy show. I thought I was going to be imprisoned because I couldn't pronounce Reading correctly.
I was on a bus not very long ago, and I was going past the pub, and there was a sign outside. I thought it said reading versus, and I couldn't read the bottom bit because there was somebody standing in the way, and I thought reading versus
colouring in.
Colouring in, all right.
Singing.
Yes. Anyway, it turned out to be football, and it was Reading versus. Who would Reading play, darling?
Another team.
Pretty much the amount of interest I paid to it. So come on, what would you have to do?
Oscar Wilde, Reading Jail.
It is not connected to Oscar Wilde. There's a special quarantine centre there.
Is there?
In Reading.
Nits.
Yeah. No. There is the International Cocoa Quarantine Centre in Reading, part of the University of Reading. There are lots of terrible diseases that chocolate can get. Frosty pod, witch's broom.
I knew they did silly courses in Reading. I knew.
Well, these are really serious, Alan, because they can destroy up to 40% of the crop every year. And so when cocoa plants are transported from one country to another, it's very important to make sure that the diseases are not moved with them. And so chocolate plants will spend 2 years in Reading being
Relaxing.
Relaxing,
Relaxing,
being cloned,
hanging out.
tested, hanging out.
Yeah.
If they're healthy after 2 years, then they can go on to their destination. But otherwise, they are kept in quarantine. But do you know why it's in Britain?
Is there some kind of per capita thing where we're the biggest chocolate consumers?
No, it's really simple. The weather's so bad that the diseases wouldn't possibly survive out.
It's one of the major perks of living here.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, why might you quarantine 5 million people?
Wales.
5 million people, largest quarantine in history. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to tell you 1918.
Was it the flu?
Yes, flu epidemic. The whole of Australia was quarantined in 1918. The flu epidemic, pandemic, started in the USA and in Europe, and the Australian government decided to quarantine the entire country. All ships were intercepted, all forced to moor offshore and see if any symptoms developed. The flu did eventually get through, but it wasn't anywhere near as bad as it could have been. I mean, still very bad. 40% of the country got flu, 15,000 people died. However, if you put that against the rest of the world, 50 to 100 million people died of the flu, and there were 500 million cases. And tragically, the celebrations at the end of the First World War helped to spread it, because people who'd been keeping in their houses suddenly came out to celebrate, and then the flu was passed from one person to another. Anybody know why it was called the Spanish flu? It started in the United States and probably in France as well. It's one of those weird things where the censors didn't want anybody to write about the fact that there was a flu epidemic because they thought it would cause panic. But you could write about it being in Spain, because Spain was neutral and not part of the war. So we just blamed the Spanish. Not only not fighting, but now they've given us flu.
That's a really good fact.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, because they didn't want to get into the war, but they blamed them. That makes a lot of sense, dude. People are can be super petty.
Rocks. Lumps of Uluru or Ayers rock is sometimes taken by tourists, and then they feel really guilty about it, and they post them back to the park rangers. Yeah, they get about one a day. The largest ever returned weighed 32 kilos. Somebody has taken a 32-kilo
But also, don't you find when you're on holiday, you buy stuff that's inappropriate?
Yeah.
You go, oh, a Stetson. I'm going to live in a Stetson.
Yeah.
Because I'm in Texas. And then
Yeah.
you go home and you go, why?
Yeah. But the worry is that there's a small threat of pathogens being introduced through the rocks, and so they actually put the rocks in a neutral area. Would you like to meet Vomiting Larry?
No.
What? Have you got a thing about
I've
vomit?
just closed my eyes. You continue.
No, we're not actually going to show vomit. We're just going to talk about it a lot.
Oh, I thought somebody called Larry was just going to come and
Bum, ba, 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 da.
Volcano or some kind of weird beetle or something.
It's not a volcano. It is a humanoid simulated vomiting system developed by UK's Health and Safety Laboratory in Derbyshire by researcher Dr. Kat Magnuson Booth. And there is Kat, and there is Vomiting Larry, right?
Hello. Sorry.
Kat, I believe that Larry can vomit on command. Why would you invent such a thing?
So
So we're looking at infection transmission, so we want to identify how far vomit spreads so that we can help clear it all back up again and prevent transmission of fluid. I kind of wish he was full though now so we could get Alan back for it.
Yes, feeding you with goat gland. Presumably, I'm going to guess it's further than we think the little pool of vomit.
Yeah, it'd kind of fill with all the droplets and splash most of this bit of the studio.
No. Wow.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to see it, so when you come to clean up the main bulk, you'd stand in it, spread it everywhere.
So you're just carrying on, even when you think you've cleaned it all up?
Yeah, yeah.
Why is he called Larry?
Because the head of the system's called Airway Larry. So it's for when medical students are practicing laryngoscopies.
Yeah,
so I think that's where the Larry is.
But do the medical students not provide enough vomit? I mean...
But they can't do it on command, so, you know.
It needs to be 1, 2, 3, go. Yeah. Like that. Okay, so now, we can't have Larry actually vomit, you'll be very pleased to know.
Oh.
However...
Come on, Lauren.
We do have a film of Larry. We're going to have the film without sound, but if any of you lovely people would like to join in and create the sounds that you imagine Larry might make, then help yourselves.
Why, of course.
Yeah, let's have it.
You only had to ask one.
Here we go.
It's coming out of my arse as well. You know when you're being and you can't turn around quick enough because you know it's gonna. Oh no! Oh God! Flutter, me.
I'm so sorry, Larry. The norovirus, presumably, one of the things that you've been
Run away.
Yeah, that's the key thing we're looking at. So it's really infectious, can be infected with 10 viruses, and you can have kind of 1,000 million in a litre of fluid. So really transmissible.
It's like the Ferrari of the virus world.
Definitely.
This is actually the norovirus here, isn't it? Well, thank you so much for bringing Larry in. Dr. Kat Macson-Booth. Here's the thing, they found the world's oldest vomit. They found it in Peterborough.
Around the back of the Weatherspoon.
Yes. Can I guess how old it is?
4,000 years.
Older than that?
Is it a fossil?
160 million years, and it was this creature here. And
Wait, what?
So that's an ancient marine reptile. And this is where vomit becomes exciting. This is where it is actually scientifically very exciting.
Best sentence I've ever heard.
I know. We now know that
I didn't get
behave
prompt
much as sperm
at all.
whales do today. They would eat shellfish whole, and then they would vomit up the indigestible shells because that would otherwise rip their intestines. So we've learnt a huge amount just from that. It's a funny thing, vomit. There's an extraordinary story. Remember Ted Hughes, the poet? There's a story. There's a woman who met him, found him so physically attractive at a party that she had to leave and vomit.
No.
Is that one of his stories?
Yeah.
She was quite overcome by my attractiveness. She went up there and threw up.
What the fuck? I didn't get a prompt at all, dude.
I had a went to a really good party, and on my way home, I was on the tube, and it was on the, you know those old litter boxes, and I had one of those like, oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, ooh, and everything came out, but there was no bottom on the bin. Filled my shoes.
I love the things that scientists discover. Apparently they only discover that flu can travel between different species after a ferret sneezed in the scientist's face. 1933. Now, here's another question to make you queasy. What happened when Michelangelo took his socks off?
Oh, don't say some of his foot came away.
Oh, no.
Oh. Apparently he didn't wash, but his skin used to come off if he took his clothes off. So this is thought to be a portrait of him by Raphael. It's a sort of having a go at him. Raphael was a kind of a young buck, and Michelangelo was quite old by then. and he has Michelangelo playing Heraclitus, sort of the weeping, grumpy philosopher, because Michelangelo was incredibly grumpy. But according to Michelangelo's biographer, he wore stockings of dog skin constantly for months together, so that when he took them off, the skin of the leg often came away with them. I know.
He
Ooh.
was very busy.
I mean, he was incredibly busy.
How long did the Sistine ceiling take?
Well, it took years and years and years, and he wrote that he constantly had his beard to heaven. He used to talk about the brush is always above my face, my haunches are grinding into my gut, and my poor ass strains to work as a counterweight. Actually, there's a really fascinating thing about Michelangelo that they've fairly recently discovered, that you can probably tell a Michelangelo sculpture. So if you take something like the Rothschild
I'm pretty sure I've listened to this show too, episode.
That's how you can find that it's a Michelangelo. The first thing is that the first and second toes are splayed in the figure. He always depicts the abdomen as not having a six-pack but an eight-pack, and he gives his sculptures unruly pubic hair. And the suggestion is that one of his favourite models must have had all of those attributes, the toes and the eight-pack and the unruly pubic hair.
I wouldn't say that's unruly.
Well, it's not had a comb, has it? I like that that's now what we're all looking at.
It was what we were all looking at anyway.
The milk tray man's let himself go.
Michelangelo used to get his marble from the Carrara quarries in Tuscany. He used to visit the quarry and pick the exact piece of marble that he wanted.
And David, that was discarded, nobody wanted.
That's absolutely right. In fact, you should have an extra point for that, because it had been discarded by two previous artists.
Yes.
Agostino di Tuccio and Antonio Rossellino, they both had tried, and the trouble with it is that it's not actually very good marble. And one of the reasons why we know this, there was a guy who was smashed a bit of David's toe off, and they've now been able to analyse the splinters from that. There's a guy called Piero Canata. But you're absolutely right, the David is unfortunately made of not such good stuff. Now, Alan, why might I siphon 4 gallons of gas up your bottom?
How did you get a photograph of that?
We're talking about hydrogen.
Is it going to have an enema effect? Is it a colon cleanser?
It is a medical thing.
Is it flammable?
It is exactly flammable, and that's why it matters. Yeah. This is not exactly.
Oh, wait, you're actually going to do it?
Yeah. There was an American medical surgeon who was called Nicholas Sen, and he came up with a system for checking whether you'd been shot in the guts. So one of the things they would do is they would pump hydrogen up your backside and then set fire to the gas as it escaped from the wound in your stomach. So we're talking about the late 19th century. It was a huge problem for surgeons to work out whether a wounded patient had their intestinal canal pierced by a bullet.
Can't you just put them underwater like an inner
Yes.
tube?
If you did the surgery and it wasn't necessary, it could kill somebody. So they needed to work it out. And so he came up with this system. It was called rectal insufflation of hydrogen gas. It's a bit like a plumber looking for a leak in a
5,
gas pipe.
4,
If it had
3,
gone in,
2,
it escaped through the
1.
hole. And he did try it.
If there was no hole, they would just explode.
Yes. Well, he did try it on several dogs first, to the point where their intestines ruptured. So, I know. But then he decided to try it on himself. And he
Stop
had a system to
attacking.
pump 6 litres of gas up his bottom. Can I just read this, because it's awful. He found that the escape of air or gas from the rectum was prevented by an assistant pressing the margins of the anus firmly above the rectal tube.
Stop attacking.
It never really caught on.
It's quite clear that the entire thing was devised because he fancied his assistant.
Also, sometimes I think with these stories about research, it's going to just get to the end of a long day. And I think, let's see what happens if you stick a load of hydrogen up your arm.
But there are lots of self-experimenters. There was a guy called Dr. Stubbins Firth, and he was fascinated by how yellow fever was transmitted. But, I mean, slightly bonkers. He wanted to prove it wasn't contagious. So he did things like, he dribbled infected
Target you.
vomit into a cut on himself. I know, he put it into his own eyes. He tried frying the vomit from the yellow fever patient and inhaling the fumes. And then he also sat in a vomit sauna. Who knew there was such a thing? He didn't catch it, because you can only get it, of course, if it goes straight into the bloodstream, like by a mosquito, which wasn't discovered until 6 decades after he died. He died when he was 36. It doesn't say of what.
Take your pick.
Yeah. And in In 2004, there was a biologist called David Pritchard. He allowed 50 hookworm larvae to burrow into his skin, and he wanted to see if the infestation could fight hay fever and asthma. So he applied a dressing. I know, it's horrible. A dressing with pin-sized hookworm larvae. They're like sort of maggots on the surface of meat, and he said the itch when they cross through your skin is indescribable. But here is the thing, it worked. That for some reason the worms somehow seem to switch off the immune system.
Oh, yeah, okay, so he didn't have hay fever, but he had worms inside his arm. That's not better. I had pins and needles. I shot my foot off, so that worked.
Some people go a little bit too far. I think that's enough from the annals of medical history. Sick puppy that is general ignorance. So tell me, what's the technical name of the first patient in a disease outbreak?
Keith. Oh, the audience will know. What is it?
Honest spoke isn't always a parrot like around, you know, which is the sad thing.
See, you fell into that trap immediately. No, it's the index case or index patient. People do think that it's patient zero, and actually it's based on a mistake. So the very first time that was given was to a man called Gaetan Dugas, who was a French-Canadian flight attendant who allegedly contracted HIV in Haiti, and he spread it allegedly to lots of men during his lifetime. And he wasn't referred to as patient zero, he was patient O, and the O stood for outside California. But people now think that it was patient zero. While we're on the origins of disease, can you name someone who had Lou Gehrig's disease?
Lou Gehrig.
It turns out he may not have had it.
He was a baseball player, wasn't he?
He was a New York Yankees baseball player. He died in 1941, and even though it's named after him, the chances are he didn't have it. It's most likely that he had some kind of brain trauma brought on by the long-term effects.
Very, very tight cap.
Of concussion. So Lou Gehrig's disease is actually motor neurons disease. It's also known as ALS. It's a specific disease which causes the death of neurons controlling voluntary muscles. It became famous actually with the Ice Bucket Challenge. Yeah. They raised £90 million in just 1 month with the Ice Bucket Challenge. Which is cleaner, the gents or the ladies? Yeah.
I mean, I haven't used that enough.
No.
We all agree. Yeah.
Talk about fortunate. Literally right here.
I mean, come on. So there was a study at the University of Arizona, and apparently ladies' loos are germier. Why might that be, do you think?
Because we chat in there for quite a long time.
We spend longer in there, but also we take children in.
Oh.
You know, crazy germ parents.
How are those two floating through the doors?
That is slightly disturbing, isn't it? Women wash their hands a lot more than men. Men less likely to wash their hands at sporting venues. They had a study at Turner Field Baseball Stadium in Atlanta. Men wash their hands just 65% of the time when they're at a sporting venue. I don't know how this works. It says here the study involved researchers discreetly observing.
I would say it's considerably less than 65% of men.
Oh, would you say?
Wash their hands after they've had a wee at the arse. I think there's about 5 of us who use those two. In fact, in the old Wembley Stadium, you go to wash your hands and then usually be about 6 blokes pissing in the sink.
Either of you ladies think that it's worth putting down toilet paper on the seat?
No.
No, because you slide off.
Not the time.
Yeah.
Can't go. I'll be out in a minute. Yeah. Have fun with my friends. Don't worry, we'll see the fireworks another time.
Every time I've ever used a public loo, I've always stood there going, what are they doing in there?
I got a few perfect.
Is that
Hopefully
what
I
it
don't
is? Sort of crocheting their own seat.
No, but here's the good news. It's a complete waste of time. The toilet seat is designed to not keep bacteria on it, whereas toilet paper, unbelievably absorbent. The squatting?
Well, I'm more inclined to hover myself.
Yes, so hovering, also a bad idea. Well, the pelvic floor muscles can't relax, and so your bladder doesn't fully empty.
It's also a waste of a superpower.
Apparently the only way you can get really, really sick in a public lavatory is licking the toilet seat.
Oh.
I'm just saying, that's what they've discovered.
All been there.
It turns out that the gentlemen's lavs are cleaner than the ladies', despite the smell. After you've been drawn, hanged, and quartered, how many parts do you end up in?
Quartered would suggest, what is it?
Is it 4?
It is 5. Why is it 5?
So they put your head somewhere else?
Head, yeah, absolutely. So it's your head plus the 4 quarters of your body. What used to happen sometimes is that the various body parts could be spread all over the country. So William Wallace, after his execution, his 4 quarters were sent to Newcastle, Berwick, Perth and Stirling, but his head remained on London Bridge. And there used to be a thing called the Keeper.
Wait, didn't they say he wasn't real?
300 years, the London Bridge Gatehouse was home to the Keeper of the Heads, and his job was to display the traitors' heads to good effect, take down the old ones. You know, keeping that. Oh, that one's looking a bit tired. Take that one down.
Maggoty.
But also, some of them were higher than others. If you had died as a rather senior nobleman, your head on a pole would go higher.
Quite right, that's quite right.
Yes, quite right. The junior one.
I hope you're going to put that at a very high...
Everybody worried about being quartered because you couldn't have a Christian burial. So under the 1752 Murder Act and the 1832 Anatomy Act, it ruled that criminals could be sentenced to dissection as a punishment, because it meant that you could no longer go to God at the belly.
That's really recent, isn't it? I mean, they're not far off finding penicillin then.
No, I know. It's about the age of my house. Strange. All of which brings us to the cruel and unusual punishment of the scores, coming in first with surgical precision. Oh my goodness, with 8 points. It's Stephen! In second place, it's Alan. Seven actual points. And in third place with -5, Victoria. -6, it's Claudia. But Claudia is not last. In last place with -10, it's the audience. Which means I only have to thank Claudia, Stephen, Victoria, and Alan, and I leave you with this quirky quotation from George Carlin. Isn't it a bit unnerving that doctors call what they do practice? Thank you, and good night.
Ugh. There we go. Get the hell out of here.
Wading through a quagmire of queues. Rather than muddy the waters, let's plunge right
Oh, that's embarrassing.
up to her neck in it. It's Sally Phillips. Getting bogged down. It's Sindhu V. Absolutely swamped. It's Aisling B. And the very embogiment of QI. It's Alan Davis. Let's admire their quagmires. Sally goes. That's nice. Sindhu goes. I've had weekends like that. Aisling goes. Wow. So many things come to mind that I'm not going to say.
The only one thing, really.
Alan goes.
Giggity, giggity.
Quagmire? You don't know Quagmire?
No.
It's a character from Family Guy.
You not watch Family Guy?
No.
Okay. Let's get stuck into some questions. What's old, cheesy, and found in the Bog of Allen? It's a good picture.
This has kind of blown my mind.
Why?
Because I'm from the Bog of Allen. And I don't mean where I'm from in Ireland. I mean, like, in Ireland where I'm from. Yeah, me English is great. I mean, like...
I'll translate as you go through. What she's trying to tell you is about her native place.
It's not just any part of Ireland. It's actually a real part of Ireland, very close to to take school tours
to the Bog of
Allen.
So it's County Kildare.
Kildare.
Yep.
Okay. And we didn't realise how special it was growing up. But it's hashtag real special.
Because?
Just because of its bogginess. I just realised I didn't take anything in on the day when we
Okay, that's not really what I'm looking for.
Okay.
It's one of the unique places where you can find something.
A cheesy thing.
Cheesy thing, yes.
Did you used to
Dairy
throw
thing.
cheese wheels into the Bog of Allen?
That's where my baby bills went. My
Yogurt.
Keep going in the dairy thing.
Butter.
Butter. It's bog butter. What? Bog butter. So this is actual butter buried.
Ah, good timing.
7-year-old will be on the floor laughing.
Queuing up for DPS this way is so good, man. It's so good.
There is a guy on
I'm so
YouTube
happy it's
who
like this
has a
now.
whole channel devoted to flushing different things down the toilet.
Seriously?
Yeah. Soft cheese, cheesy puffs, like a whole beef Wellington. I let it flush. Yes, it does.
So I don't know what I'm more worried about. That channel exists or that you're watching
You're the
it.
only subscriber.
Sally, is he single?
And reader, I married him.
I want to know how you crossed the bog as school children. Did you go in planks?
Do you know what? There were actually planks. And I remember one time we also went on a retreat that we had to cross it in the dead of night. It was a Catholic retreat now, so I think it was trying to make us feel a bit like Jesus did or something.
The story of Jesus in the bog is one that's not often
I
told.
know, but Sally, you don't just immediately walk on water.
No.
You have to build up to it.
Anyway, butter.
Butter.
Butter buried in cloth or sometimes in barrels and left there. And some of it has been there for as long as 2,000 years, so clearly been forgotten. Still edible.
Sorry, who
Alan, yes. Because the cold temperatures, because of the high acidity and the lack of oxygen, it actually decomposes extremely slowly and makes our sell-by dates look rather ridiculous, frankly. Now, the question is, why did people decide to bury their butter in the bog?
To stop the British stealing the butter.
Oh, fuck me.
Is a really good reason. What else?
To preserve it.
Yeah, preserve it, particularly in the summer months.
Putting stuff in mud is a really good preservation thing. When I was young in the summer, my mother would make yogurt and say, go and put it in the mud. And then you forget. She'd say, bring the yogurt. Then you would leave and try and get someone to adopt you because...
Couldn't remember where it was.
Yeah, I lost the yogurt because that would be it. So you would just leave the house.
That's how you've ended up with us.
That's how I'm here.
Okay.
Did you have any bog people come out of the Bog of Allen?
There were. He went to school with us for 7 years.
Denmark has shed loads of dead people in the bogs. In fact, one of the best preserved bog bodies was a Dane, a guy called the Tolland Man.
Yes.
And actually, if you notice, that is extraordinary. Quite often, corpses like this were found with incredible signs of violence. Hanged, beaten, strangled, stabbed. And I don't mean one of those four, I mean all of them.
And then thrown in the bog.
Yes, really, really dead.
That is what you call overkill.
Yeah, well, it is actually, that is the technical term, it's called overkilling.
But then, Sandy, can I ask if we know that people are being tortured and then thrown into bogs? What kind of school takes children on a bog?
An Irish Catholic school. May I introduce you to the nuns? That's all you need of what Jesus went through for all
Interrupt.
you kids. None will have any butter for this roll.
So yes, you can get it wrapped in cloth.
Interrupt.
Barrels. And there's a guy called Brian Callow, we actually spoke to him. He created bog butter in an experiment at the Bog of Allen. He only kept it for 18 months in the bog, which I think is not really long enough. It should be 2,000 years at the minimum. He says it has an earthy flavour, not unlike Parmesan cheese. Apparently it's very good on popcorn. In Wales, they came up with a completely different thing to do with bogs. Any idea?
I know this because I play a part who's the head of the Welsh Tourist Board and they do bog snorkeling.
Yeah, it was conceived in the 1970s in a pub, curiously.
Something's got hold of him.
My God, dude. Took forever to proc.
He's not alone in that water, is he? Number one and number two are, but they're under the water.
It's essentially a swimming race. It takes place in a muddy trench in the Wine Reef Bog. And contestants have to swim 110 metres through the marsh wearing a mask snorkel.
They have to.
But have a look, because some of them, I think, haven't really got the hang of it. You know, your basic snorkeling. I think this guy using a snorkel. About 3% of the world's surface is covered in peat. It's a fantastic carbon sink. It stores twice as much carbon as all the forests in the world. So we might go to that.
But like, I think there's a famine museum on it, you know, for kids. You go around all these places looking at people being like, there's a famine. And
You know, in India, we just
and you find the real.
we just take our kids and say, see that? Get good grades in math. See that?
Very immersive, that.
Very immersive.
To keep your butter fresh, you might want to think outside the box. Here's a tastier question. Where does corn come from?
Oh, yes. No, I do know this for a fact. Mo Farah makes it.
Do you eat it, Alan? Is it part of
Yes,
your-
I eat
yeah?
both.
Do you know where it comes from?
Sainsbury's, I get it from. Isn't it a fungus?
It is. It's a mycoprotein. So it's made entirely.
Wait, what? How did I rat spell activate while I was using rap? What?
Corn, because if you said here's some microfungi, nobody would eat it.
Well, here's the most delicious pieces of irony. It's named after one of the UK's biggest hunts. Yeah. I would say that very carefully. The hunt used to take place at Horn, Leicestershire. A very good friend of mine, who was an MP and was an absolute fanatical huntsman, but it is a village. And in 1920, Horn Specialist Company of Leicester registered. They did custard patties, sauces and stuff.
It's a vegetarian thing.
It is a vegetarian thing.
It's when you're vegetarian and you say vegetarian, they start presenting you with this stuff.
Cool, I'm glad it procced on my very last spot.
Corn hamburger, and you're like, I've never eaten a hot dog or a hamburger. Can I just have like a tomato? That's enough for me. Spare me.
But you must have hell in Denmark because the Danes don't understand the vegetarians.
Oh, the first time I went to Denmark, I was going to meet my future in-laws, and my husband was like, "Oh, let's go to McDonald's." So we was a drive-in, and then he said to the guy, and that time I understood no Danish, so he just leaned over and I heard, and I know.
That's what I have a funny feeling you're not going to win this evening.
That's what I heard. And I won't say what the lady said back. She just said something Danish. And then she made two Big Macs. My husband's in the box, and she took mine, opened it, threw out the
Croc. Croc.
And she was so
Fucking Christ.
And my husband's like, yeah, I'm sorry, we're so happy about vegetarianism.
But in 2004, the corn hunt tried to register their name.
Well done. You're going to slip up in a minute.
I know.
Oh, wait.
I know. So the hunt from corn tried to register their name for a range of non-food stuff, so they couldn't because Smiley Foods objected and said they might be adversely affected by being associated with a hunt, and they won. So on the vegetarian food, we each have a vegan sausage roll. Don't get overexcited with normal out on the budget today. How is that, Ashley? It's really good. Okay, so it contains half your recommended daily salts. It has more calories than a McDonald's cheeseburger. And palm oil. The farm oil is responsible for 80% of the world's deforestation between 1990 and 2008.
How is it still legal?
I'm so tired. I'm so tired of having to man up constantly. And I know they want to keep running, but fuck that.
Are affecting climate change. According to the UN, it makes up 18% of the world's total, so that's more than cars and planes and all other forms of transport put together. So you've got the direct emissions, you know, you're burping and you're farting from your cows. But then there's all the land clearing and all the feed production, food manufacturing, fertilizer production for animal feed, pumping water for animals to drink, refrigerating the meat. A third of all fossil fuel produced in the US goes towards animal agriculture.
Yeah, and also back to soya. A lot of people are like, oh, don't use soya milk, it's bad for the environment. But most of soya that's grown is for cattle feed, not for veggie options and
Except that
milk and stuff.
I started drinking soy milk because everybody said it's really good for you. I got kidney stones.
You have to have almond milk, but almond milk takes 1 million gallons of water to grow one almond.
So almond milk is not good for the environment because I don't want to shock anyone, but it's a very thirsty nut. The almond. Oat milk is the best one. Oat milk is the most sustainable of all the alternative milks. But this this is not a joke. It does take ages to milk an oat. The science of it is really new. So they've actually only developed the process to make oat milk in the last 7 or 8 years. I think in either New Zealand or Norway, but they can't keep up with the demand.
Something that starts with N.
Yeah, exactly.
Nigeria.
Oat milk comes from Sweden.
Exactly. So Sweden is very much the love child of New Zealand and Norway.
So that's how the Swedes see it. Corn gets its name from a famous hunt. Who searches for scollops around a bunny hole?
See, now you've nearly said bollock.
Is it Hugh Hefner?
We are using historical slang from Cornwall. I can tell you that a hollybubber might search for scollops around a bunny hole. So Cornwall, what's Cornwall?
Pixies.
Pixies, I love that.
Crabs.
Tin. It is quarrying. We are in the world of quarrying. Scollops are small pieces of stone which you might find around the edge of the quarry. The bunny hole is pretty simple, actually. It's just the entrance to the mine or the quarry. And the hollybubber is someone who makes a living collecting these stones. So,
Watch your feet.
Hollybubbers, scollops and bunny holes. Can you work out if any of these pieces of quarrying slang might be used?
Watch your feet.
There they are. Anybody want to make a sentence out of one of those words?
Dumblehole is the online porno name that Dumblehole
Watch your feet.
Lego's the most fun you can have with plastic.
Let go of me knob, you Dumblehole.
Watch your feet.
Or I'll thrust you in the breast.
Yeah, there you go. They're wonderful words. To knob is to remove protruding
Watch your feet.
stone.
No, just...
Throstle breast is any kind of stone which has got a sort of spotted appearance.
Watch your feet.
Dumblehole, Swedish, it's a derelict.
Watch your feet.
That's no longer in use. And Lego
Watch your feet.
is word for a fort.
Oh my god, I hate this fight.
Of course, comes from the Latin meaning to make square. It's a place where square blocks of stone.
Watch your feet.
Biggest stone ever quarried. Is the right
It
answer.
rolled down the hill and landed on Wile E. Coyote.
No, it was too heavy to move. The largest stone ever quarried. It was found in Lebanon in 2014. It was named the stone
Good time to grab
of a
some.
pregnant woman. It weighs 1,650 tons, which is the same as 500 elephants, or 8.25
Camels.
Brontosaurus. Blue whale.
blue whales.
I find it very offensive that something that's big and huge and can't be moved is called pregnant woman.
Yeah.
Why can't it just be called fat man?
The theory about the pregnant woman stone is that women who touched it were more likely to get pregnant. There is a Fat Man Mountain in Montana.
Then I think that's fine.
How can they say it's the biggest stone ever? Surely that would be the Earth.
It's the biggest stone quarried. The biggest stone quarried. So it had probably been cut 2,000 years ago. It was intended for a nearby temple of Jupiter, but it was so big they never were able to move it. So you can see it has actually been cut. It's not just a random bit of earth.
Okay, yeah.
It is. I mean, there is a very large stone that was moved. The largest one ever moved was called the Thunderstone. It was commissioned by Catherine the Great to go under a statue of Peter the Great, called the Bronze Horseman. And legend has it that thunder actually originally split the rock. It weighed 1,500 tons. I like this. It's about 8 times the weight of a bungalow. It took 400 men 9 months to move it 6 kilometers. The workers had to, love it, dig it out of a bog. And they basically invented the precursor to the ball bearing. So it was a system of small bronze spheres on which it slid over the ice to get it to St. Petersburg. And they had to keep dismantling the track behind it and laying it out in front. It's an astonishing piece of rock. I'm very fond of Catherine the Great. I think she's rather fine.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I know about Catherine the Great is that she had sex with a horse.
Oh my God.
I think that's literally the only thing. I know it's probably not true.
No, it's not true at all. It's a horrible, scurrilous thing people said about her. But she did get rid of her husband and rule alone. She's rather marvellous. I mean, almost certainly had him assassinated.
So I've swallowed the patriarchal gossip. The rumour they're trying to... Okay.
Yeah.
The whole shagger.
She didn't have her horse lowered onto her in a stable.
Sally, you've really thought about this, haven't you? gossip, right? But I did hear. Basically, she got some guy right to come. I've only heard this from Deborah, right? So I don't know if it's true or not. But they basically lowered a horse.
Is it down here?
She's really
Can't
nervous
remember.
her husband left, so basically that's all I heard, but I don't know if it's true.
Isn't it extraordinary in history? That is the thing that people will say about her.
Yeah.
And not actually that she was an extraordinary ruler and she managed to move that big rock. Right, quarries. We're going back to quarries. They can be rather dangerous places, especially abandoned ones, because they look rather inviting. So there was a quarry, a disused one in Buxton. And this is not it, actually, but it had bright blue water and it attracted lots of swimmers. But it gets its colour from the caustic alkaline chemicals in the rock. It gives it a really high pH. So it's got a pH of 11.3. So if you imagine bleach has got a pH of 12.3. Yeah, painful rashes is what you're going to end up with. And they put signs up. People don't want to read signs. People kept going, yay, blue water. And in the end, in 2013, the council opted to dye the water black. And people went, oh, yeah, I'm good. I'm not going to go in there. And no matter how attractive they may look, stay away from Dumble holes. It's like a lesbian advice night.
We should do a feature. Yeah. Lesbian advice. Holes to steer clear of. Number one, the Dumble hole.
You could have like a prog rock band with like a really sexy girl going like, "Don't go down to the Dumble hole. Stay away from the Dumble holes."
I like the idea of Alan hosting a lesbian advice.
I'll say other advice is available.
Right, okay, here we go. How can I be certain I'm not drunk right now?
Oh, it's very hard.
You know the whole smelling toast thing? Like, how do I know if I'm having a stroke? Like, one of the things is you smell toast. Yes. So, if you work in a breakfast buffet, it must be very difficult to know if you're having a stroke. You smell chips, or you taste the need for chips, or a kebab, maybe?
My body became a microbrewery.
What?
Yeah. So I felt terrible and a bit woozy all the time.
Was that just like a terrible yeast infection?
Yes. In my brain. I had thrush in my brain.
What?
Which made me drunk. Yeah, I went to... I went to Mexico with Oxfam. They used me as a kind of test run for Coldplay. And I went around, and everywhere I went, people would kill a chicken and cook it in a bin, rolled in cocoa, and I would eat it politely. And naturally, I got incredibly ill and was hospitalised with salmonella. And for many months after that, I had like chronic fatigue syndrome, and no one could work out what was wrong. There was tests everywhere, and it turned out that it was yeast in my brain.
Oh my God,
yeah,
so
so
you sourdough in your head.
Yeah, I was making my own alcohol. I just pissed.
Wow. Oh, but did you feel pissed?
I suppose I did, in retrospect, but I didn't think I was because I wasn't drinking.
To be honest, Sally, you were great fun at the time.
I was very easy.
Can I just say that none of this is where I was heading with that? The whole question is about quartz. Right? Yeah, about quartz, specifically amethyst.
What was the question again?
How can I be certain
Watch your
I'm not
feet.
drunk right? And the answer
Watch your feet.
amethyst. So it's a violet version.
Watch your feet.
Anglican bishops traditionally wear an amethyst ring to remind themselves that they
Yes. And I can tell you now that Mama's been drinking and... Yeah.
Why do you wear it, Dan? Just because you think it's pretty? Or...
No, I basically grew up a Catholic, shunned Catholicism because I was like, that magic isn't real, and then immediately replaced it with all sorts of like lady magic, like crystals and psychics and crystal healers and energy healers, and reading my star signs instead of the news.
The belief that amethyst keeps you sober dates back to antiquity. It comes from the ancient Greek word amethustos. It translates as not intoxicated. What's interesting to me is that you have something that's ancient, comes originally from the Greeks, and then goes into traditional religion. So bishops traditionally wear the amethyst ring to remind them that they are not drunk, that they are filled with the Holy Spirit, is the idea. And it later reminded them to not become drunk with power. I mean, it is an absolutely beautiful thing.
It's very, I mean, I do believe in the power of colour and holding something external to yourself and energy. Because if you look at what powers
bishop can tell how squiffy he is by taking a look at his ring. But why would a Scotsman want a glass bottom?
You can see through a glass bottom.
You can. Why might you want to see through a glass bottom? We are in a particular kind of drinking done in Scotland.
Whiskey drinking?
Yes, what might you drink whiskey out of in Scotland?
Tumbler.
It's a special kind of cup called a quig. What? It's called a quig.
Oh.
It's a shallow cup. It's used traditionally to drink whiskey, often made with a glass bottom.
That normally has mango chutney in it.
Okay, so there's some thought that Bonnie Prince Charles supposedly liked to see through the base of his cup, just in case his enemies were up to anything.
And still use your eyes, I think.
Yeah, so we thought it'd be great to let everybody have
Some
a drink.
whiskey.
Yes,
please.
So, I'm very pleased with this. It is Toxvig's finest whiskey. There you go.
This is the most like rock and roll QI's ever been.
No, there you go. Score.
Come on, open
Go for
the
it.
lid.
Can it launch it?
Cheers. Cheers.
Another way that you might do a drink in Scotland.
You might do a drink.
Yeah, well, have a drink. Have a drink.
Yeah, let's do a drink.
Take a drink, everybody. Why might you drink it over water? Why might you toast over water in Scotland?
Some sort of superstition.
So we're talking 1688 when it begins?
Bonnie Prince Charlie
Okay,
involved.
so it's the Stuarts.
Usually is.
Stuarts are exiled to France. The supporters in Scotland want the king to return. He is over the water, and so you toast over the water.
Toast over the water.
And in fact, the desire to suppress the spirit of rebellion in the Jacobites was so strong that finger bowls were reportedly banned at court from 1746 until 1905. They were still worrying about it. Is it good?
Yeah, it goes well with the cold veggie sausage roll. This is the Edinburgh Festival in a nutshell.
We don't know where the quake comes from. The National Museum of Scotland recounts it evolved from scallop shells. Another theory it evolved from bleeding cups.
As in lady bleeding cups?
No. Bleeding somebody if they were unwell. It's okay. You don't put that between your thighs and try and walk. I don't think that's I don't think that's a thing.
Other advice is available.
Still looking at the bottoms of drinking vessels, ancient Greek kylix. So this is a wonderful thing. It's a shallow drinking cup for wine, similar to one of these cups, but it had obscene pictures painted on the inside, which were gradually revealed. We've censored this because, you know, they would have things like a couple having sex, a man wiping his bottom, naked people, and then an eye cup. So it's a wide mug with eyes and sometimes a nose painted on the outside. It looked like you were wearing a mask when you drank it. And sometimes they painted ships on the inside, so it looked like the ships were sailing on the wine as you drank it. I think we should have more fun with cups.
How great that you're drinking, you're getting pissed, and at the bottom of the cup is something that you're probably going to do.
Like an instruction manual?
Yeah, it's like, you know what, this is where this is heading. Oh. I feel like that just kind of cuts to
I would
the
be
chase.
really annoyed though if I got to the end of my cup and I was like, so what now? I have to learn the flute as well.
Okay, so I just want to see what kind of audience we have in tonight. Who would like us to remove the pixels? Put your hands up. Who's quite happy with it being censored? Oh my! All right, let's remove the pixels and see what's behind. Literally nothing. Genuine disappointment.
What a deed.
Especially for him.
Conflict in the 18th century would end with a great Scottish quake-off. Hey, I'm working. Now, from something squiffy to something quiffy. Who would wear a hat like this? Each have a hat. Hello.
Oh!
Yeah.
This would be in the bank we were talking about. Be careful of going down the dump box.
Her hair goes at the front. It actually suits you.
Thank you. Oh my God.
Claudia Winkleman.
You look like you've been working on an airline 15 years too long.
soldiers, but if you wanted to make a fashion statement, you were allowed one exception, and it was a quiff plastered to the forehead. Now, if you couldn't grow one, you would have a fake one, which was stuck to the inside of your cap. It was very particularly popular amongst men, apparently, who just left military prison. And you could use grease or soap to turn it into a little bit of a ringlet.
I've hyperventilated. I feel all squiffy.
Officers frowned on it. They said it was effeminate and unsoldierly. And in fact, in 1904, they were banned from wearing their caps too far back on their heads in order to display their quiffs. But it was young men who still wanted to look good.
Maybe it's also because they wanted to, what the English people say, pull.
Yeah, pull. Here's another military hairstyle. Does anybody know what this is?
It's a military hairstyle from somewhere that's not the West.
No, it was absolutely a critical part of Royal Navy hairstyles.
They had braids?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. This one has actually got braids because it's a prop left over from another show. But
I know my hair.
They had a long ponytail at the back. It's called a Q. It was a Q hairstyle, and it was standard in the Royal Navy until the early 19th century. Today they have to have short back and sides and probably groomed and all that kind of thing. They specifically banned designer stubble. Also banned hipster beards, handlebar moustaches, because I don't think they want you to look like the village people.
What about a Brazilian?
The Brazilian Navy has very different rules.
They just have one strip along the top of their head.
Yeah.
I mean, really, what do they think it matters if the sailors have a goatee?
You're representing your nation, I suppose it's that.
Isn't it funny that at different times throughout history, certain types of hair or mustaches might be representative of anarchy or conforming, depending on when? Like, say now, hipster mustaches at a time were just exactly what everyone... The war, just general war, the whiskey's kicking in. I know I've got a point, but I'll be honest, it's gonna come out loose.
Those submarines, though, they can be in the water for 9 months of the year. They don't see daylight, their friends or anybody else. I think if they grow a moustache,
yeah,
that's fair enough.
They don't have facial hair so that masks and breathing apparatus can fit on submarines.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's a safety.
I suppose for bacteria and stuff like that, not to get trapped in the beer.
Yeah, and you might end up with brain thrush.
Yes.
Right, hats away, please. Complete this saying.
The people of Q are...
Worry about...
Klaxons.
Very small things. I'll tell you because my youngest kid was reading the QI book, and she said to me, "Mama, what is semen?"
I'm really sorry about that.
Well, and I thought to myself, it's 7:45 in the morning, then frankly, I don't want to tell you. I don't want to tell you what semen is because I don't want to tell you, I'm sorry. So I said, because I didn't know what to say, I said, what is the context? Read me the sentence. And the sentence in your QI book was about bee semen. Very small things. And she said, what is that? And I said, you take the book to school, talk to your teacher, because she's paid.
Different pronunciation of QI.
Key, it's in China.
It is in China, you're absolutely right. It's the state of Qi. It's a small kingdom, existed for a really long time in China, actually, the 11th to the 3rd century BC. And today they're probably best known for the Chinese idiom, the people of Qi worry about the sky.
Oh.
What does that mean?
I've no idea, but it's beautiful.
It is lovely. It basically means don't worry about something that's extremely unlikely to happen. So they used to refer to the fact that people of Qi often talked anxiously about the sky falling on their heads. And that is something that children have worried about. There are children's stories.
Chicken licking.
Chicken licking. Known in the United States as Chicken Little. In fact, a henny penny is known as in Denmark. The Qi people, they were the very first ones to build a great wall. They did it to keep out of their neighbors who were called the Chu. And it was constructed, well, it began in 685 BC. It went for 600 kilometers.
The Hard Knocks Life.
Qi and the Chu sounds a bit Dr. Zeus.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. And the Qi wanted to keep out the Chu. The last major state to fall to Qin when China was unified.
What is it with the CH?
It's just a, well, it's
and then it's China. Qi, Chin, China.
Where the word China comes from the Qin. That's where it comes from. But there's an unrelated word, QI, and that refers to the vapor that comes off cereals as they are cooked. And it becomes the word for breath. It can be translated into the smell or spirit or atmosphere. It's the sort of
Qi energy.
The Qi energy. It's a central concept in feng shui. Does anybody believe in feng shui?
I believe in the Hindu version. It's called Vastu.
Chuck your shit out. If that doesn't work,
see someone as you wake up and start.
You don't want to see up your husband's bum.
Exactly. So
That's what they don't put in the book. That's what
Other advice is available.
Now, that brings us to the round. Let himself is as clear as mud. General ignorance. Fingers on buzzers, please. Other than a dog, what's the one thing you need to play a game of fetch? Yes.
An arm.
Fair enough. What else do you need?
One of those ball launcher things.
Yes, I love those. What is the thing you don't need?
You don't need a stick.
How can we not do this? Why is he so hard?
It causes horrible.
I guess the noble, but the snakes, like, it doesn't make any sense that we can't do enough damage to kill those fucking snakes. Like, I just don't understand. I don't understand.
I think probably the finest dog in the world, just catching a ball. This is, that is my dog Mildred.
Oh.
She's gorgeous. I think she's very clever. What is the general thing? Do we think dogs are clever or not clever?
Super clever.
Super clever.
Doesn't it depend on the dog?
It
Like with
depends.
humans.
No, it depends on whether you like dogs.
Yes,
Really, fundamentally. So they've done lots of analysis of all the different studies of dogs, and they're of average intelligence, frankly, compared with similar animals like people that were like dogs will say it's great. Most authors who want to set out to prove that dogs are really smart already think so.
But then that's the same as humans, isn't it? There are some real dum-dums out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Many vets say that playing fetch can be dangerous, though they can expect to get a bit of stick. Right, here's another controversial idea. What's so wasteful about this fruit? Yes, darling.
It's all wrapped in things that are bad for the environment.
Okay, so here's the thing. We're not going to klaxon this one, but it is an interesting point rather than a trick question. So here's one of the biggest problems in the West is about throwing away food. According to some environmentalists, the carbon release associated with food waste is a much greater problem than any pollution caused by plastic waste. And here's the thing. Sometimes wrapped in plastic is a good thing. It can be a very efficient way to keep food fresh. So a shrink-wrapped cucumber will last 4 times longer than one that is just loose. Bananas in a perforated plastic bag will last twice as long as a loose bunch, and pears in a plastic bag in a fridge will last 14 days longer than left loose in a fruit bowl. So the best idea is not to buy food that you're going to throw out at all.
Also, edible packaging is the future.
Yes.
Now, when they deliver the newspaper, it comes in something made out of potatoes.
Does it?
Yeah, and you have to stuff it in your veg recycling.
Oh, I did not know people still had newspapers delivered.
Do you know that
Plastic is undoubtedly bad for the environment, but it can be good for making your fruit last longer. Which Chinese dynasty made the most valuable vases?
Ming.
Yes?
Qing.
Well, we will get there eventually.
Queef.
It rhymes with bling. Ping.
Thing.
Thing. I like thing. Most expensive Chinese item ever sold at auction is a Qing vase. It went for £43 million in 2010. Here's the thing about it. Brother and sister found it in their parents' attic in West London. Nobody knew how it had ended up there. And if you look at it, it's full of holes. It's not even a very good vase, is it? The most expensive Ming vase sold in 2011 for a mere $17,250,000.
Who's paying this money for a vase?
It's insane.
In the end, it's only worth what someone will hand over.
Yeah. So these are different ones. There's a ding on the left,
Are you kidding?
a Ming, and a Qing. These are all different types. Ding are the cheapest. They're the ones on the left. There was one bought for $3 at a yard sale in New York, and it sold for $2.2 million. But you can see the decoration is strikingly less intricate than the Ming and the Qing.
And it also has no holes, so who's going to waste money on that vase, right?
It is always like when one of those goes on to Antiques Roadshow, I'm always waiting for someone to go, what? Like, there's no way I would be like, yeah, I bought this for £3 in New York, and that was what, 2.2 million. My, what the? Are you kidding me? Oh my. And by that I mean lovely stuff, great.
They say that, and they say, okay, we're going to have to do the reaction again.
Yeah.
So would you mind saying, oh, I would treat selling it?
down now to patriotism of the newly wealthy Chinese collectors, because a lot of it came to Europe and now they want to have it back. But the worst story about these fabulous vases was in 2006. I don't know if you remember. There were 3 Qing vases in the Fitzwilliam Museum in Cambridge. They were on a staircase, and a member of the public was coming down the staircase and stumbled.
Oh, stop.
Yeah, smashed them. The visitor tumbled down the right-hand flight of stairs, then along the windowsill from right to left, colliding with each vase in turn. The impact reduced them to rubble and scattered them across the landing and the stairs.
Fiona Bruce.
What is amazing about this picture, this is the vases after they've been restored. Do you not think that is a remarkable...
They mended them.
Yeah, they mended
You know, I
them.
have to tell my mom that.
Yeah.
Because she was here. This story had come out.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, Mommy, that's terrible. And she said, who fell down? Who fell on the vase? Did they kill him? So I'm going to tell her.
Yeah, it's all
they
fine.
They look so pretty now. They're back.
It is one of those things like when you're in a shop and you knock something over and there's a moment where you go, and you look up at the person in the shop and they're like, like, am I gonna have to...
If you knock something over in a shop, the moment you knock it over,
yeah,
you have to go like this. Oh, you little bastard! Where'd you go? There's a little kid, it's a little kid just knocked something over. I'll go outside and look for him. Other advice is available.
Right. Where's the traditional place for Irishmen to celebrate Paddy's Day?
In a pub?
Why not the pub?
England.
Alan, why not the pub?
Why not the pub?
Because it's a holy day.
Yeah, it's a holy day. It's St. Patrick's Day, March the 17th. All pubs in Ireland used to be closed 1927 to 1960. Usually falls on Lent, and all alcohol sales under the same kind of law banned on Good Friday for even longer, 1927 to 2017. However, there was one place in Ireland where you could buy a drink on that day. It was the Royal Dublin Dog Show. It was historically a Protestant community event, but everybody went, because whether you're a dog lover or not, because you could get a drink.
I love that.
I love dogs. I've always loved dogs.
The great Irish poet Brendan Behan is supposed to have abducted a stray Jew in order to get it to Mendes Lounge. And Patrick Kavanagh, another great Irish poet, he rented a dog from a woman so that he could go. I love that. You think that should still be going on now, I think, don't you? That people should have to bend the rules, find a dog to get a drink. Fine.
You know, there was that time, that awful time in British history, where in a lot of pubs and venues they'd say no blacks, no dogs, no Irish. I always think that feels like the stupidest thing in the world. So can you imagine a pub with just black people, just Irish people, and just dogs? Like, that's the most crack I've ever heard in my life.
There's still that thing in Dublin that they have singing and non-singing pubs.
I mean, Irish people naturally all think they're great singers because of the natural sadness in the mix. Like, give me a song, give me any song that I might know the words to.
Twinkle, twinkle.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are.
The Danes would just be sitting in the corner crying, going, she's absolutely right. Which brings us to the messy matter of the scores. In first place, emerging completely unsoiled, with 5 points, it's Sally! In second place, with 4 whole points, Aisling! In penultimate place, with minus 17, Alan! Place for Pete's sake, with minus 27, Sindhu! Thank you to Sindhu, Aisling, Sally, and Alan, and good night.
Oh, what's this one? Just chill times, my teams. That's all we're doing. I'm just chilling. I'm relaxing. I don't give a shit.
And their buzzers don't sound well at all. Claudia goes. Achoo! Oh, Victoria goes.
Literally dying.
Stephen goes. Andrew goes.
Will you be quiet?
Oh my god.
Joe goes. And Alan goes.
I think I've heard this one too.
Right. When might it be a good idea to order 300 gin and tonics? That's a bit late in the week, frankly, to be doing it. Let's think it through. What is in gin? Quinine. Quinine is in. And why might you want quinine?
Isn't it good for stopping mosquitoes biting you?
No, it doesn't stop mosquitoes biting you, but it used to be a good treatment for malaria, yeah. So the problem is that today's tonic contains very little. So in order for it to be effective, you would really have to drink 300 gin and tonics every single day.
I accept that prescription.
I mean, don't try it, because too much quinine is unbelievably bad for you. You can get abnormal heart rhythms, you can get double vision. I think that's the gin, actually, if I'm not mistaken.
Like I haven't got that normal heart rhythm already. Seriously, it's like jazz band.
It's true. Some of those malaria pills make you blind or make you
Yes,
see wrong.
I mean, some of the new stuff is also, I think, not very good. I've known people to have what can only be described as a psychotic reaction, usually while sharing a tent with me, which is not fun.
Mad dream.
Yeah, crazy dreams.
Oh wow, it was great. I bought a load.
The only person I can think who might have accepted the actual challenge of 300 gin and tonics a day is Clarissa Dixon Wright, you may remember, one half of the TV chef duo Two Fat Ladies. She once got so ill, the doctors thought she had malaria. She had something called sticky bud. It's a condition that is usually suffered by people who have taken too many quinine tablets over a long period. It turned out she had quinine poisoning from too many gin and tonics. She was drinking 6 pints of tonic a day.
Yeah, I heard this one too.
Over 12 years.
I didn't even know what quinine is. Do you?
It comes from the bark of the support tree.
Oh.
So
Quite interesting.
working my arse off here, so thank you for that. So the Quechua people, who were the indigenous people of South America, they knew about it long before the Europeans.
Because they lived there.
Because they lived there, exactly.
The Europeans are at a massive disadvantage with.
Oh, I let it go on.
Zoe goes.
All right, nice. I don't think I've seen this one.
And next year's Wreath Lecturer, Reflecturer. Okay, Alan Davis. Their buzzers are reflecting off a rock face. Joe goes.
Joe.
Lisa goes. Zoe goes. And Alan goes.
Alan, what? Alan.
As you can see, we have made this episode a mirror image of what you usually see, which is to say that Alan, we have put you on
Your okay, Moonfire now crits. And damage done by your Starfire and Raspfire by 4%. Why is it only 4%?
It does feel weird.
That's not much
A little bit different from this.
in the grand scheme of stuff, but I guess it's not much better than me being able to get a chance to proc my Starfire, which really fucks my rotation.
Here is a question. side and not upside down.
That's very good, yes.
Yes, why is it?
Two eyes. It must be your eyes are level.
Okay, let us imagine that we're looking at writing on a T-shirt, okay, and you can read it perfectly well, and then you look in a mirror, the writing on the T-shirt appears to be flipped.
That way.
Like that, so you can see it says left, back to front. Yeah, why is that? Why does the mirror do that, and why does it not flip us upside down as well? Why does it only flip as apparently left to right?
Is it not what Alan said about your eyes being left and right?
I like your eyes are on the side of your head when you do that.
Yeah.
Like a fish.
Is your eye seeing actually what it is? Does your brain... does your brain flip it?
Have you had a stroke?
Yeah.
When it comes in your eye, it's already flipped.
Right.
And your brain flips it around.
What he said, what he said. That's what
I think everybody is making it much too complicated. So here's what we're
Much
going to do.
too
We're going to try
complicated.
this, and Joe is going to be my assistant. Joe, I want you to take a piece of card that we have got here.
Yes.
Write a large, clear word in capital letters.
All right, let's fly through.
No, I don't want to guess it. It's not a magical trick.
What's the point then? I want a magic trick.
Okay, Lisa, could you... Write the word.
Any word.
Any word, darling.
Ooh, a dragon. I like
For
that.
example, which, you know, lots of people have a boss, right?
Looks like we're off to court.
Right, and can you write the same word on this piece of glass? Okay, so I am going to go over here and stand in front of the camera and the glass, and you can see, hopefully, are the audience able to see this? Can you see it on the monitors, everybody? So you can see that it says boss. Now, when I have it, as it were, on my T-shirt, and I look in the mirror, it is... It's flipped round, okay?
Yeah.
So the question is, why does it do that? Well, the mirror hasn't done anything. It was me who flipped it round. There is absolutely nothing happening in the mirror. If you look at the card, I am flipping it around. The mirror has not done anything, and in fact, if you bring the glass, darling, bring the piece of glass over here. Have you written the same word on the piece of glass?
Yeah.
Okay, so come here, my darling. Let's put the card behind it. Let us imagine, there it is. Can you see that perfectly well? There it says boss, but if I don't flip it around now, because it's written on glass, when we look in the mirror, it is perfectly fine. The mirror has not done anything. It is me who did the flipping around.
Whoa! I know you can't really see it, but it's pretty mind-bending.
So try and imagine if you were a fish and you had your eyes on either side of your head, and the fish... Have we got a picture of a fish swimming? There we go. So a
I'm gonna
fish
make myself a Sammy.
alongside a mirror would see the eye exactly where it's supposed to be and the tail exactly where it's supposed to be. It would know that the mirror has done nothing. The flipping is done by us and not by the mirror.
I don't think I've ever questioned that.
No, and then actually once you do start thinking about it, it does slightly do your head in.
So hang on, is Alan over there because I've done it in my head?
Yes.
Everyone's done me in their head, chap.
You know what? I haven't, but I am now. And
Is there a mirror?
There is another thing that curious about mirrors. If you've got, you should each have a mirror there. If you and you could try this when you have a mirror at home. Hold it quite close to your face, okay? Look at one or other of your eyes in the reflection. Just choose one. If you then transfer your gaze to the other eye, you will not see your eyes move, although somebody watching would see the movement quite clearly.
oh, that's so weird.
That is quite strange, isn't it?
It bulged forward as well.
What, your eye?
No, the whole part of that part of my face.
I think that's a medical condition that. So I mean, try it. It's a curious thing.
Scream!
Do you know what? I've suddenly realised this is my 5th year hosting, and I expect all trouble to come from my right, and today it's from my left. It's a very strange thing. Here's a question for you. If I'm in a box with a mirrored
Much taller.
If I made a box with a mirrored interior and we shone a light into it and we closed it, does the light keep bouncing around forever?
Are you in the box?
Yeah, I'm in the box with a small torch. Let's work it that way.
Yeah.
And
we
I
just bang on the box and go, Sandy.
If I turn
Sandy, can you see a light?
If I turn the torch on and then I turn it off again, will it bounce around forever?
No.
Why not?
Well, I don't know. I'd love you to tell me.
No.
Well, if you imagined this was a giant box and you had two mirrors over there and you shone a torch, it wouldn't. If you then turn the torch on,
It's not gonna bounce
it wouldn't bounce back and forth.
But why not?
Because
It's because no mirror reflects 100% of the light striking it. So some of it is absorbed, and eventually, I mean, actually, unbelievably quickly, because it's millions of times per second, it would be absorbed by the mirror, and it would leave the interior completely dark. It's a miracle that we can work out what's going on in a reflection at all. What can this fish do that a baby can't?
Stay underwater?
Yeah, swim underwater is absolutely true. Yes, there used to be a myth that babies could do that, but that is not believed.
No, I learned that out the hard way.
Yeah.
3 nieces was too many anyway.
Yeah. No, fair enough.
Yeah.
Anybody know what kind of fish this is? Stripy fish?
Cleaner fish.
Is it cleaner fish? Yes, it is. It is. It's a cleaner wrasse.
Is it something to do with reflections? Because that is the topic.
Yes.
So
Well done, Joe, for paying attention.
Can it recognise itself in a mirror because babies can't?
Correct. It's one of the very few animals, in fact, it's the very first fish to pass what's called the mirror test to recognise its reflection of itself.
How do you test that?
Well, so what you do is you mark the animal in a place where it can only see the mark in a mirror. So, for example, the forehead would be a good place, and then see whether or not it observes it and whether or not it tries to scratch it to remove it.
We'll have a job though, Sandy, won't it? Trying to scratch that off with no hands, right?
Give me a sec. I'm trying to look for something.
Cleaning off marks, Zoe, is what it does for a living.
For a living?
Yeah, they do actually have stations, and the clients, as it were, come to the station to be cleaned. They work for about 4 hours a day, and they clean about 2,000 clients. So it does seem like, when you're looking at them, as if it's a job, but that's what they do for a living. That's it inside the mouth of a Rankin cod. Look at that picture. I think it's so exciting.
There's got to be a lot of trust, hasn't there?
A lot of trust, except that all of the fish that are cleaned end up living longer, and they tend to be smarter because they don't have the parasites. I mean, there is a sort of a caveat with this. It's possible that what the wrasse is actually doing is signalling to the other wrasse in the mirror, if you see what I mean, that it ought to clean itself. It actually doesn't see that it's itself. It's going to the other wrasse. You've got a little something. You've got a little something here, so it may not be aware that it's a mirror image of itself.
When do babies start to recognise?
About the age of 2.
Right.
I really think it'd be sooner than that. My daughter she knew the way to the city farm when she was 1.5.
Was she trying to get away?
She was.
There's actually very few species that pass the test. Great apes mostly do, but not gorillas. And what I love is that animals do exactly what humans do when they discover a mirror for the very first time. First of all, an animal would look behind it to see if there's an animal behind it, and then they'll do funny movements, like we do in the fun fair, to see what it is. And then they will indulge in the same behaviour as an office worker left alone with a photocopier. They'll see parts of their body they've not been able to look at before. I know, yeah.
It's a miracle we don't have more mirrored seating, really, isn't it?
No, I don't think it is, really.
Some people like a mirrored chair.
All right.
Very odd selfies then.
They're basic Sammys. It wasn't the Sam. I basically had the sandwiches already made. I was like, I had to put the meat away, and I wanted to put it in a Ziploc on top of the bag that it comes in.
You could definitely have a mirrored urinal. I can't see why you couldn't have that.
Because honestly,
Shooting at yourself.
what is wrong with men?
We've just got a sense of fun.
A sense of fun, darling. You've actually got an aiming device that doesn't seem to work.
Oh, no, mine does. Mine does, because in one pub in London that I went to, there's like a game, and it's got sensors in the urinal, and I got the top score on the thing, and it asks you to put your name in, but I didn't want to put my name in, so I put Adrian Childs. There's a pub in central London where Adrian Childs has got a real reputation.
Most animals either ignore their mirror image or they perceive it to be another animal. Sometimes they attack. This is really common in garden birds. Have you ever seen that when a garden bird has a go at a window? There are reports of robins attacking as many as 15 windows in the same house, because if you close the curtains and try and stop the reflection, it will think that the enemy is simply hiding and go and look for another window. I mean, and another use of mirrors, which depends on animals not recognizing their reflections, is flamingos. So I don't know if you've ever seen this in the zoo. You sometimes see there's a mirror in the flamingo enclosure. That is because they will not breed until the colony has achieved a certain minimum size. And so they trick smaller groups into breeding by thinking, wow, there's loads of us, let's breed.
That's sort of the flamingo equivalent of a sort of mirrored ceiling in a brothel.
Yeah. It's a turn on.
Yeah.
I'm loving this. I've never given mirrors much thought. Really. Not like this, no.
I know, it's
I'm
interesting.
loving it.
Recognizing yourself in a mirror is a sign of exceptional intelligence. So well done to all our panel for getting through makeup tonight. Right, now I'm going to make you write like Leonardo da Vinci. How do you think I am going to do that?
Did he write reflectively?
He wrote what's called mirror writing. So we are going to see if we can do this without thinking about it. Underneath the table, you will feel a piece of paper, and you should have a pen. Take the pen, and I want you to write your names on the piece of paper as it is under the desk. So write your first name on the piece of paper. This looks so weird. I've already got... Okay, so done. Okay, let's take them out and have a look. Let's start with Zoe. Let's have a look at yours.
Oh, that's pretty good for me.
Okay. Okay, but what is the thing about it that's...
Why does this ring better? Why is this ring considered a 245 when it has less stats? Sure, I get more stamina.
Well, how about you, Alan? Same for you? Oh, wow. Are you left-handed, Alan?
Nope.
That is...
I'm just a fucking genius.
You've done... Oh, yes.
I've done mirror.
Done mirror writing.
Yeah.
And what about you, Joe? Wow, the boys...
I am left-handed, though.
You are left-handed.
Does that affect it?
Yes, I think it does. The brain is wired slightly differently.
Better?
It's an unusual demand, so it confuses our brain, so it's not unusual to do it as mirror writing. It's common in children who are learning to write.
I've gone half and half then. What does that? Because that one's back to front, but that one's the right way around.
You're right to be disappointed. That's shit.
It is a bit...
3 letters.
Which is...
One of them's the same either way.
So what's all this got to do with Leonardo da Vinci? Well, he wrote his personal notes in mirror writing, and nobody really knows why. Possibly for privacy, that is a possible thing. Maybe just to amuse himself. But he was left-handed. And my son is left-handed, and I asked him, and he said it's possible. He was just more comfortable. When the pen goes away from the body, as it does for a right-handed person when you're writing, it just feels better.
Well, no, also, I found when I was at school, particularly when you're using a fountain pen, that you smudge it as you go over it.
Yeah.
So that's... He was smart, wasn't he, Leonard?
Yeah, well,
I think we haven't given him enough credit.
We have a generally poor memory for the configuration of objects. So we're going to do a couple of quick tests to demonstrate. So the audience, let's start with you. You've all seen the Statue of Liberty, I am sure. You've seen a picture of it 1,000 times. I want you to vote whether the statue holds the torch in the right or the left hand.
Oh, God.
So hands up for right.
Or left hand.
And hands up for left. Well, I think left pretty much had the edge there, and the answer is it's in the right hand. Okay, let's try the panel. So we see fonts all the time.
No. No, she's wrong. She's wrong. It's in her right hand if you're looking at her. Wait. Never mind. I fucked up. Wait.
1 and 2. 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Well, let's have the audience vote for number 1. Hardly anybody in a had the sure. You've seen a picture of it 1,000 times. I want you to vote whether the statue holds the torch in the right or the left hand.
Oh, God.
So hands up for right. And hands up for left. Well, I think left pretty much had the edge there.
Right, it is right hand. God damn it.
Right hand. Okay, let's try
Fine, fuck.
So we see fonts all the time now, that's the thing. Which of the 4 lowercase g's written on the screen is correct?
Number 1.
3. 1, 3, any more?
1 and 2. 1 and 2.
Well, let's have the audience vote for number 1. Hardly anybody. Number 2. Quite a lot. Number 3. Even more. Number 4.
Oh, 2.
Well, so none of us can really remember. The answer is number 2. Number 2 is the correct one, yeah. But these are things we see all the time, and we have an inability to correctly recall the configuration of things. Where do we routinely see mirror writing? We see it almost every day if you're driving.
Ambulances.
Yeah, fire engines and ambulances. It's written so that you can read it in the rearview mirror. Can I just show you this? I love this. In 2015, the city of Nanjing, they actually made fire engines that were, if you like, mirror images of themselves. Don't you love these? They're like push me, pull yous. Yeah. So they have tunnels, they have very crowded, narrow streets and so on. They didn't have the space to turn around, so they just made it you could drive it from both ends.
That's genius.
I think it's fantastic. I want that as a car.
Yeah.
They also have really tiny little ones. And again, it's for very, very small streets. Just one fireman turns up. Tiny little fire engine. Water piss. I know, yeah. I got this.
With 3 blokes who want to wee.
Yeah.
Adrian Chiles is coming in.
What's the difference between a one-way mirror and a two-way mirror?
Oh.
So a two-way mirror, I would think, is the one that in the cop shows.
Yes.
That you're looking through at the suspect being interviewed and remaining anonymous.
And they can't see you.
Yeah.
So are you saying it's a different kind of mirror?
Well, now I'm thinking that's actually got to be one way, hasn't it? So you're seeing, but they can't see in.
Yeah. So is that different to?
I want to go.
Is it just a main?
This is amazing. I've just not ever thought
about mirrors.
No. Is a two-way mirror just a window?
Oh, god damn it, Larry. You could have gotten a way better item if you had just kept looking. Fuck. Guess what? And a trinket too, you idiot. Damn it.
Right, so what does that tell us?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a one-way mirror.
I would have picked this trinket easy. Increasing your spell power by 959. Whoa.
So it penetrates at an equal rate on both sides, this mirror. It's not, does it only works one way? You know, if you stand in a lit room, okay, and it is dark outside.
They sigh.
Somebody outside. You can't see them, but they can see you perfectly well. And it is the same effect, so that one-way and two-way mirrors are exactly the same thing. There is nothing really special about one side of the mirror over the other. If one side is brightly lit and the other side is left in darkness, all the light that reflects off the mirror on the bright side
Mistakes happen.
the much smaller amount of light that's passing through from the dark side. So ways in which you could tell, actually, that you're being observed by a mirror. First of all, it'll be set into the wall rather than hanging on it. If you rap on it with your knuckles, you can hear that it's hollow. If you actually went up and pressed your eyes like that up to the mirror, you'll block out the light from the room that you are in. If it's a reciprocal mirror, you should at least be able to see something through. And I think at last resort, just chuck a chair through it. That'd be Anybody know about the trick called Pepper's Ghost?
Triumph and Conquest.
So, 2 mirrors at an angle or something like that.
It is to do with an angled mirror. It's a wonderful trick. It was made famous by a British chemist who was known as John Pepper, and it was a way to make a ghost appear on the stage. I think we can show you with a diagram. There is an invisible piece of glass. Can you see the glass is this angled thing up on the stage? The glass is angled at 45 degrees to point down into the orchestra pit, and then we've got the actual actor. Can you see standing there with a light shining? It is reflected in the glass and up onto the invisible glass there, and he will appear as a hologram. He will appear as a three-dimensional ghostly figure standing on the stage. I mean, it is an astonishing trick, and it's been used by politicians, people like Narendra Modi, the French presidential hopeful Jean-Luc Mélenchon. This is him on stage, except it isn't him. It is a hologram. Almost every hologram you'll ever see is a version of Pepper's Ghost, and I
Oh
love
yeah, I
that
should
Victorians
do.
knew how to do this.
Fine
They
group.
don't use it very much. Right. Who has the biggest ears in Britain?
And then we're gonna go to the Trial of Champions.
I'll go with that.
It's size-wise we're talking about.
I think this guy's
bloke
probably
is-
up there.
He's up there, yeah.
Has that been photoshopped or is that a real ear?
No, darling, it's pretend. What do we think we are talking about? So you're not far off in terms of the protection, security of the country.
Not one of those listening devices built before the invention of radar.
It is. You are exactly right, and get an additional point. That is what it is.
You started, but he's finished. I should have half for that point.
It's the concrete ears or acoustic mirrors. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
You'll see 3 of them at Dungeness. Aren't they amazing? So it's the precursor.
Yeah,
to radar.
245
They're huge concrete dishes.
for the upgraded version. So now that, I just gotta grind up the filers. And although I will miss out on like trinkets and stuff, that's okay, because we'll get like a better upgrade. Because I think it's 230. I don't know, but 240. I think it's the other 132. 232 for Rego piece for the Malfurions. But if I use a trophy thing, I get an upgrade, a little boost.
Same principle as an owl's head.
Is this you being an owl? Are you being an owl?
Be an owl for you now.
yeah.
Be an owl for you.
That's, yeah.
Yeah. They fly with their heads pointing down.
Yeah.
And the sound of little things trying to avoid being eaten at night, rustling about.
That's me.
It's amplified within the concave face. So they can hear animals underground, 4 feet underground.
It is
and
astonishing.
hover about waiting for them to come out.
Yeah.
They must fly into a lot of lampposts.
You can see the lamppost.
Yeah.
That's the tree.
I thought that was because the animals that they were chasing, the urine has got a different sort of phosphorescence.
That's hawks.
But the amazing thing about these, the harder the material, the more that the sound will bounce off it. So concrete is absolutely ideal. But then radar came in that superseded it, faster planes and so on. I love the whole story of British radar being discovered. It's a byproduct of something unsuccessful. So they wanted to develop a death ray, obviously. Mid-1930s, the British government wanted to stay ahead of the Nazis in the arms race. So they offered a £1,000 prize to anybody who could zap a sheep at 100 paces. And they gave this a go, and there was a man called Robert Watson Watt of the... There he is. Doesn't he look like... hello, I'm from the 1930s. Of the radio research station, they asked him if he could work on this. And he realised it was impossible. It would require far too much power. But he suggested some alternative research. He looked into using radio waves to detect far-off planes long before they could be seen, basically by sending out radio signals and then timing how long it took for it to echo back. And that became the radar system, which was obviously so hugely important in the war. Now,
Yeah, this is quite the upgrade. Not only do I keep my haste rating, I get 10 extra haste rating.
I know.
The only thing I lose is spirit, which is unfortunate. But to be fair, like I gain quite a lot in replace of it. I need 5. I might just forgo the extra 10-second thing on my thing just so I can upgrade the band.
Okay, let's have a look at ourselves.
Because then it also, oh yeah, it'll mean that I'll get Moonfire, and it'll crit. That's actually good. Pants are 75 too. What was the headpiece? Everything's 75.
I look terrified. I look like a chipmunk.
Turn 3. Oh, are they the same?
Let's have a look at our right sides and see if we think that's any better.
Christ, you're straight out of
Get
Star
crit
Wars.
here too. That's awesome. No wonder they no wonder the other Moonkins when they have Malfurion gear, no wonder they hit so hard. A lot of their gear, crit gear.
They say that
What about the booties, the
part
pants?
of the attraction of a person is the symmetry of their face.
No.
But I'm not sure.
I don't get any crit here, but
Sure that is entirely true. Let's go back to knees and nostrils. So the answer is it depends what you want to do. So knees for a sprinter and nostrils for a distance runner. There's a man called Robert Trivers and lots of his colleagues, and they looked into Jamaican athletes in particular, and they found that symmetrical knees and ankles characterize sprinters, and symmetrical nostrils do the same for distance runners. Why might that be?
Well, a sprinter.
okay.
you
So at
are
least I know
up and down
75
forward,
apiece.
aren't you?
So
It's an efficiency of
How are you
Um,
sprinting?
like that.
I
This
go
is why
around
I didn't
corners,
make
wouldn't
Team GB.
But you are a runner.
Yeah, I am a runner, but a plodder.
Symmetry is inherently efficient, so that's very useful for sprinting, and breathing much more important the longer distance that you run, so you're going to need better nostrils. Symmetry of feet apparently doesn't seem to matter to runners at all. Longer distance runners tend to have relatively asymmetric feet, actually. I couldn't work out whether but in all of the groups, the left foot tends to be larger than the right in runners.
Wow.
My left foot's bigger than my right.
Is it?
Right, because they're right-handed?
About half the size.
Good to know.
Weirdly, it's all on the back of the foot. The front of the foot's the same.
What, your heel? You've got a big bulging heel. Is that what you're saying?
Goes back about 6.
I've never noticed that.
I've got the effect of a kind of a rocking chair. If I wait at a bus stop, I can be quite alarming on one.
Anyway, you might think that symmetrical knees are caused by sprinting, but in fact, it can be used as a predictive measure. If you look at the relevant symmetry of a child at the age of 8, you can predict whether or not they're going to be a good sprinter. So it's not the training program that has changed their physiology, it's the fact that they already had symmetrical knees that's made them good at sprinting. Back in the day, what was the problem with watching snooker in the mirror?
It was in black and white.
Well, that is in a way correct.
Because you know, within football, they used to have a rule that if it was an international game, you couldn't have teams, even if they were in red and blue shirts, one of them had to change. Because in many of the developing countries, they hadn't yet got colour television, and they wanted to expand football around the world. And if you're watching black and white, you couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah, so television sets in the early days were monochrome, and so were the earliest mirrors. The reflections that they gave were effectively monochrome.
What?
Yes, because strong, bright colours were sort of dimly distinguishable, but subtle colour distinctions were really difficult, so a game of snooker watched in an early mirror would have been practically impossible.
Sorry, the mirror... Whoa there! The mirror made things black and white.
So the earliest mirrors are made of volcanic glass. It's something called obsidian. Have a look in this, Stanley, and you will see. So you have to imagine this is before the invention of being able to put silver on glass.
Before the invention of snooker, surely.
Well, I'm trying to explain that the way snooker was viewed on television
On obsidian.
would have been a bit like looking in an early mirror. So here you are. This is a piece of volcanic glass. It's naturally occurring, and that's a piece of obsidian glass up there. And you can see some bright colours. You can see some shapes, but you're not able to distinguish substance from colour in any way.
That's the sort of mirror I want in mine. You look at it before you go out and go, I look cracking. I look like a shadow.
So this is the sort of early stuff, and it's beautiful, isn't it? John Dee was very strong first, and his assistant Edward Keeley used to use one for scrying. This, in fact, is his piece of glass that he used for scrying. Does anybody know what scrying is?
When you look at it and you're telling the future, so you don't scry with a crystal ball. Exactly. Scry with a goblet.
Yeah. It's a form of divination, and it just shows stone. And today, digital glass in the smartphone. There was a fashion for new landscapes. Glass in the late 18th century. So this is quite a useful thing. The idea was that views, when you looked at it, were seen softer, and the colours were less pronounced. And the idea was to try and recreate the style of painting by artists like Claude Monet, who's quite a and it reduces and simplifies colour. So rather than look at views directly, people used to use them. They'd turn their back on the view and they would admire it through the mirror, and it would look more. So it's like this slightly mistier kind of quality. Members of the audience might try this. If you can face away, and if you have a smartphone, look in the screen of the smartphone.
And tell us the football score.
It would be the same effect as looking in a clawed glass.
Dude, I'm walking so
You get
slow.
a subtler image.
Oh,
You don't
crap.
get all the bright colours.
I just took a selfie of all of you taking a selfie. You all look ridiculous.
Did it work? See, it is an extraordinary thing.
I think
Sigh.
contact lens.
So here's a picture of a church, just normal, and then we look at it through the clawed glass, and the idea is that it just gives you a sort of a softer, gentler thing.
What a noise from the audience.
I know.
can I see Joe in it there?
Is there something else that is reflected off?
Oh no, it's Zoe.
Oh, it's
You
Zoe.
will have.
That's what I mean, softer and gentler. Yeah. The process for actually silvering mirrors the way that we know them today was not invented until 1835. So before then, if you put hot metal on glass, it just basically broke. And that means that most people before mid-19th century had very little idea what they looked like.
What a relief.
I know. I mean, that famous picture of Narcissus looking in the water, it's very rare that you get that fantastically detailed picture of yourself.
Where did she get that outfit from? Is that a Zara number?
Yeah.
Half
It
a
is,
Zara number.
That is Echo looking at...
He's going, I've got my boob out, look at me.
Stop looking at yourself.
No, don't want
Here's a very...
It's right out, fully out.
Right. How do these scientists know how far away the moon is?
We measure how long it takes the light to get to us using a mirror thing.
Yes, but where's the mirror?
They put a mirror on the moon.
5. They put 5 mirrors on the moon. Yep. 3 American, 2 Russian were left behind by the various... There's one. Various manned Apollo missions, the unmanned Soviet missions. The very first one, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, first men on the moon, planted it.
Looks like a bit of fly tipping, doesn't it?
Yeah.
On our way and get rid of fridge. Yeah.
Leave that there, that'll be gone in the morning.
Yeah. There'll be a mattress further on.
Looks like somebody's left a Ziploc bag, doesn't it?
If Armstrong's wife was anything like my wife is, he probably had to keep his passport in that when he went to the moon.
Why'd you keep it in a bag?
You know, like one of you in the relationships always keep documents in a foldy thing, don't they?
Yeah.
And whenever we go on holidays, my wife has about 3 or 4 foldy things. A going foldy thing, a being there foldy thing, and a coming back foldy thing. And what he's done is he's got rid of his going there foldy thing.
I tell you what there are. There are lots of bags of poo.
Oh. Yes, hung up in trees.
Yeah.
When you say lots of, what we're talking about?
One a day from takeoff, and let's be honest, takeoff might necessitate at least 4.
I'm going to struggle to get it into a bag.
There are 96 bags of human waste. These retroreflectors, astronomers used them for 40 years to precisely measure the distance between the Earth and the moon. So what they did was they fired laser beams from equipment in Texas, and they timed how long it took to get there and bounce back. What they worked out is that the moon is moving away from us about 8 centimeters per year. It's like the children.
Yeah, well, you see what it's like in there. Oh, no, I mean, if it was coming towards us 3.8 centimetres, they'd be there.
It's the accuracy that you need from Texas to hit this mirror with a laser. It's comparable to using a rifle to hit a moving penny 2 miles away. It's the equivalent of measuring the distance between New York and Los Angeles to the nearest 2.5 millimeters. Now, the part of the show which reflects poorly on everybody, general ignorance, fingers on buzzers, please. What's the best way to pull the pin out of a grenade? Joe.
I know they're going to go. But I would love if I had to throw a grenade.
Yeah. Okay, so the classic design is that you hold the lever like that, you pull the pin out, and that is going to release the lever, and then you chuck it, it springs open, triggers a time fuse, and boom. If you pull it out with your teeth, which they do in the movies, don't they? Because they're busy. Fine, we go.
They're busy.
Yeah.
God, I'm so busy firing this gun.
I know. You'd be terrible in the army, wouldn't you? No, not now, I'm busy.
You've got such a lot on.
I know.
Bang, bang,
Bang, bang. Oh, loud.
Bang.
The pin is bent so that you can't pull it out accidentally. So it isn't straight. The amount of force that you would need, which is between...
Hang on, will you?
Yeah. It's between 3 and 5 kilograms, at least, the amount of force could very well break your teeth. Yeah. So it is a complete misconception that you could at any time do this.
Agent Charles.
If a grenade is thrown at you, what should you do? Should you try and throw it back? Why?
There.
there isn't time. I'd run if I was you. You've got 3 to 5 seconds.
3 to 5 seconds from lobbing it, or
From the moment the person has thrown it.
like I said, I'm not much of a sprinter or a plodder, so you just wonder.
Yeah, from the moment the person has thrown it, you've got to.
It's crazy. They don't like.
That's rude.
Leave it. Walk away.
Yeah. That's your last thought.
Yeah.
Sandy said, don't throw it back.
I've got time for this. I'm busy, actually.
What happens when you have a bump on your head and you wake up with foreign language syndrome?
Okay.
You don't speak in a foreign language, you speak in a foreign accent.
Clever.
Is correct. That's
Clever.
exactly right. You could just feel the trap door opening
Oh shit.
and closing.
Because if you could speak another language, and all I'd have done at school is just bash my head off the desk and go,
Yeah.
oh! Bonjour.
No.
Oui, ça va bien, merci. No, it's just you to speak in the accent.
Why do you do that face?
I don't know.
I'm imagining smoking a Gaulois cigarette as well.
That's very odd.
Ça va bien. Merci beaucoup.
You just can't risk it, dude. You have to. You have to take that pack out. Because if you don't, that's the second time I've run this route, and that's exactly what's happened. It's so predictable.
Sufferers have included George Michael. I don't know if you remember this. In 2012, he had pneumonia, and he was briefly in a coma, and he woke up with what's
You've got to have a faith. You've got to rock your body. Oh, you've got to have faith.
The faith you are.
We ain't careless whispery then.
This is a terrible story. There was a Norwegian woman called Astrid L, and she was hit in the head by shrapnel from World War II in an air raid, and it left her with a German accent. But it was a speech impairment, and it resulted in her being ostracized by other Norwegians because they thought that she had somehow been associating with the Germans.
I heard someone on this morning went on. They'd had some organ transplant, and when they woke up, they were really into vacuuming.
Well, so this is not as weird as it sounds. The answer may be that some memory exists in cells where we didn't know they resided before.
Wow.
That you would pass on vacuuming is really annoying. There are exceptional stories of people having a head trauma and somehow acquiring some kind of skill, and that is weird. Derek Amate was a man who hit his head in a swimming pool. He was aged 40, and after that, he was a brilliant pianist. Despite having
This guy's got the patience. Like, he is so impatient.
Yeah, you have to hit it right on the right.
exactly the right place. So he can't read music or imitate tunes, but the music he improvises is completely extraordinary. That is what
Weird,
moves
yeah.
that brain.
Just better than vacuum.
That's the story.
That is the book of concepts.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything over vacuuming,
Yeah,
we're not interested. It was Chopin. No, nein, danke.
Phil and Holly aren't going to talk about shit.
Why would they?
If someone starts speaking French after a knock on the head, it probably means they're French. Lastly, a question about reflexes. What happens if you dream that you are sneezing?
Lisa.
Yes, Lisa.
You wake up sneezing. I was distracted by that picture.
You wake up as a dog.
Yeah. It's impossible to sneeze at the same time as dreaming. So during REM sleep, which is the time when you dream, your muscles, including all your reflex muscles, are completely
Fucking Christ.
It's quite unlikely, in fact, that you'll sneeze even in non-REM phases because the nerve cells in the brain which trigger a sneeze are normally suppressed. If you did sneeze while you were asleep, it would wake you up.
I used to suffer from sleep paralysis, where your body is paralysed, but you're awake, but you can't actually move.
How long did that? How long did
It lasts for
1982 to
Yeah.
1985.
Victorians used to depict it with an evil spirit coming into the room to take away your soul, because often when it happens to you, you see a dark shadow moving through the room. It's a really horrible thing. It's like being trapped in sleep, but you are awake. And then we moved flat, and it never happened again. It's really weird.
But the new owners.
Yeah. Weird.
Is it like a part of like night terrors? It's quite similar. Like
possible? Can you sneeze underwater?
Can when you've done it.
Scuba diving.
Scuba diving.
Yeah, you
Unattractive.
Yeah, it's not
Blinds
attractive.
you, yeah.
You get all the snot in your face mask. It's not pleasant. I've once vomited while diving. Yeah, it wasn't pleasant.
Well, I discovered last year what it is to be hit by food poisoning at 18 meters underwater.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was it both ends?
No, it wasn't. It was very, very dramatically from one end. Yeah. But I managed to get back to shore, but just not out of my wetsuit.
So, I am going to imagine you went back and had a bath.
Yeah, I had to burn the island we were on.
If you were in the bath and you fell asleep, should you drown?
I worry about this. I've had a lot of baths. I'm hoping the answer is no.
Freezes would wake you up. In fact, they do experiments into sleep deprivation. They use cats. The technique is they put them on a small support floating in the water, and if they fall asleep, they fall into water, and then they
Are all these the same people as putting mirrors on the moon
Yeah.
and then discovering? I
It's
mean, you'd
two
think they've got
blokes.
something good and sensible, like sorting out traffic lights.
Yeah. That brings us to the grim matter of the scores, which naturally are in reverse order. In last place, you should take a long.
Days are really chilly. I slept pretty well. I'm feeling pretty good, so we'll probably be streaming for quite some time. I ended up going grocery shopping yesterday, and so I was able to get some stuff. Break time won't be necessary, except for like average, typical going to the bathroom kind of stuff.
It's Joe. In first place, it's an absolute miracle. I mean, it's astonishing. With 8 points, 8 actual points, it's Zoe. It's thanks to Lisa and Joe, Zoe and Alan, and I leave you with this from US comedian Rodney Dangerfield. I went to see my doctor. Doctor, every morning when I get up and look in the mirror, I feel like throwing up. What's wrong with me? He said. I don't know, said the doctor, but your eyesight is perfect. Thank you and good night.
Oh, he's talking a conversation with me. Joining me is our rudest panel yet, the breathtakingly rude John Barrowman. The fantastically rude Phil Timpers. The unbelievably rude Aisling Bede. And the rudest four-letter word that I can think of, Alan. This one, I feel like this one is a big one. Like this one's a long one to do.
Aisling goes.
Shut up your ass!
Wow. Phil goes.
Go to hell!
And Alan goes.
You flipping scoundrel!
Do you remember that when those were the worst words you could think of? You gad. You rapscallion.
What the flip?
Yeah. Oh, fish. My mother says, oh, fish.
In a boat.
Yeah. It's a Scandinavian way of getting excited. Nobody showered. Our first question is R for risky. Name something that is so rude you can't say it on a BBC comedy show.
Hell.
Yes. Let's try this instead. Name something that you can say on a BBC comedy show now that you couldn't say in the 1950s.
We're post-watershed. We're allowed to fuck.
Only if it's clear. You have to write to whatever the gods of words of television are.
You have to write and get permission.
Yeah.
Yeah? That's not. Radio, they used to say there was a list for 8 words they'd give you at BBC. You must have this list. Yeah. When I started doing the radio back in the 90s. The only thing we got in trouble for, really, was blasphemy.
Well, in the late 1940s, they issued something called the BBC Variety Programmes Policy Guide for Writers and Producers. It became known as the Green Book, and it was what was acceptable for broadcasting. There was an absolute ban on jokes regarding, and I'm quoting here, lavatories, effeminacy in men, immorality of any kind, and any suggestive references to honeymoon couples, chambermaids, and fig leaves.
That should cover it.
No. The vulgar use of the word basket must be avoided.
Oh, hello, missus. Can I see your basket, please? What, you got some melons in your basket?
Now you do it like that. Suggestive references to ladies' underwear, so things like winter drawers on, you wouldn't say that. And it conceded that references to Noah was sometimes permissible. But it added, since there is seldom anything to be gained by them, and since they can engender much resentment, they are best avoided altogether. You couldn't make jokes about solicitors, miners, or the working class. And in particular, you could not make any joke about a specific Irish family called the McGillicuddies of the Reeks. I wonder who they are. They're an ancient family, but apparently several jokes have been made about them, and they took offence. Even now, we should not be amused by the McGillicuddies of the Reeks.
You know, in Ireland, like, there are certain words like feck, Jesus, and shite. These are okay. They're versions of fudge. That's why some people in Ireland say them. So something like father head, or drink feck, girls, arse. Those are versions of the word, but you get away with saying
Say
Same
feck.
in the States, you can say frickin'.
Frickin'.
Frickin', I don't frickin' believe it.
That's fine. Well, Max Miller in 1944, he tells a story about meeting a rather attractive woman on a mountain pass, and it included the line, he didn't know whether to block her passage or toss himself off. And but he got banned for 5 years. 5 years. Wow. BBC for that particular.
Oh, it was worth it though.
I know. The very first song, in fact, banned by the BBC was George Formby's My Little Ukulele in My Hand. It was 1933. He was apparently a regular offender. The BBC described him as our old friend.
I remember when we were BBC trained and for presenting and everything, and we were always told you can say it on air as long as it is in a medical book.
Oh, I'm absolutely riddled with chlamydia.
That's why Alan is sitting between us. The musical singer Mari Lloyd, she was absolutely fantastic. So she was told off for her song. She had a song called She Sits Among the Cabbages and Peas. And it was to be too rude. So she agreed to change it, and she sang She Sits Among the Cabbages and Leeks.
You all know the movie Mrs. Minerva?
Yeah.
There's a scene where the actor, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, he jumps into bed in his pajamas just after he's got back from helping the rescue of D-Day. And as he jumps in bed, his willy falls out of his pajamas.
I was hoping you were going to say pajamas, not off his body.
No. It leapt off him.
Oh my God.
And for some reason, the editor at that point in the movie obviously missed it.
Yeah.
They didn't cut it out, and to this day, it's still in the film.
I'm sorry, we gotta go. Is it?
I was doing a job recently with the same nudity, okay, before you do like a little thing, so you're athlete. And my agent was texting me, they have to do it the next day, and so I don't even have to text her what to put into the contract. And I was like, boob no nip, top of crack fine, bottom of crack no. And
It's good to know you've got standards, Ash.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Now, you've all got some chopsticks under your desk. What is the rudest thing that you can do with them? I think there's some food as well. I say food, it's jelly babies.
Oh.
So, what's the rudest thing that you can do with them?
Is it break up the chopsticks in firewood and then get the sushi in front of the chef and go, I'm just going to heat this up?
I've been there. It's
What?
to put them. Oh, leave them in the bowl.
That is rude, but it's not as rude as passing food from one to another with your own chopsticks. So if John was
Selfish,
to pass
dude.
Jelly Baby to Aisling, unbelievably rude. Do you know why?
Like that?
Yeah.
I feel like I've just become a meme.
Do you know?
Oh.
That's rude, John. I don't want that.
Let's do it again. Don't show bottom crack. Go.
You can finish it off yourself.
Do you know? I wasn't very clear. It's passing with your chopstick to the next chopstick. That's not necessarily in the mouth.
Oh.
Yeah. Why do you think that might be?
Is it that you'd be mixing flavors of the foods?
No, so it reminds everybody of Buddhist funerals. So in a Buddhist,
I was going to say. Stand them up like terracotta stone. Oh, okay, let's do that.
I'm trying to talk to you about Buddhist funerals.
Oh, yeah, go on.
And you're
Carry
just
on.
playing with jelly babies. So you use.
Oh.
I mean, honestly, this is nothing. In a Buddhist funeral, they use chopsticks to pick the deceased bones out of the ashes and place them in the urn. And so larger bones, you need 2 sets of chopsticks. And so 2 sets of chopsticks touching reminds people of removing their ancestors' bones and putting them in an urn. Sticking chopsticks vertically up in food, very rude in both China and in Japan. Anybody know why?
It looks like an up yours symbol.
Again, it's funerals. It reminds people of chopsticks, which are used at funerals.
What's the thing then when you get it and you place it? You know the little table they give you for your chopsticks. Where did that come from?
Well, that's all because you don't want to put them on the bowl, for example. There are all sorts of words. So in Japan, the word for chopsticks is hashi. And then when it's part of a compound word, it's called bashi. And all of these things are really bad manners. So watashi bashi, placing your chopsticks across the bowl like that. That's why you have the little rest.
I'm quite in the mood for a watashi bashi.
Yeah. Naburi bashi is sucking on your chopsticks. Saguri bashi is rummaging, food rummaging. And then sashi
Wait,
bashi
where the fuck
is
do I go?
skewering your food. All of these things in Japan are terribly bad manners.
You know at Christmas when someone offers you a box of roses and you're like, I love the orange ones.
Yeah, that's saguri bashi.
That's rude.
Does anybody know what the world record is for catching shuttlecocks with a pair of chopsticks?
Oh, I'm in.
Yeah. Look, okay. I have got a racket and a shuttlecock. We're going to give this a go. Okay, who wants to go first? Johnny, want to go first?
Sure. You're going up.
Yeah. Aisling, you want to go?
Yeah.
Ready?
Okay.
Okay. Phil, you ready? Alan?
Maybe it's not catching it. You have to stab it a little bit.
I don't know what's the easiest thing. If I said it high.
Well, why don't...
Go high. Go high.
So this is a thing. Do you know what the world's record is?
4,000.
Exterminate jelly babies.
Oh no, it's come back as a woman.
Oh my God! Give a bunch of performers too much sugar.
But you didn't say that you had to hit
No,
it to
it's
me.
the world record for catching.
Dude, that like he just had no patience. No fucking patience. Zero.
I'm gonna stand up. So give it.
So it's like, I guess you could argue, like I don't have patience for just wanting to leave, but the group continued to oh, interesting. I'm on the back of the griffin as a cat.
It's 54 in a minute.
I'm afraid to shapeshift because I might fall. But like, it's just, It's ridiculous, dude. Like, the man would not stop pulling. He would just continuously run, and he wanted to get it done so fast, he cost us a ton of time.
That's the most sport I've done in years.
And it was ridiculous, and he wouldn't slow down.
You might know that Oedipus murdered his father, but what was the motive?
Because he wouldn't give him the car keys to go on a date.
You are weirdly in the right area.
Shut up.
Shut the fuck door. So this is Oedipus in the middle.
Not quite sure that they've got the arms in the right place. It looks like someone behind doing the arms. Like he's got his arms like that and someone else is doing them.
Oedipus is talking to Teresa.
Don't remember why I'm coming back to Dalaran.
Father, and he's going to discover it was him.
He didn't know it was his father.
So why did he kill his father? Does anybody know?
He thought his father killed his father.
Huh?
The guy he thought was his father, he thought was the bloke that killed his real father.
That's like EastEnders kind of plot.
Since you're saying I was close about the car, was it because his dad wouldn't allow him to do something?
It is to do with driving.
The chariot.
It is to do with the chariot. You may recall that Oedipus was told by an oracle that he would marry his mother and he would kill his
I do not recall that.
Okay. He wasn't told he was adopted, so he didn't know who his actual father was. And one day he got into an argument with his birth father, who was the king, Laius, over who had the right of way, and so Oedipus killed him, but he killed him not knowing that it was his father. So this is chariot rage. This is before modern road rage, and even before that there was carriage rage. I mean, we think it's like a new thing. What time are you coming, honey?
That's the running.
Chariots of Fire, yeah.
Best nickname in the history of sport.
What's that?
Chariots. For the rugby league player Martin O'Fine.
It's also the name of a very popular gay sauna in central London.
I've driven past that.
I drive, yeah, all the time drive past them.
Just drive past.
It's a chain, so it's like a brand like McDonald's that you recognise. You go, this is going to be a nice sauna.
So you're not going in for a Big Mac, you're going in for a Big Mac.
I think we should move on. So there's always been some kind of rage on the road. There's chariot rage, there was carriage rage. So in 1817, Lord Byron wrote to his friend that he just had a row with a man in a carriage who had shouted at him and frightened his horse, and expressed, as he wrote, an intention of mending the road with his immediate remains if he did not hold his tongue. He held it, and I think that is something we should say in road rage. I shall mend the road with your immediate remains if you do not hold your tongue.
You rarely see people from the past without a beard. I admire that about him.
He's a handsome fellow. I mean, bonky.
He's very handsome.
He kept a pet bear at university.
When you say a bear.
Well, no, I don't mean a,
Oh, okay, go on.
a larger gentleman.
Yes. Yeah.
No.
Byron, come upstairs, I'm ready. I'm going to chariots!
The phrase road rage, what are we reckoning? When does it date from?
1972.
I feel
88.
Roman time.
Late 88.
88 is exactly right. You get an extra point. Exactly. First appeared in a Florida newspaper in 1988, probably a play on what was called steroid rage, roid rage,
Yes.
road rage. They did a study of 2,400 drivers in the United States. They found that motorists who carry guns more likely to indulge in road rage. I know.
Hell surprise.
I know, right? 2019 survey found in the UK people in Yorkshire most likely to rage on the roads.
But people in Yorkshire, to be fair, would just be annoyed that there's a road, wouldn't there? There used to be all fields when I were a lad. Look at this now.
Yeah.
Bloody roads. Bloody roads everywhere.
That's very good, Danny.
All going to south.
Can I...
Drink shandy. The bastards. Look at the state of you in your trousers. Look at you. The only reason I moved to Scotland is so I can call people from Yorkshire Southerners.
Now, who thinks it's attractive to stand in front of a female and shout in her face?
The entire Republican Party.
So we're not talking about a person, we are talking about a creature, and it is an astonishing creature. It's the white bellbird. So the correct name is the Procneus albus. It lives in the Amazon. It's got the loudest call in the avian kingdom. From a meter away, it averages 116 decibels. So that is the same as a rock concert. It's the same as a sort of sports crowd shouting.
Or a white guy in a bar.
Yeah. The bird is about this big, okay? That is its wattle. You see this thing that's hanging down? It's just a single loud note. I mean, it's just like a foghorn, okay? Have a listen to this. And what they do is when they find the likely mate, they land on a branch and then they swivel their body face on and they bray into the female's face. And she doesn't seem to mind. I mean, she risks hearing loss at this point. And the females judge their mates entirely on volume. And there seems to be no purpose to this. It is just to try and get the woman to go, wow, you're loud, and I really fancy you.
What's the highest note you can sing, John?
I don't know. I've never screamed in a woman's face before.
Well, that's how you get him.
If only there was a woman near you.
If I weren't doing 8 shows a week and doing a concert, I'd go to B flat. I'd
Go
hit
on,
that.
give us
No,
a
I
go.
couldn't
Sing
do
the
that.
word
I don't-
Mary in a B flat.
Let me think here.
Mary, Mary. Go on. I don't know why I picked Mary, by the way.
What about shuttlecock?
Yeah.
Shuttlecock! How do your ovaries feel now?
Oh my God, children at home watching this trying to pick up dating techniques. So, from one rude man to another, whose genitals are 7 feet longer than they used to be?
Don't know where they found that picture. Are we talking specifically male genitals?
We are, darling. Did you put your hand up, darling? Do you know what it is?
No, I just wanted to brag.
You have a second? Put your phone number on there. You do not have a 7-foot-long Billy.
That's amazing. No wonder we had to sit you at the back.
Is that your girlfriend you've sat beside?
His girlfriend 6 rows in front.
It's not how big it is, it's what you do with it.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's not what you do with it. It's that you do it in Yorkshire. It's that you do it in bloody Yorkshire. I use it to dip my vegetables.
Is it to do with like a medical condition?
No, it is to do with a piece of art. It is carved into
It's the rude man of CERN.
It is the CERN Abbas Giant, or the Old Man of CERN. It is indeed known as the Rude Man of CERN. So he's a 200-foot tall chalk carving indoor figure. Have you ever seen this?
Yes,
Have you seen this? Yeah. Has a notably large, well, he's well endowed, let's just put it that way. But he wasn't always this well endowed. So initially, his proud member was just 16 foot long. Now, you would think that's quite big, but however, if you think about scale, so if you imagine a 6-foot man has a 6-inch penis, he's 200 foot, you would imagine him to have a 200-inch penis, which is about 16 foot long.
Right.
But sometime around 1908, for reasons we don't know why, they merged his penis with his belly button and gave him an extra 7 foot.
You know what's weird? When I look at that, I see a shy little girl with pigtails and licking a lollipop. So when I see that, having a lovely time. But I love my lollipop.
And then she's got like Pippi Longstocking hair.
Yeah, and then she's just got a little bun on her head.
Yeah. Maybe we've misinterpreted this for years. So we don't know how old it is. There was a survey of land in the area in 1617, no mention of him at all. Either it wasn't there or it had been overgrown, I don't know. By the 1760s, we start to get references to him. So certainly there's a 1764 edition of the Gentleman's Magazine, and that's got a drawing in it, including measurements when he had the smaller.
Are you sure it wasn't the ladies' magazine?
Ladies couldn't read at that time. We don't really know why he's there. It's possible that it was a parody of Cromwell and dates from the Civil War that people were taking the mickey out of Cromwell. It was a wonderful campaign in 1921 that was Mr. Long from Gillingham in, and he hated this thing, and he had a campaign that the giant's genitals should be hidden with a huge fig leaf. And 2 local bishops thought this was a marvellous idea, and apparently the Home Office thought about it, but didn't actually do it. Anyway, he's been covered up lots of times. 1992, some pranksters made a giant pair of jeans for him.
Yes. That reminds me of me in high school sitting at a desk and, oh no, it's coming out!
What lesson?
Maths. Yeah.
Wow, that's weird.
The teacher was...
What was his name?
Not telling you.
In 2002, he was given a condom by the Family Planning Association, and in 2007, a contestant known only as the Purple Phantom painted his entire penis purple.
Using what? How do you dye grass?
With dye. Now, there's nothing ruder than someone with bad timekeeping, but who is always a little bit late.
Well, is it to do with astrology? Because are we not all actually
Yes.
born under the star sign of Jupiter?
Yes, that's the case, but that's not it's a small amount of latest. Women stars are sort of connected to it. It's very important because of the interconnectivity of the planets that we all run on the same time.
Is it Greenwich Mean Time? Is the clock or something? I don't know. It's not mine.
No, it isn't Greenwich.
Oh, that was a lovely guess.
It's a nice guess. It's a very nice guess.
There's an atomic clock. Is it in Switzerland?
It is to do with the atomic clock. You are absolutely right. You get an extra point. There are 50 or more national labs around the world which all run on atomic clocks. So what they do is they measure the vibration of cesium atoms, okay? So 1 second is defined as the time it takes for a cesium atom to vibrate 9,192,631,770 times. That's that number of times per second, okay, for it to vibrate. And then each clock around the world sends all of its data to Paris, to the International Bureau of Weights and Measures, and they collate it. So this process is called Coordinated Universal Time. It is used throughout the world, except in one country.
Watch your feet.
North Korea.
It is Denmark. It is absolutely. It is Denmark. I think an extra 10 points there.
They don't play all the time.
Didn't bother. We didn't bother. We never updated our laws. I don't know. We were busy. There was a herring season. I have no idea.
Watch your feet.
We just use something called mean solar time. But because the Danes have failed to play ball, we are pretty much a quarter of a second late to every meeting.
Certainly explains the fashion.
Have you been to Denmark?
I have, yeah, loads. I love it.
Yeah, you won't be well.
Passport? No, Sandy sent me. Oh, that is okay. Please come in.
You are a quarter of a second.
So it's called Coordinated Universal Time, but the acronym is UTC. Why do you think that would be?
Because isn't that milk?
Yeah. Is that? No, that's UHT. Thank you.
UHT, sorry, yeah, I knew it was
Yeah.
something.
And then there's PMT. Do not buy that milk. So UTC it's called. So in French, it's coordinate, so TUC, and apparently nobody could agree. So UTC was just a compromise. Why didn't we have 60 seconds and 60 minutes? I mean, there was a lot of early attempts to do time. Why do you think we went for 60 minutes? Birds.
Another lovely guess from John, isn't he great? Birds, he says, Sandy.
You know when your 3-year-old says something and they're trying to be clever and you want to go, that, yes, no, that's...
It is birds.
Clearly, a woman invented those calendars for obvious reasons. Is that a fact? Favorite Sammy, it's my favorite Sammy fact. Yeah, I love that.
It is to do with a particular bone that is thought to be the world's first calendar. And it's actually got 28 markers on it.
28.
So I just mentioned something. So this is man's first attempt at a calendar. But clearly, no man needs to know 28.
Days have passed.
We fucking do.
It's called the Oshangi bone. But it's thought it was first put to me by one woman called Dr. Deborah Swallow. So this idea of these 60 has been around probably for 5,000, certainly 4,000 years, and the Romans and the Greeks borrowed that. But they didn't take the bit about 60 minutes for an hour, and so hours, whatever length you needed them to be. So in the summer you could have an hour that was 75 minutes long, and then in the winter you could have an hour that was maybe 45 minutes long. I have to say the Scandinavians would have had hours that were 15 minutes long in the winter. So the Vikings had a completely different way of telling time. They would divide the day into 8 parts, and they would do this by splitting the horizon into 8 parts, and people would pick a day mark, so a feature of the landscape that was directly above the middle of each of these sections, and then you would know what time it was, but depending on where the sun was on the chosen hill, or the tree, or the field, each village would have these particular day marks.
Say you're on a Viking rampage like your people used to be.
Wow.
You're somewhere where you don't know.
No idea what time it is.
Oh, we are late again.
Yes.
But we have brought bacon and herring.
Someone comes back and he's like, guys, I was down there by myself, like a fool rampaging all on my own. I thought we agreed a time.
So are these rabbits invading?
Yes. That's a Dutch rabbit.
Yeah.
That does sound like a euphemism, doesn't it?
Why should you not have horns on your helmet?
Because they didn't have.
They didn't have horns on their helmets. No, it was invented by a designer for a Wagnerian opera. But these day marks that the Vikings had used to get some names. So in Norway you might get Middagsfjeld, or you might get Middagshorn or Middagsbjerg. So Middagsbjerg.
Say again. Come on. I just love it when you talk the mother tongue. Go on. Do it more. I love it.
Right. We all know that it's rude to pull faces, but what comes next in this sequence?
That actually looks like take that just before Robbie left. Very good. Which end are we adding
So
to?
we're adding to the right. What's the next one?
Is it vomit?
It is vomit. It's known as bath. This is the Baxter animated retching faces. What it is, it's used for children. So when they've got nausea and they can't explain exactly how bad they feel, then you use this, usually with a computer screen, so the user can kind of scroll up and down and stop at the one that describes how they're feeling.
I need to bring that and give it to my friends for nights out. I'm like, I don't know how that. I'm hanging like, oh, is she going to go?
Darling, point.
Hey.
Point. She's about to spew.
I'll hold my head, John.
You're all right, darling. You're fine. You're all right.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. We still love you.
I'm so
She'll be fine. She'll be fine.
Once I get out, I can go again.
Yeah.
Defensive.
That's why we love you.
Am I still pretty, John?
Yeah, you're all right. Wipe that off a bit. There you go.
Best friend November. Hi, John. This classic me.
Just say something so we know you're not dead, love.
I'm not dead, love.
Anyway, the retching scale is based on a similar one called the Wong-Baker scale, which is used for pain. So it's the same thing with kids. If you don't really know how much pain they're in, there you are.
It wouldn't be helpful if your child did not look like a moon.
Yeah. Why should you always be polite to your doctor? What's in it for you to be polite to your doctor?
Because they'll spit in your drip behind your back before they serve it to you.
Well, it's worse than that.
I was in a veterinary surgery and I was behind the scenes, and when they bring the animals in, now when you hand your animal over, you don't really want to see how they manipulate it and move the
Because they'd be like this. Oh, this is
They're
your
like,
cat.
thank you, yeah. Move it, put it in, right.
you go into surgery, you don't want them to take it out on you, to flip you around or do something really violent with you.
Well, you want them to be good at their job, is that fair?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So not that. In 2017, they did a study of surgeons in Israel, and they looked at rudeness. It makes doctors 50% less.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
They just can't help themselves. So what they did, they performed a simulated surgery on a child all the time while they're being yelled at by one of the child's parents. And not only did they communicate less well, they made incorrect diagnoses. They sometimes picked up the wrong instruments, and lots of patients that they were operating on would So be nice, because you don't want your doctor to make a mess of things. Now, why do the most mature people do this?
I'm staying out of this one.
It's nothing to do with birds.
Are we talking about the very elderly who are losing control?
Well, I think most people do it, but it is done by the most mature people at a certain age. What age might it be?
Oh, and that's a developmental milestone, like.
Yeah, it is absolutely. It's a very important part of a baby's language development. Yeah. So it's the way they learn how to maneuver their jaw and their lips and their tongue and so on, making loud noises and quiet noises. And the earlier a baby blows a loud raspberry, the earlier they tend to speak, and it is a sign at that age of maturity. And then parents blow raspberries back, and that reinforces the behavior. It's how we teach them that it's worth making that noise because you communicate. John, please, John.
Watch your feet.
In a baby's first words in London, infants are the most rude, apparently. West Midlands.
Watch your feet.
West Midlands are the most polite. I love this. Scottish babies learn with the mothers to say the word sorry.
Sorry.
The Montessori method of education, when children start to talk back, start to question, because they refer to that as the age of rudeness.
It's a good sign if the child is spirited and rude. It means they're making a bit of space for themselves in the world. The alternative is for them to slip into depression.
No, rudeness and talking back is a sign of the parts of thing. Household assistants like Siri and Alexa are becoming more common. What's the effect on children?
They don't know how to say please and thank you, maybe, because they can demand. There's no room for
You're
man.
absolutely right. It is making children more rude. 42% of children in the 96 can do not have to say please or thank you. So they are making children more rude. Blowing raspberries is a sign of maturity. But only in babies. All of which brings us to the fruity matter of general ignorance. Fingers on buzzers, please. Name a body part that is built only for pleasure.
The clitoris.
Can I just say that is the biggest clitoris I have ever seen?
It's the first one I've ever seen.
Yes, Doug, is it feet? No, it's not feet. But I'm just going to say, I'm just going to finish with the clitoris. So it used to be thought that it was the only human organ whose sole function was pleasure. One of the things that we now know, it is actually fantastically clever. So the clitoris informs the brain that it's time to create the very best swimming conditions for sperm. So it's in men's interest to engage the clitoris in what's going on.
That's right, man at the back.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Do you remember though, when you were younger, that it's a word that's gone out of use? There used to be erogenous zones.
Zones, yes.
People would say, what's your erogenous zone?
Yeah.
Basildon.
I was muted, my bad. I'm gonna go grab some water, use the restroom. I'll make sure I'm not in a bad spot.
But yeah, people are obsessed with earlobe. It's the earlobe.
Yes.
The earlobes is not an erogenous
No,
zone.
not at all.
What a day for that lady to go modelling.
Yeah.
Neither here nor there.
You know when you buy a chicken and it hasn't been plucked properly, you know that?
Looks like Desperate Dan's chin.
Is it the perineum?
No. So we're still on the part that
The
is
appendix?
No, it's a part of the brain that is entirely wired for pleasure, and it is called the nucleus accumbens. It is basically.
Oh, I forgot the question was pleasure. And I was
Pleasure.
Is it the appendix?
Yeah.
I was going to say, how are you pleasuring your appendix?
No, so it's the bit of the brain that when we feel rewarded in some way, we eat food or we take drugs, we have sex or whatever, it fires in dopamine into the body and makes you feel good. So it's the bit of the body that is there just for pleasure.
You should just do that a lot then.
Help yourself. Yeah.
Oh, I feel great.
Yeah, it's.
Ow.
Sorry.
Remind us to listen to you again.
I'm just going to say I don't think that's going to do it. Okay. Which country's national poem begins with the words "O Lithuania"?
Is it Latvia? What's the other one?
Estonia.
Estonia.
Lithuania. Can we stop there? No, it's Poland. So your family comes originally from Lithuania, do they not?
Yes, my stepdad's family, they are from Shepaitis, yes, from Vilnius.
But the answer is, in fact, it's from Poland. It's from their national poem. So there was a poet called Adam Mickiewicz, and the opening verse begins, "O Lithuania, my country, thou art like good health. I never knew till now how precious till I lost thee." So why is it part of the Polish national anthem, do we think?
Are they slagging Lithuania?
No, so there used to be the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So
We miss you.
we miss you. Yeah, basically we miss you. Longest national anthem in the world? Anybody? You have a guess?
North Korea?
It's Greece.
Ooh.
It's got 158.
No, that's a musical. That's misunderstood that. It's not a national anthem, Sandy.
It's a great musical. Stars a woman called Sandy. So 158 stanzas in the Greek one. They only used 2 because, you know, like, who would do all that? My favourite. Congo's national anthem asks, "And if we have to die, does it really matter?" What can it mean when you smell burnt toast?
You're having a stroke.
What a pleasing image that is to see those words flashing over John's.
You've overheated your brain. Is really?
Honestly, just that.
They say if you smell burnt toast or if you feel like you're starting to droop.
Who tells you this? A doctor you've shouted at?
That's what I always thought it was.
It's a common misconception.
No, but you know what's really scary?
I'm gonna go get a chess piece.
It must be doing something to me because every morning I wake
Yeah, and then I'm gonna get periodic damage off of my Moonfire, and I'm going to see what it is like. I don't get insta damage anymore, but that's okay.
Pantosmia is when you think you can smell something, so you're having an olfactory dysfunction.
No, I think my husband's actually burning toast in the morning and trying to get me to think I'm having a stroke every morning. It wakes me up in a panic.
He's gaslighting you.
Yes.
So you are not having a stroke, you are not having a brain tumour. If you had a stroke, it doesn't affect particularly your sense of smell, and there is no specific scent that you should look out for. You are unlikely to be having a stroke if you can smell toast.
More likely to be having breakfast.
Yes. Why shouldn't you flash in an art gallery?
If you take a photograph with a flash,
It could bleach the painting.
I thought it did.
Lots of people do think that it will, I don't know, bleach the delicate colour of the paintings or so on. It's not true.
Why then?
In order for any damage to be done, you'd have to have a flash as powerful as the ones in sort of professional photography studios, and then the effect would be so small it would be invisible to the eye. But probably the best argument that, first of all, you'll get a terrible photograph. Also, it's very annoying for everybody else.
Also, does it make the gallery less money if everyone's just taking pictures and go, "You don't need to see it, guys. I got a picture." Because, like, you know, the Mona Lisa is very hard to get a picture of because once you're there, so many people in front of it.
What I found hilarious about the Mona Lisa when I went to see it, I went to the Louvre. And I went to
That's
see
where it is, so that's good.
Yeah.
So far, it was going well for you.
Yeah, no, you know what? I'll bail out from that anecdote.
Oh, Phil, we want to know. Let's tell us, Phil.
No.
Tell us, Phil.
I've actually, because I'm 57, I've genuinely forgotten what I was going to say.
The best argument for not flashing in an art gallery is that it's a little bit rude. All of which ungentlemanly and unladylike conduct brings us to the slightly tactless moment where we find out just how useless everybody has been. So, let me tell you, in last place, with -10, it's the audience!
Let's find something else. Been watching QI forever. Well, watching, listening. See what else we could do that will titillate the brain. Too long, don't read Ice Crown Citadel.
Lord Marrogar. Marrogar is the first boss and only has one phase. Hold him in the middle with tanks on one side and range spread out on the other, and melee can avoid an ability by pixel stacking underneath what's left of his arse. His tank buster hits the main tank and the two closest people, so take 3 tanks and stack together so melee don't get whacked. Cold Flame is a line of fire from the boss at a random range target, so just sidestep it, and if they need to, melee shuffle in. Bone Spikes impale and incap someone, dealing big damage, so keep them up and everyone kill the spikes ASAP. On Heroic, this targets 3 players, so get them out quick and don't be greedy. After 1 minute, then every 30 seconds, he casts a Bone Storm, dealing raid-wide ticking damage for 30 seconds, so this is a healer CD moment. During it, he charges at random people 3 times and leaves behind an X of Cold Flame, so just move away and don't stand in the fire. On Heroic, he also keeps casting Bone Spikes, so if you don't break the unlucky bastards out quick enough, they'll probably fucking die. And he also charges an extra time, so don't get caught out. Once he's done spinning, he resets aggro, so give your tanks at least half a global before you start blasting again.
Charge! I guess at the I'm not really sure. I do have something in mind, so I'm gonna grab this upgraded chest piece. There's nothing over here, right? This is Malfurion at oh. How do you get this? Regalia of Grand Vanquish. Where did that drop at? Oh, Argent Crusade Tribute Chest. 25. Scalping. Oh yeah, I would get a better piece of Malfurion. Okay. So I need to be over here. Oh, okay. Sanitation. No. I almost biffed it. Yeah, and this will give me Moonfire. That's why I'm so adamant about it. Chest guard of Wayward Vanquisher.
I am honored. Be careful.
Okay, so I want to take the flight path back to Dally, and then I will go to Stormwind.
How may I help?
I did put a chest piece bonus on this, didn't I? No, I didn't. I think I was waiting. That's right, I was waiting. I was waiting.
Again. Lady Death Whisper. Death Whisper has 2 phases, starting with an ad phase. During phase 1, you'll need to deal with some ads and break her mana shield to trigger phase 2. She puts green shit on the floor and shadow bolts random targets to keep healers busy, but doesn't need to be tanked. On Heroic, she also mind controls a few people, so CC them or purge all their buffs to be a dick. Ad waves spawn that need to be picked up, and she empowers one every so often. Fanatics give a healing absorb and have a damage buff that can be stolen or purged. If empowered, they deal 100% more damage and have a frontal cleave, so tanks should kite them. Adherents give a disease that you can cleanse and a curse that increases spell cooldown, so decurse it ASAP. They also gain a spell reflect shield for melee to break. If empowered, they cast a single target bolt and some AoE blasts. If any cast Martyrdom, they explode and come back as skeletons, with cultists becoming immune to physical damage and adherents becoming immune to magical damage. 3 ads spawn from each side of the room and 1 from the stairs. Assign tanks for each side and either split the melee to deal with each side while range stay on the boss, or bring them into a death ball and AoE the shit out of them before they can do anything. And once you get to 0 mana, you start phase 2. The ads do stop spawning, but watch when you push her so you don't get ads as you phase. She continues with a green shot on the floor and MCs on Heroic, but now she needs to be tanked and gives a debuff that reduces threat, so swap before you lose aggro. Frostbolt is a huge hit to the tank, which you need to interrupt. Frostbolt Volley is raid-wide damage, so fun for healers. And she summons Shade ads that explode if they reach their target, so run away from it until it despawns. Gunship Battle. This fight only has one objective: destroy the enemy ship using the cannons. Assign 4 cannoneers to fire at the ads on the far side of the ship, using cannon blast to generate heat and explosive shot to spend it. Just don't reach 100 heat or you'll be out of action for a bit. A mage appears on the enemy deck that freezes your cannon, so jump over with the tank and take him out. The tank should hold the leader, either Sarfang or Muradin, and they have a stacking damage buff, so you can't hold them forever. Just have the melee kill the mage and jump back. Any ranged not in a cannon should be killing the riflemen or axe throwers on the opposite deck. Dodge the slow ass missiles, which have a knockback on Heroic, and get ready to defend. A portal appears, dropping ads on your ship, which need to be picked up by a tank. Sergeants have a cleave and a healing reduction hit, and Marines and Reavers just zug. All ads gain a damage buff the longer they're alive, and an attack speed buff when below 20%, so just nuke them down and go back to dancing. The heroic version of this is just higher damage all round, so it shouldn't be much different. Healers just keep your tank alive and it's GG. Deathbringer Saofang. Saofang only has one phase, but his damage ramps up the longer the fight goes on. Every attack from either the boss or any ads give him a stack of a damage buff and give him energy. At 100 energy, he marks a player with a permanent debuff, making them take any melee damage the boss deals. Healers keep an eye on them because if they die, they'll heal him for about 20%. And dying doesn't remove it, so don't bother rezzing them unless you thought there wasn't enough damage already. Rune of Blood is a debuff on the tank that heals the boss, so swap on every cast. Blood Nova is splash damage on a ranged target, so ranged need to spread at least 12 yards apart so only one person gets hit. Blood Boil is a dot on a few players, so mainly a healer problem, but every tick gives him energy, so use immunities to get rid of it if you can. He summons 5 ads every so often, which also give him energy when they deal damage, so everyone swap and kill them. Try to stop them using stuns, pushbacks, or slows, and prevent the amount they give. They're basically immune to AoE damage, so range should single target them down and kite them if needed. Tanks don't bother picking them up, as the run distance will help limit the energy they give. And on heroic, the ads deal triple damage and slow anyone near them, so kill them ASAP. Either last on point or save it for the last 30% where he gets a damage speed increase, which will also increase his energy speed. Kill the boss before you have too many marks and your healers fake a DC. Festigard. Festigard is a fairly simple DPS race as he has a 5-minute enrage timer, and the raid takes ticking damage the whole fight so healers won't get a break. Vile Gas deals splash damage on a few players and disorients them and anyone near them, so range need to spread around. Gas Spores target 3 players and make them explode, giving anyone hit a dot. Surviving the dot gives you inoculated, a shadow damage reduction debuff you'll need later, so you need to get hit. If you have a spore, spread out among the raid with 1 in melee so everyone can get hit, but you can only get 1 stack of inoculated per spore wave. Don't give your healers even more to do by stacking your dot. Every so often he casts Inhale, reducing the raid-wide ticking damage but increasing his damage and attack speed by 30%, so tanks will get pounded on. About 20 seconds after the 3rd inhale, he casts Pungent Blight, dealing lethal raid-wide damage to anyone without 3 stacks of inoculated, so make sure you get sucked by all the spores. For tanks, Gastric Bloat is a stacking dot with a damage buff for your passes, but if it reaches 10 stacks, you'll explode and kill everyone. Make sure to swap on 9 stacks and stop pressing buttons so you don't hit 10 stacks because you're too chad to drop aggro. On heroic, Professor Putricide throws Malleable Goo at a few random players, bouncing several times before hitting, so make sure you run away and don't get hit. To make it easier for melee, have them all stack on one side of the boss, and if a goo ball comes at their faces, move to the other side to avoid it. Rotface. Rotface is the second boss in the Playworks and is mainly a tank and spank. Everyone stay in the middle of the room due to the ooze that fills the outside. It covers a quarter of the room at a time, but never the same one back to back, so don't stand in the ooze. Slime Spray is a frontal on a random target, so move away when you see him turn. And Mutated Infection is a dot with a health reduction that you need to cleanse. When dispelled, they spawn an ad that can't be taunted but can be MD'd, if you trust your hunters to follow instruction. The ad hits quite hard, so it needs to be kited by an off-tank or the unlucky DPS around the edge of the room. When a second infection appears, have them move between the kiter and the ad before dispelling them, as when the 2 ads collide, they merge to form a big ad. The big ad still needs to be kited, but it can be taunted, and it pulses damage to anyone nearby, so move out of the way if it comes close. Keep spawning the ads in front of the big one until it reaches 5 stacks, making it explode, shooting missiles at random targets, so when you see them coming, get the fuck out of the way. On heroic, you also get Vile Gas, the same as Festigard, making a ranged target explode, hitting and disorienting anyone nearby. Have range spread about 10 yards and away from the melee, but watch out for the use at the edge. Also on heroic, the healing reduction from the dot is a bit higher, so as soon as you get it, run to position to be dispelled. Professor Putricide. Putricide is the final boss of the Playworks and has 3 health-based phases. Take 3 tanks unless your DPS is higher than my ping on Hardcore Classic servers, and at the start of the fight, have one drink the potion on the table to become uglier than usual. His job is to eat any of the slime puddles that spawn under players before they get too big. Throughout phase 1 and 2, the boss alternates summoning a green or orange ad from the sides of the room, which both need to be killed ASAP. The green one immobilizes and fixates someone and explodes if it reaches them, dealing a shitload of damage split between anyone hit and knocking them away. The orange one also fixates someone, but they can move, giving 10 stacks of a dot that drops every tick. If it reaches them, they explode for raid-wide damage, so kite like you'll be kicked if it goes off. Hold the boss near the green pipe, and when the green one spawns, everyone swap and kill it ASAP. And if it fixates a melee player, the explosion won't be as bad. The A-bomb tank should help using Regurgitated Ooze, a 50% slow so they can be kited and killed easier. And if there are no ads or ooze puddles, just attack the boss. On heroic, you also get Unbound Plague, a ramping dot that lasts a minute and can only be removed by passing it off on someone. Once you've had it though, you can't take it again for another minute, otherwise you'll probably fucking die. Assign a group of tanky range to be dot holders and stand away from the raid to pass it around amongst themselves. And if the dot starts in melee, get out of the raid ASAP and give it to the group. At 80%, the boss stuns everyone, including the ads, and starts phase 2. On heroic though, you don't get stunned. Instead, the boss summons both ads at the same time and gives everyone a debuff so you can only attack one of them. Don't push the boss while the other ads are alive or you'll be dealing with 3. Save some CDs and blast them down, and the A-bomb tank should prio slowing the green ad. Phase 2 is similar to phase 1 but with a few additions. Malleable Goo is a bouncing ball towards a few players so don't get hit, and choking gas bombs bombs are small clouds that explode after 20 seconds or if you stand on them. They also reduce your hit chance by 75%, so unless you want to be as useless as trying to get me to call Twitter by any other name, move away from the clouds. Keep going the same as phase 1 until 35% when you start phase 3. The ads will stop spawning and the A-bomb tank returns to normal, and this is where you want to pop lust. You can't get rid of the slime anymore, so move the boss around the room when more spawns. The boss now gives tanks Mutated Plague, a stacking debuff that deals ticking raid-wide damage, and if you go above 4 stacks, you'll probably all fucking die. If the tank dies or drops the debuff, the boss heals itself for a shitload, so manage keeping the debuff up by rotating tanks after each hit. Kill the boss before the damage gets too high or you run out of room. On Heroic, manage Unbound Plague as best you can while moving, but it is more of a YOLO approach to keep it in ranged. During the Heroic transition ads, you can either pop everything to destroy the ads or save them for the boss, as you still need a shitload of damage to kill him before you all die from the tank debuff. Blood Prince Council. The council is made up of 3 bosses with shared health and each have different abilities. Every 45 seconds, one boss is empowered, making them attackable and changing a spell. The other 2 stay on 1 health but won't die, so hitting them is the real definition of padding. Valinar spawns bombs around the room that drop towards the floor, dealing massive raid-wide damage if they land, so hit them to keep them up. Either put a pet on it or DPS number 18. He also casts Shock Vortex, a cast on a ranged player dealing splash damage, knocking them away and summoning an orb that you shouldn't touch. Have range spread out to avoid hitting multiple people. When empowered, Shock Vortex now hits everyone, but doesn't summon the orb, so make sure melee pre-spread so they don't kill each other. Tal'Daram casts Glittering Sparks, a random frontal that puts a heavy dot on anyone hit, so healers have fun. On Heroic, this hits quite hard, so healers might want to do some real healing. He also casts Conjure Flame, a slow-moving ball at a ranged player that deals less damage over time, so kite it if you can't eat the initial damage. When it hits you, it deals splash damage, so don't be hugging someone when it goes off. When empowered, the orb damage is only reduced by passing through players, dealing damage to them as it goes. Melee stack between the boss and the range to reduce it as soon as it spawns, and if that's not enough, have some range run between it while the target runs for their life. And on Heroic, this hits much harder, so you'll probably need ranged anyway. Keleseth casts Shadow Lance, which is a heavy hit of shadow damage, but he spawns Dark Nucleus ads that channel a shadow resistance debuff on their target, so the tank needs to pick them all up. When empowered, his Shadow Lance hits harder than being left on red, so you want multiple stacks of the debuff to survive it. On normal, you can use a WotLK tank, but on Heroic, the empowered damage is a bit too high, so take a 3rd tank just to be safe. Also on Heroic, the entire raid gets Shadow Prison, ramping damage while moving, but standing still doesn't do anything at all, and after 10 seconds, it falls off. Watch your stacks and timer so you don't refresh it at 1 second and accidentally kill yourself, and melee need to be careful when moving out for the empowered vortex. Blood Queen Lanathel. Lanathel is available after killing the Blood Princes and has 2 alternating phases. Phase 1 is most of the fight with the boss on the ground. For healers, there's raid-wide damage throughout the fight to keep you on your toes. Swarming Shadows make someone drop purple fire on the ground, the same as Jaraxxus, so drop it against a wall. Pact of the Darkfallen links 3 players with red beams, dealing splash damage until you hug each other to get rid of it. Twilight Blood Bolt shoots a ranged player and makes them deal splash damage, so ranged need to spread out. And for tanks, Blood Mirror links her main target with the closest person, to make sure both tanks are stacked together and they both hit the boss first. The off tank takes all the boss damage but it's shadow damage instead of physical, so make sure your tanks are the right way round. And Delirious Slash gives the off tank a bleed, so healers keep both tanks alive. About 15 seconds in, she bites the DPS highest on threat, turning them into a vampire and increasing their damage by 100%, and making them deal no more threat. After 1 minute, they need to bite someone new, or they'll become mind controlled, and this continues for every vampire for the rest of the fight until you all become the cast of Twilight. You can only bite someone who isn't already bitten, so make sure you have a bite order starting with your top DPS to maximize the buff, and try to start with a melee as top DPS threat so she doesn't run out into range with everyone following her. After 2 minutes and then every 90 seconds, she runs to the middle of the room and flies into the air, fearing everyone for a few seconds. After it ends, everyone needs to spread out as quickly as possible, as she casts 3 blood bolts on everyone, and if anyone is stacked together, they'll probably fucking die. This will need some serious healing, so it's probably a good idea for a cooldown. Vampires need to watch their debuff timer during this, because if you need to bite someone during it, you'll probably get MC'd. On Heroic, the only difference is vampires take more damage from the ticking raid wide, so watch their health closely while she's in the air. Valeithria Dreamwalker. Valeithria is the first boss in the Frostwing Halls, and only has one objective: heal the boss and you win. Take as many healers as you can get away with single target healers preferred. Split the DPS and tanks into 2 groups for each side of the room to handle the ads, with 1 healer in each and the rest healing the boss. Every so often she spawns seeds to enter the dream and collect nightmare clouds for a healing and damage buff with a mana regen. Just make sure your DPS aren't secretly stealing these to pump their passes. Healers don't let this buff drop, so go into every portal wave to maintain it and save lust for the end of the fight when you're all juiced to the max. And remember, things like Guardian Spirit and Lay on Hands do work on the boss. Meanwhile, the rest of the raid deals with the spawning ad waves. The top prio are skeletons, as they have a raid-wide channel that also damages the boss, so stop them ASAP. Next are killer suppressors, who channel a healing taken reduction onto the boss. Third are archmages, who have a frostbot volley, pillars of frost to dodge, and summon mana voids that drain nearby mana, so don't stand in them. Fourth are zombies, who give a stacking dot on every hit and deal AoE damage around them, so have tanks kite them around and range take them out. Any hybrid DPS with nothing to do and spare mana can heal the boss if they want to feel useful, or they can dance their way to victory victory just like they did on Gothic the Harvester. Syndragosa. Syndragosa is the penultimate boss of ICC and has 3 phases. The fight is similar to Sapphiron in a few ways with some spicy new additions. Don't stand in front or behind the giant dragon or you'll end up eating shit, and tanks get an extra frontal all to themselves. Everyone takes ticking damage for the entire fight for healers to deal with. For melee, every attack has a chance to give a stacking dot, but unless it gets too high, just keep zugzagging. Unchained Magic is a debuff on a handful of ranged players, making every spell give them a stack of a debuff. After 5 seconds, you take a hit of damage for each spell, so watch your stacks and stop casting to reset so you don't kill yourself. On Heroic, you now deal splash damage instead, so if you get it, get the fuck out, and stop casting to let it drop before you re-enter the group. And lastly, she sucks everyone in, then deals lethal damage to anyone too close when the cast goes off, so just
Run away, little girl. Run away.
after she does the suck, she flies into the air for phase 2. Similar to Sapphiron, she freezes players in ice blocks, about 5 on normal and 6 on heroic, but does mark you first so you can position. You deal splash damage when you freeze, so no ice block orgies, but you do need to be broken out, so stack in 2s in a nice line if you can survive to be cleaved out. Meanwhile, the boss drops 4 bombs at random marked locations, so watch and move to make sure you're lossing with the ice blocks or you'll probably all fucking die. Slowly break the blocks throughout the phase, and after the 4th bomb, destroy them quickly to restart phase 1. She alternates phase 1 and 2 until 35% when she stops flying up. Phase 3 is basically phase 1, but with an important change. She now freezes a random player in an ice block every so often, so you'll need to break them out. But Mystic Buffet is a stacking raid-wide debuff to anyone in line of sight, increasing magic damage taken every 5 seconds. You need to reset these stacks using the frozen suckers, so get them to stand close enough to the boss so melee can keep zigzagging while they reset and break them out. Reset stacks every second ice block, and every other block can be broken straight away. You can Bloodlust right as she lands for the phase, but if your damage looks like a classic era server, maybe wait until after the first suck in to get your grips and then blitz the boss into the ground. And on heroic, just make sure no ranged are exploding in the group and your positioning is on point. Arthas, the Lich King. The Lich King has 3 health-based phases and 2 intermissions, and this is going to be a long fight. During phase 1, the boss summons adds which need to be picked up by an off-tank. Ghouls die to passive damage, but horrors have a frontal and you need to tank them away from the boss. Necrotic Plague is a dot on a random player that jumps to the nearest target when decursed. Move out to the adds and remove it to give it to them, and once you have 2 adds with the Plague, they should just circle jerk each other to death with it. And whenever it jumps, it gives Arthas a damage buff, so keep an eye on the main tank over the phase. Infest is a raid-wide dot that gets removed when you're above 90% health, so Disc Priests can pre-shield this to prove they're actual healers. And on heroic, shadow traps appear under random people, so don't stand in them. At 70%, you'll start the intermission, and you need to run to the edge of the room to avoid the AoE in the middle. Just remember to dispel the last plague away from anyone else to get rid of it. Raging spirits spawn that need to be picked up and faced into the middle as they have a frontal silence, and ice spheres travel from the boss to the raid and explode if they reach you, so have range take them out.
No shit, this is awesome.
Cone, but
this
is
is
mainly
exactly
a
what I
healer
was
problem, so spread out a little to reduce the number hit. After the 3rd spirit spawns, the edge of the platform breaks, so move back to the middle before you fall off and get ratioed on Twitter to begin phase 2. You still get Infest here, but he now has a few new abilities. Defile puts shit on the floor under a random player that grows if you stand in it, so don't. You get a couple of seconds before it goes off, so if you do get it, try to get the fuck out of the group. For tanks, Soul Reaper is a hit of tank damage with a delayed second hit and increases the boss's haste, so swap on every cast. He also summons 3 Valkyr that pick up random people and try to yeet them off the closest edge, so use slows and stuns to stop them while you nuke them down. Tanks try to keep the boss in the middle of the platform so the raid has longer to kill them, but do watch out for Defile. On heroic, their health is tripled, but you only need to get them to 50% before they drop their kidnap victim. Then they fly above the raid and deal damage to random players, so get range to kill them if your healers are struggling. But it is better to ignore them and focus the boss once you have the gear for it. And this phase is good to last, especially if you're struggling with the Valkyr. At 40%, you start the 2nd intermission, which is exactly the same as the 1st, except you get 1 extra spirit. Now for phase 3, and you do still get Defile here and Soul Reaper for tanks. He now summons Vile Spirits that explode if they touch anyone, so they need to be soaked by the off-tank. Hold the boss near the edge of the platform, and when they spawn, move to the opposite side. Have a Hunter drop a Frost Trap to slow them down, and the off-tank should stand between the spirits in the raid, taunting and soaking them one by one. Harvest Soul is taking damage on a random player that sends them inside Frostmourne if they survive. When inside, you need to either kill the warden yourself, or if you're a weak-ass healer, heal Tyrannus so he can kill it for you. Make sure to interrupt the ad or dispel it from Tyrannus, because if he dies, he'll take you with him. On heroic, the entire raid is taken inside instead. You need to stack up and move slowly around the edge of the room to dodge a load of falling shit from the sky. You also take ticking damage, and if anyone dies, Arthas gets a massive stacking damage buff. So don't fucking die, or you'll probably wipe the raid. When you eventually get to 10%, Arthas will just straight up kill you all. Then Tyrion does some light shit, and Tyrannus reses you all to beat what's left out of the Lich King and make you sit through 10 minutes of dialogue to get your loot. And that's it for Wrath of the Lich King. Congrats on your final kill. Hopefully you found all these guides useful, and we'll see what comes next for Classic. Like and subscribe if you enjoyed. I'll catch you in the next one.
Are you serious? You can't take your mammoth through this? Oh my god, no wonder nobody uses it. Find something to listen to. Maybe I can just. I don't necessarily. Just listen to something for now. I don't even know if I want to listen to this. What is this? Not bad. It sounded like I was living in the radio era. Is it recommending because I don't have hit rating? Why is it recommending? It's telling me to get all hit rating stuff. Nice. I see. These are all hit rating though. Yeah, I slept pretty good today. So, I'm in a much better mood. Much better mood. Plus, streaming's a lot easier. Is that what that's supposed to be? Why doesn't it tell me it's stats? That's dumb. This website is dumb. I don't trust it. Tell me to buy things in a recommendation, but it doesn't give me the deets. You're on the radio with Larry Redbeard. Welcome to the finality of your reality. I gotta tell you, here on the mainstream of dreams, you can't be anywhere else, it seems. Though I do not know Dr. Seuss, I'm sure I could wear one of his suits. But do not worry, it's nothing else but sweet curry. So, you know. C'est la vie. Get out of here, baby. Oh, it even recommends food? That's mighty fine of you. Elixir of mighty thoughts. You know, I haven't really messed with my algorithm. Increases your haste rating. Do they stack? I guess if you're gonna want to pump out as much damage, getting potions is also worth that. I mean, I guess it never really. It's just more stuff that's like extra. You know what I'm saying? Okay. That's like going above and beyond. Like that's like. Not only are you at the point of like maxed out on gear and stuff, you're like trying to just inch out a little bit more damage in a fight, which I makes sense. I just made it the whole time. Anyways, wait for me to shock you awake if you were about to fall asleep. In my gentle voice, because there's times where I will put enthusiasm into it, and you know how that is. It's just a swarming piece of your own mind. I said multiple things before I realized I wasn't talking at all. That's just the comedy of it. But live and learn. But I tend to live but not learn because I keep making that same mistake. One of these days, well, I do catch it sometimes. I do remember to unmute at times, but it's kind of the gamble of playing a mute system. Tell me about the gem staff. I need 17% chance to crit. Or wait, to hit? Oh fuck. I'm way off. Before talent. Oh, Haste. Apparently Haste has a soft cap at 401. Oh, that's why that's why Wrath is such a pain in the ass to cast. There's sometimes my haste gets so fast, I can't cast Wrath. My Wraths, I can cast Wrath faster than the global cooldown. So I'm just sitting there waiting for the global cooldown because of my ability to cast it faster. Because there's like I don't know. That's probably to prevent like people doing some crazy shit. If they didn't have a global cooldown on your skills, so I think it shouldn't be a global cooldown on your ability. On an ability, a recastable. I don't know. Maybe that's bad too. So my soft cap crit on Lunar when Eclipse occurs. But what do I get again when I go for Eclipse? Wrath goes up in 60% chance of increasing your critical strike with Starfire by 40. Wait, what? 100% chance of increasing damage done by Wrath by 47. When you critically hit with Wrath, you have a 60% chance of increasing your critical strike chance by Starfire by 47%. So I have a... Wait. Oh. When you critically hit with Starfire, you have a 100% chance of increasing... Oh. No wonder. No wonder Wrath wasn't critting for Starfire at times. Because you don't have a 100% chance. You have a 60% chance of increasing your critical strike chance with Starfire by 47%, which at 47% is its crit chance. Oh. Would that break? Would that break him though if you was 100 for both sides? I guess, considering that Wrath is so fast, because you can cast it pretty quickly. I can cast it in 1.3 seconds. All right. Tell you what though, getting Starfire down to a 1 second cast. Oh mama. Yeah, let me see here. Dancing stuff. Red gem. What do I need? So I need a red and a blue gem. You know, I'm not doing crazy. Who you or rep farming ICC? Is there somewhere I gotta go for ICC? That's really good coffee. So it recommends me to grab a cardinal ruby or a vial of amorite. Red. I need to move this in a better spot. I like the coffee to be close, but I would fucking forget it's there and then duke it all over me. I would be very sad. Okay, and then what's the veil then? Veil. But it said, did I spell that wrong? Terrain. Okay, well, let's just look at gems then. Oh, yeah, I could go for this. Spell power and hit rating, I guess. Alright. Royal Dreadstone. What a cool name. I'm not... I mean, I did just hit over 500 gear score, which I'm very happy about. Alright, the more I take my time to think about this stuff, the more. I'm just gonna grab this. Oh, hell yeah, I'll take that for sure. Expensive. Well, let's take a look at the chest piece, because I'll likely not replace this chest piece for some time. I guess stats or no stats. I don't know. Maybe I should have gone for the mana regen. I do suffer mana pretty badly. And then is there a glove one? Did I put gloves? 28 spell power, I think. Yeah, 28. So I did upgrade my glove. Copy. That is awesome. I know gear score doesn't account for your extra stats, but it just feels good. I actually, and the funny thing, not funny, but like, yeah, I actually couldn't. I have no stats on me, no buffs, except what I give myself naturally. Yeah, I need to go back there and see what's up with that. Let me Hearthstone. Oh, I don't have anything doing. Oh my, yeah, I need to do the Ice Crown quest. I don't even think I have the ability to faction farm them either. Paperclips are my bane. I freaking love them. Yeah, I don't know what it is about them, but I sure do love them. Dude, we're slowly but surely getting up there. All right, let's go Q again. We're feeling a little bit stronger. We have periodic damage now, so we don't have to worry about proccing that. But we do have Moonfire things, so that's a little bit more expensive. Really like the page. I'm gonna save it. It's done. And then let me mount, and then head. Preparations of war. Belgium. Oh, yeah, I need to go over here and get a banner for them too, because there's, I know I say banner, but I need, so like, as like, I'm getting used to the game again, and I'm, you know, now that the raid finder stuff, I don't know, I'm just hearing to where I need to find the person I can buy that shit from. Aye. Get me a tabard. Oh, here we go. Because he has something I want to think. Increases spell power by 50 and stamina by 30. And I need to be exalted by these friendly fellas. What's this? Stuff didn't sell. No bug? Okay, nice. Oh, you know what? I didn't even think about it. But I just want to do a random dungeon, so I don't care. So no wonder I don't see anybody joining in my group very often. I always find myself just like, I'll be stuck like this, 0-0. And I thought Dungeon Finder was broken. But only to realize that you end up kind of being filler. Well, that's what you are. You're a filler. And that's why I don't see myself waiting or queuing up with other groups slowly or stacking together to make that decision, because it's basically like it wants to wait until it's basically found me. Because like as I'm looking more and more through, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they come up with that algorithm to work that way, because you got to think, I can only be in certain dungeons I can only be in any dungeon once in a gamma run per day. So every time I queue up, it might take longer for me to find a place. I'm just saying like the math and like how the algorithm works, because I've been getting runs, dungeons and stuff every time. I haven't, and it's not strayed much further from when it tells me it's going to get me a time frame. 6 minutes, usually about 6 minutes anytime. It's usually been really good about the estimation. I've never had to wait an atrocious amount of time to get into a game, even as DPS. Get into a game, listen to me. Okay, we need to head over here and do a start questing. Oh, it doesn't matter. Just gotta start your quest. Is Argent Dawn the place? No, over here. Is there a flight path? Yeah, barely. Let's just fly over there, and then we'll fly from there. We'll take a taxi flight from there, and then we'll fly there. Very relaxing. I don't know, I gotta say, music can be very. I guess it was good I switched over to some music, because it's actually helping me out a little bit. Maybe the talking wasn't. Well, plus too, I didn't really. Background music you don't got to really worry about. I've been noticing that and I can't necessarily mic-wise, sorry about that, is like if I put my mic right here, I think the mic has actually it's a lot clearer than it would be if I put it on my left because of the audio variables. Problem is it's in my way. I don't like it being here. And I could drop it lower, but again, because like I move around a lot and shift, I shift all the time. And having that, and you know, I want to be able to grab things, and this like directly. Plus, it gets in the way of my eyes. I can constantly see it in a weird way. I need to just figure out what I'll probably end up doing is investing in a different mic, because this one's pretty old. She's an oldie. Riding through though. Oh, I almost about to mess with it. Mute it. I actually don't know how loud it is. All I can do is gauge how loud it is from what I see on the mic itself. And sometimes I'll move the mic and it sounds like it's pretty loud. I haven't ever seen like scorching red mark sounds, but is this also where you would? Souvenirs? Whoop. The all falling game. Okay. Destroy the ocular and then report to Baron Silver in the Shadow Vault. Oh, this is the Argent group. What do they offer? See what I'm saying? Like this Gamma catch up. I know probably a lot of people aren't really happy. Oh damn, that's unfortunate. Oh hey. Oh. The tank declined? Well yeah, no shit, no one's gonna rip. Alright, my brain needs to find what's the vendor. Tailoring. Would it market? Battle Master, Auctioneer, Weapon Master. What would it be called? Train rumbles. I know there's quartermasters here, but I don't think they. This person? No. They just sell armor and stuff. Maybe here? Oh, here's repeatable. So yeah, probably in here. Quartermaster. Oh. Mastered arms. Quartermaster. Oh. Requires Silver Covenant Exalted. Say what? Oh, these are the seals? Teaches you to summon this companion. Wait, what? How many do I have? Not many, Larry. Wow. Ah. Cool, though. So this isn't what... Stormwind Quartermaster? Right. Like he's got nothing to offer me. Bet you got nothing to offer me too. Fine. The Gnome of the Grand Champion of Nomergon. Darnassus Quartermaster can do. Oh, it's because I'm an elf. Racist. What this? Champion's Writ. Used to purchase commendation badges from Terminate Quarter. Oh. Hey. Vestral drill sprouting. Oh, it's a companion. No way. Oh, that's cool. It's like an ulterior way to get stuff. Okay. Man, the game does put, like, it's not very good stuff. And I think, I don't know, maybe they just... I want to make this my home. Cha. Well, he's DPS. We'll replace him just fine. I knew as soon as it went back down, I was like, ah, we'll pop right back up. It was DPS that said no. Is it because of whatever it is? Does it even tell me? Oh, he didn't like the Q or something. You think that's what it is? Tell you what. And you're like, what, Larry? Oh. I don't know if it would be possible to get into a gamma round as a fresh tank. Like, you might need to like scale the tier, you know? This could be a bad. Oh, it didn't work. God damn it. I wasted it. Let's go. Dude, this guy needs to chill the fuck out. Bum 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 bum. Okay, so Ice Crown. Alright, working our way back up to the amount of... We need 75. We need 75 for each piece. And then Defiler Scourge Stones, we need 60. We need 60 for some real nice items, so... Wanted to be sure I didn't want to be afraid of this place. Target and fire at the ocular. Okay. I see. Never seen this before. I've never done these quests, so this is a new experience for me. Eyesore plaster. Bye, ocular. They can no longer see. Victory is mine. Alright, we're gonna take this place over. What's up, dude? I'm here. You know, all fun and games, baby. Gotta go get some stuff. Happy. Rip. Do less painful things. Ouch. Get 'em, boys! Oh. Damn. I need to put myself in a safe spot. Like this, like hang out with this guy. Alright, buddy, I'll see you in a little bit. I'll help you capture it in a second. Yeah, I need some. Really? Why say yes? It's not worth it. See, this is the worst part, is this. Like... I think it lets you. Being Baron Silver at the Shadow Vault wants you to use the Sovereign Rod on the corpses of Vile, Lady, Knightswood, and the Leper. All right. That's not even my fault, dude. Fuck that. Alright, whatever. It's because those twat nozzles in the beginning just decided to leave, just to fucking dip. And so we gotta pay for it because we can't get a group to come back together. Whatever. Also, where the fuck? Hey? Is he in Viz? I see. Can he be tanned? Defeat General Lightsbane. Alright, Lightsbane, I'm coming to kick your booty. Say what? Defeat journalized plan and then report your success back to Theris and aboard the gunship, the Skybreaker. Never did take my pills. Well, a pill. Oh, it sure tells you where they are. Why is there a question mark beside it? We are done. Yeah, how much time do I got left? A minute and 20? It's all the same. We will have our revenge. Look, we captured them. Because we're baller. That pathway. Cool kick. Probably trade in those bones, I imagine. Don't kick me off the edge. Now I think about it. And skadoo! Oh, no crit. Hey, it's restaurant over, but grab some water. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm kind of just. Is it indoors? I think there's a quest, but the quest is not here. I get. Okay, what was that? Who got his shit? The instructor. There he is. That was a lot of clicking. This guy don't like you, but he won't attack you. crazy. It was just like unlocked a bunch of stuff. Might as well. I hate this. This is annoying, dude. I can't even enjoy this little sequence because I have to be tucked in this stupid ass corner. Oh, interesting. Look at the draw. So you get buffed too. Bum bum dun 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 dun. Take that, Artie.
Forgive me, heroes. I should have listened to Uther. I had to see for myself. To look into his eyes one last time. I am sorry. We now know what must be done. I will deliver this news to King Barry and High Lord Thor.
Excuse me. Banner's burned. What are they talking about? Banners. Oh, there they are. There's gotta be more people to set free. Without having the... Without it being a pain in the ass. Be free, my dude. Fuck him up! Fuck him up! Yeah, I actually do decent damage. Nice job. Alright, this will be the last one I set free. Very good. We'll find the banners. Oh god! Wait. Oh no, this one's fine. I can deal with this one. Bada 13. See a lot of people with benediction. Oh shit. You gotta squeeze in any little chance to get your regen. Very good. Bum. Bum, 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 bum. Excuse me. Nice. What the fuck, dude? Why is it like, that's so weird. Very good.
Run out. Run out.
Job. It just doesn't work. Fuck. Really shit timing, dude. Right in the middle of my clips every fucking time. That sucks. I haven't had a full stretch of clips yet. There we go. Fuck me, I might be dead. I didn't click anything. It just straight legit just stops looking at him. Wait, isn't there a loot box? I guess not. Out of space. Till I get back and sell some stuff, then I'll queue back up because I don't want to get into an instance. Like, I definitely don't want to leave. I don't want to queue and then find myself unable to queue. Did they just not come back or something? Like, whoa, I still gotta burn 4 of these flags, and these flags are quite Far and few between. Is there like a flag inside or something? There's one. I see. Do you get anything for it? So this is what the bones are for, huh? Let's just head back before we take care of this. I need to sell some of the stuff so I don't have too much. Find something else to listen to. Soft chill music is good, but my brain is awake and I got to get something else. Try this. And then the offhand. See? Pole arm, I can't use that. So bye. Slowly but surely. The Defiler Scourge Stones, we're gonna do some of those. Friendly? I mean, they don't have a quartermaster, do they, somewhere? I guess I don't need anything from these folks. Because, like... Croutons are looking better. Hopefully I can... I'll be right back, guys. Good timing. I like that. Oh my god, dude, come on. I wish I could have Starfired right there, helped out with the damage, but I didn't want to pull mobs, and that's exactly what I would have done. Wait, what? How? How did I lose my Titanic power? What?
Run out.
Bum 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 bum. I need to go to Stormwind for something other than grabbing more meat, but I can't think of what it is. It wasn't like a big deal. Maybe that's what it was? We're good. Definitely do get a lot of defilers. Definitely get a lot of defilers. We've been running for 8 hours. What a extravaganza. It's not been too bad. We got blitzed for a bit. Ivan. I do think that this is a good time for me to end, though. I do a pretty well. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I'm on the cusp of anything. Like, I'm not really sure. I really don't know what I feel like doing. Can't really say. Shit, I don't know, man. Whatever. Well, these guys don't offer me anything. I don't have any reason to do a daily. I think these are dailies. Abandoned. Oh, I need to... Still need to go to Dalaran, though. Not specifically, though. I need to go to, Oh, okay. To be honest, I'm not sure, like... I mean, I guess doing 8 hours of just nothing but WoW grinding instances. I actually don't even... I've done a lot of instances today, dude. That's all I did today for 8 hours. I guess you're not locked out of anything? Specifically. I'm not locked out of anything. Really? I didn't know that. Ah, they pay you more. But they don't... So when did they change that? You can just keep running the same stuff now? I don't know. What's good then? 5K is not good. What? 5,400 or something? It's not like people run around with 6K, are they? I don't know. I'm not even gonna get into it. I was about to say something, but I mix myself up into something stupid and not worth my time. Oh, did I? Oh, I did cancel it. Oh, I can't even talk and yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna take a break. I don't know. I'm not really feeling. Fuck, man. It's like a weird thing for me. If I turn it off, I'm just as bored. Not that I'm bored. I'm afraid I'm gonna burn myself out again. You know, 8 hours. I